Oh, gosh.
Louder?
Is that possible?
We could put the owl closer to that.
Just put it under your nose.
Isn't there a way to add like a microphone?
I don't know.
It's louder. It should have. Should we put the owl closer to that? Is there a way to add like a microphone? It's a lot of delay. Yeah, I'm sure it was.
Check.
Hey, Rosemary,
Yes, ma'am.
we need to get like a star mascot to bring to these things.
Oh, yeah. Mascot.
Check.
Yeah, you know, like an icon that always brings with us.
Testing.
Star.
We need to get like a star mascot for these things.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Hugs and kisses.
Yeah, you know, like an icon that always brings with us.
Testing. Check, testing.
Star mascot for these things.
We're recording.
What's going on?
Thumbs up. Ready, Mayor? Ready, everybody? Everybody's in, cameras on. Missing anybody? Plumbing floor checked in. Here, closer to their times.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Wow, it's Thursday.
Yeah,
Yeah, welcome to your 2022 Town of Waxhaw Board of Commissioners Retreat. We're very excited to be here for the next 2 days and certainly appreciate the board's time and willingness to spend this long with us to conduct the town business. So retreats are very important for local governments. They set the tone for the calendar year. They set the tone for the fiscal year. It gives us the ability to really focus on planning, long-term goals, visioning, and looking at the big picture and what's in the best interests of the town, thinking about the future, as that's being the most important thing to think about. So we've got a great lineup of our talented staff that'll be presenting over the next couple of days as well. We have some guest speakers, some that will be through Zoom, including our first one coming up here momentarily, but then we have some others that will be in here in person. So they'll be coming in and out today. Just a couple of logistical things as far as speaking. We'll ask when everybody's presenting that they come up here so we have the microphone so everybody that's watching or in here can hear. So some of the presentations will be a few people kind of coming in and out between slides. So might just have to bear with us while we make those switcheroos a little bit because we don't want anybody speaking from back there. So remember that, don't speak back there. We want to speak, make sure you come up here to be in front of the microphone. So snacks and drinks are over here on that wall for the people that are in attendance. Breakfast, you found breakfast, that's where lunch will be as well. And that has been graciously provided to us today by Laura Deli. So we're really appreciative of those folks there as one of our downtown business partners. So we scheduled to be till 5 today, but if we're fortunate enough to run fast, we'll try to bring some of the Friday presentations into today. Or if we wind up running long, we will do our best to catch up and be mindful of the time, as I'm sure we'll all want to be done as close to 5 as we possibly can be. So when you're asking questions or making any comments, just make sure that you speak out and up so that the owl keeps it. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe we could just pass the microphone around too. That's a very, very good idea so that everybody can hear. So I believe that is all the logistical things to go over this morning. So we'll look forward to getting started. And first off, we have Mr. Brett Knight with the NCDOT. And he is one of our presenters this morning from our partner organizations. I think it's very important for the town to hear from as many of our partner organizations as we can, what's going on of interest in the town, what will be happening over the next few years, hopefully, or maybe a little bit further down the road, depending on which organization that we are talking about. But having them present to us and tell us what's going on will help us in our decision making. So looks like Brett is on the screen now. Welcome this morning, Brett. How you doing?
Hey, doing well. Thank you, Mayor Pappas, for having me. Really wish I could be there in person, but just full disclosure, I did have a COVID test come back positive, and so had to miss out. But I was really looking forward to getting back in front of everyone. I really do miss that. It's kind of clunky doing these sorts of things, virtually when in a hybrid situation where you got other folks in the room. But thank you all for having me this morning. I'm going to get my PowerPoint pulled up. So I think I've got it. You guys are seeing my screen now, I believe, right?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and get started. Again, I'm Brett Knipe. I'm with the North Carolina Department of Transportation here in your local area. I'll cover a few different things today, starting with just a quick snapshot of what NCDOT is, where we are, what we cover here in Division 10, some of the projects that we have going on that Mayor Pappas mentioned, what the future may hold. I'm also going to share towards the end of the presentations information about our State Transportation Improvement Plan, our STIP. There's been a lot of turbulence in our industry over the last couple of years, and so there's a lot of things to talk about. Be glad to answer any questions, as I'm going along, or if y'all would like to wait to the end, we'll certainly have an opportunity for questions there as well. So with that, I will get started if I can do this right. Okay, so the NCDOT is, of course, a statewide cabinet agency. We're broken up into 14 different highway divisions across the state. We're here, Division 10, which does contain a 5-county area. I think my slides are a little delayed there. We've got Mecklenburg, Union, Cabarrus, Stanley, and Anson counties. We've got about 11,000 lane miles of roadways that we take care of. We've got about 200 or 2,000 rather bridges and culverts that sit on that highway system in our division. 400 employees. This slide, I used to give this slide, and it was actually just not too long ago, I could say we had 480 employees. So we lose folks through attrition, and the legislative body takes our position sometimes. So we're slowly shrinking, it feels like, but we do maintain close relationships with municipalities, including the town of Waxhaw, work well with your staff. We feel like our role here is a partner to help solve our larger issues and even the smaller ones, right? We do the maintenance too, the potholes, all those complaints. So we're here for you as a partner. I'm going to get into talking about some of the projects that are coming down the pike, so to speak. But before I even start, I want to caveat this with what I've got highlighted in red is the project schedule is subject to change. And towards the end of the presentation, I'll get into more detail where I can explain the state's current conditions as far as our funding availability. So this is a widening of NC 16. It was in preliminary engineering. It has been for some time. We've had public meetings on this project. The project scope is to widen to 4 lanes, predominantly with what's called an RCI type design. I'm very hopeful that folks have become a little bit more familiar with that, but it's essentially, a divided highway like any other divided highway, except we provide opportunities for folks to make U-turns at signalized locations. And I think there's a couple of other mixed type intersections in there. So it's not a pure corridor that would RCI corridor. The cost estimate you can see is 150 million. Previously, that cost estimate was about 84 and a half million. So that's key to take note of, particularly towards the end of the presentation when I talk about how far our STIP is over programmed. The reason this project schedule is subject to change is because not just its estimate has increased 78%, but many projects across the state have experienced similar cost increases. And obviously, with a finite funding amount, we can only deliver so many projects statewide at one time. A smaller project nearby at NC 75 and Old Providence Road. There's a roundabout that's planned there. That project is well underway. We should be going into right-of-way this next coming fiscal year, which actually begins in the beginning of July. We don't have that exact schedule nailed down. We think it'll be fall of this year. We'll be getting right-of-way spring of 2025. We can go to construction. Right now, our cost estimate is sitting around $3.4 million for that. This is actually a project that has town funds in it. It shares federal funds that were distributed by CRTPO. And by the way, I forgot to congratulate Mayor Pappas for his nomination to the CRTPO board chair last night. So I'm sure that he and I will get an opportunity to have plenty of conversations about the funding types and different projects as we move through that. So congratulations, Mayor Pappas. So yes, this the town has about almost $700,000 into this project. And the remainder of the money is supplied with federal funds that, again, flow through the local planning organization, CRTPO. We are updating cost estimates on this, hopeful that the estimates don't go up too much. We've got a little bit of a cushion. That's sort of a game we have to play with many of our projects as we refine estimates, but we'll keep coordinating closely with town staff. Excuse me. The next project I'll talk about is the Torrey Path crossing project. If any of y'all are probably familiar with the current crossing down there off of 75 in this area now, that will be closed out. A new alignment for Torrey Path will be created to the north of 75, and then a new connection here. A great deal of coordination occurred with this project, with the Mill Bridge development, with town staff over the years. There were citizen groups that didn't appreciate the project, and then others that saw it as a great benefit, but certainly it will lead to a much improved railroad crossing, and it will flow right into the next project that we're going to talk about. Right now, we're thinking about this project could be going to construction later this year, probably in the August and September timeframe. And we think it could last, up year and a half construction time frame. Some folks are aiming for a shorter time frame. I didn't want to give y'all any false sense of hope. So I think more realistic is about a year and a half for this project. And as a sister project, these are rail division projects, by the way, Torrey Path and Helms Road. We work with the rail division on coordinating all of them, of course. The Helms Road project will actually provide a grade separation over NC 75, make a connection back up to Waxall Marvin, and with this roundabout, and then sort of be teed up to possibly connect back to a future Waxall Parkway west alignment. But we'll talk a little bit about that in a few slides here. So this again is another project that's required a good deal of coordination. I've been really impressed with our rail division on how good of a job they've done with their public involvement and their consultant. We had a couple little snafus there along the way with our public involvement. Some mixed information got put out there. Y'all may have heard about that, about some unmarked graves that were out in the woods along the alignment, but that was proven to be not the case. And so that was a false alarm, but still yet good that those folks were looking hard for every possible environmental impact. You can see there on the screen that our right-of-way phase, we're planning to begin here this spring in May. We'll try to hold that schedule. We're doing some advanced acquisitions, particularly down here in this area, and I think a few more to get ahead of that, to keep that tight construction schedule to be able to begin construction early next year. Cost estimate $26+ million. I had altered my slide deck just a little bit. I sent it in early, but I had a few more things I wanted to slip in. What's important about this little project, the Waxall Marvin Road Bridge replacement to the north of the Helms Road project, is that we are actually we need to coordinate the timing of these projects. So we would need to close down Waxall Marvin Road to replace this bridge over 12 Mile Creek, but we want to hold off until we're able to complete the grade separation over 75 with Helms Road. The traffic patterns in the area would certainly get worse. I'm sure y'all are all familiar with the challenges of downtown Waxhaw's traffic now, and we don't want to overload anything else. So we're trying to wait until after that new bridge is built over 75. That's going to allow for alternate paths during the construction and replacement of this bridge. And this again is something that we are coordinating closely with the town staff on. Resurfacing contracts, that's just something that's part of our maintenance function. Y'all, I'm sure, see each and every summer contract resurfacing crews holding you up, keeping you from getting to your destinations with long lines of traffic, and that is part of the pains of road construction. But this is just a snippet of some projects in and around Waxall. Cuthbertson Road is probably I think the most significant as far as some questions that I've had recently. We are resurfacing portions of Cuthbertson, widening one segment and just resurfacing the other. And here's just a list of streets. Certainly, if anyone has any specific questions about resurfacing maps, roads, then we can follow up on that.
Brett,
Yes.
this is Commissioner Simpson. I know on here, Cuthbertson Road is going to be resurfaced, but a question that I have for you is there's 2 different speed limits, and I've sent an email to our town engineer about that. I get a lot of concerns from the citizens that live there, especially with the school traffic, that from the school westbound to 16, the speed limit's 45, but the remainder of the road is 35. And they're putting in a huge development in there, and there's a very dangerous curve, and we have students going back and forth to school there. Is there a way we can make that all one speed limit to 35 so it's consistent throughout the entire road?
So I think we had that question last time I was with you guys. And it's been a few nights since then, slept a little bit, but I recall that we did do an evaluation. I would ask that I be able to go back and check the records and see what came of that. I was thinking that we relayed the results of that evaluation, and speed limit requests are something we get, or adjustments to speed limits are something we get pretty frequently. And it's not something that is arbitrary. There's an evaluation that's conducted, and certain quantitative information has to be evaluated and considered. The number of driveways, the curves, the land use, things you're mentioning. It's not always as intuitive as one might think that hey, we should just make it all 35. But it's also something that we can continue to talk about. So if our local traffic engineers taking a look at that and determine that it's an appropriate speed limit, for example, and you guys still have a great interest in taking that down to 35, then we can continue that conversation. So let me follow up on that with the rest of the team if I can, and I will get back with you. I've got a note here.
Especially that curve, like the edges are all crumbling. There's huge potholes that keep coming back up, and I know from what I've heard that during the resurfacing you're going to add an extra foot on either side of the shoulders. But I mean, I blew out a tire there. I have citizens, and Jason, I'm sure you live up in that area too.
Yeah, so Brad, this is Jason Hall. Both Ann and I are residents of the Lawson community, and several members of the Lawson HOA board are actually listening in and attending this because we recognize that the county and other municipalities have approved fairly large projects that are going to add a significant amount of extra traffic on that road. And there's a concern that perhaps instead of simply resurfacing, widening it a little bit is going to really help with public opinion, because there are a lot of very active voters who live in the Lawson community. So they're very keen on trying to find a way to improve it. I'm going to piggyback on what Ann said. The speed limit is definitely something of concern. It's a narrow road. There's a lot of turns. So, elevating this to even if it's a half a lane, where we're expanding it a little bit, I think that's going to significantly improve public opinion along that route.
Sure.
And especially too, I mean, from the school campus where they're putting in a library to another 400 developments between the school and to 16 on that western section. I mean, even today, the car counts, like, I don't know when there's a car count, but there's so many kids, like for me to come here, so many kids, new drivers going to high school to get to school. So they're learning, and so it's just not like we have tons of experienced drivers out there. We're having new, young drivers and teens who are driving back and forth to school and commuting. And I just think, although maybe safety wise and design wise, it's fine because it meets the criteria, but is that the right thing to do when you have to take into consideration the skill level of the people on using that roadway?
See, I agree with that. I agree with that because I understand that there's the algorithm, the computer
Right.
system that you're putting everything in, and the data spits out something that says, oh, no, this is fine, you're well within the limits, but there's something that isn't being calculated there, and that's the public opinion. There's the reality of the number of accidents that are happening on a regular basis. So, and given that it's an important neighborhood within the town of Waxhaw, it's as well as the other municipalities that are along there. There's projects there that Commissioner Simpson has mentioned. They're outside of our control. The county is dumping a bunch of new homes, which is going to result in traffic there. There's other municipalities, our neighbors, that are approving projects that are going to add additional traffic. So it's Cuthbertson Road really needs to be elevated on considering for widening rather than a simple resurfacing.
Right, and
So, yeah,
besides just drivers, there's also students walking from the school
try to.
down to like the McDonald's, and
Yeah.
I've seen them skateboarding down the road when there's really no space there, and I'm just worried that a student's gonna get hit.
Yeah, Commissioner Westlick brings up another interesting factor here is that there are two schools there.
And soon to be library.
And soon to be a library. And so there's the amount of foot traffic is going to increase. So resurfacing, yeah, it's a neat idea, but really it needs to be improved more significantly than that.
so when you're saying improved more significantly than resurfacing, just to make, I'm not sure if I covered everything. We are planning to widen on the more narrow section from Newtown to Five Stones Church. And I've got a Google Maps image pulled up on my other screen to make sure I've got my geographic information correct. So that is that more narrow section will be widened. That's a safety improvement for sure. As far as the speed limits go, the roadway characteristics, all those things are taken into consideration, and it is somewhat subjective, and so you can make evaluations with land use, like I said, with the schools, the presence of folks walking, those are factors. And so I will go back and revisit it. There is one thing I will point out that it's been about a year, and I apologize, and not sure if we just didn't relay the information or the information got relayed and we didn't follow up or whatever, but I recall, one of the things that we take into consideration is the average speed. And so if there's it's called an 85th percentile speed. So if you have 85% of your folks out there traveling at a speed limit that's, say, much higher than the one that's already posted, the question then is, what's a comfortable speed for drivers? And so in a rural setting, that's a philosophy that we've historically used in setting speed limits, right? If drivers are capable of driving the route at a certain speed limit, and so that tells us that it's working, right? As areas develop out and become more dense, you have more pedestrians, particularly in school areas. Certainly those are factors we need to take into consideration. But what I do remember, now that I'm thinking about it, that this road's speed study showed us that folks were already traveling above that posted speed limit. And so if you reduce the speed limit, that doesn't necessarily slow people down, right? You still have to have the enforcement component, and they're already traveling. I remember, it was a pretty substantial number, but I'll definitely get that speed study, dig it back out and share it back with y'all. But I recall that it was pretty surprising how many people were actually traveling, 10, 15 miles above the speed limit today. And so if you drop it another 10, are you gaining anything? Those are the sort of questions that we have to answer. But we'll continue that conversation.
Are you saying that you're only widening from Five Stones to Newtown and not from say 5 Stones to Providence?
Right, because that's.
That is correct.
Where the issues are, actually,
Yeah.
is from the Five Stones Church to 16.
Well, here's a question for you, Brett. How, if we're here as a town and a community, and we're hearing it from our residents, that they have concerns and we have concerns about that, how do we work together to get this achieved? Because clearly we live here and think there's an issue and a problem. So how can we work together to move this forward? Because it came up last year, it came up again this year. So how can we sit down and figure out what's the best solution moving forward that meets all our needs? Because, you know, I travel it every day on that road. I mean, the road itself is deteriorating. There is numerous more cars. You have much more traffic counts, I think, that come from 16. There's no sidewalks really. It really needs to have a better comprehensive look at it.
Right, and I think Commissioner Westlake touched on this too. Something else to consider that isn't in the, you know, the computer data that's considered is there's a high school there, a very popular high school, and so there are younger drivers, and the opportunity for accidents to happen greatly increase as a result of that between the high school, the middle school to 16.
Sure. And you know, the way we can work together and move forward is to get the study back out. I know it was done, and I'm pretty sure we relayed the results, but I'll go back and revisit that. And if there is a strong desire from the town board that we can keep digging, then I can work with the engineers that made the evaluation in the first place and determine if they had any sense that, you know, were they on the fence about anything, or, you know, were the land uses, you know, how rapidly are the land uses changing, you know, traffic volumes, how rapidly are those increasing? You know, the school factor, you do have should have a posted speed limit for school times. But certainly that is something that it's a conversation that we can continue, and we can reconsider that, you know. And we will. So
I guess the other question I have is, and I understand that you're going to do the analysis and the data, but at what point can you say that this is a request or something that we want to do versus just what your data suggests? Because I think you're not taking in the human factor of like the drivers and their skill level, especially if there's so many students going back and forth and when they have school events and football games and things like that. And so I just think that doesn't get captured in terms of.
I think the student factor, that, you know, the drivers, I mean, you know, the school zone speed limits, you know, those are there during periods of time. And I know it doesn't cover the whole road, but that's the intent of a school zone speed limit, is to, you know, address the school itself. And you know, do we lower speed limits on roads where we have concentrations of younger drivers? Have we done that? I can't answer that. I'm not saying that I think it's not a terrible idea. I mean, you know, we want to create the safest conditions we can for all drivers, and our younger drivers especially. It's just something that I can't answer on the spot, that I would commit to you guys that I'll get back into it personally and look at it and see how it was conducted and what the justifications were. And we'll certainly consider pushing to lower the speed limit if we've got enough information there that tells us that that's the right thing to do. And again, I'll go back to the enforcement component. That'll be a part of that conversation too, you know, because again, if folks are driving it today at a higher speed limit, if you just put a sign up, that doesn't make people drive slower. You know, there's a lot of data out there that proves that. So we'd have to consider, you know, whether or not there's going to be the support from local law enforcement as well to enforce the speed limit, because at the end of the day, that's what makes people slow down.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, Brad. We're eager to work with you. I think in that same vein of working together, we would ask if you would also, at least at a minimum, give thought to what it would take to widen Cuthbertson Road from the Five Stone Church or the school to 16. If you have your engineer also look into that and let us know, look, what does that really take?
Well, and the other thing, there is a development going in there too, so I'm not sure what mitigations they need to put in terms of turn lanes for their entrances there too. So it'd be good to do it all at the same time, so we don't tear up the road twice.
Right. Exactly.
So, yeah, anytime there's a development that goes on and they're gonna put turn lanes in, if we have a resurfacing contract going on about the same time, we try our best to coordinate that work. You know, those turn lanes are constructed by a contractor hired by a developer, but you know, but what we might be able to do is time it out where we can pave it all at once and have a more seamless, better riding road. We do things like that. I will check on whether or not we can widen out to the west to NC 16 as well.
That's all we're asking. That's outstanding. Thank you.
Sure. Making one more note here.
Yeah, they're currently grading right now those development properties, so I don't know how long or when they're gonna be, where they are in their process, but.
They were currently what? I apologize.
They're grading their property there,
Okay.
dirt and grading
Yeah.
and everything like that, so I don't know what stage the roads get addressed, but.
Sounds pretty imminent.
Yeah. Sadly.
And I'm not sure, you know, what, if any, turn lanes are required, because I'm not familiar with the site, but quite possible that there are turn lane requirements. I noticed
I
there were
believe
other
so. I
turn
think
lanes.
I looked at the site plan and I know they're giving money in lieu of for the intersection improvements at Newtown and Cuthbertson. So they're adding turn lanes up there. That was part of the agreement with the county.
Yeah, and the Five Stones Church has a really generous improvement on their end, for sure.
And the Union County Planning Director will be here tomorrow, so you can ask him personally if that
Outstanding.
interest as well.
Looking forward to that one.
Oh. You'll have to pass it along.
Okay. We've got some follow-up to do on Cuthbertson Road, and I'll get back with you guys on that. Y'all ready to keep going?
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll talk a little bit about the future, what's coming, what we're working on. The Waxall Parkway, you know, 2 segments. We'll talk about the eastern segment first. That if anyone's been around in Waxall for a while, they know that the controversy that came up a number of years ago with this alignment of Waxall Parkway. It has been on the books for quite some time. There was a little bit of momentum behind it, and then I think a treehouse in Mineral Springs slowed down the project. But right now, what we've done for this project is we have submitted it for competition in the last 2 cycles of scoring to get into our state transportation improvement plan. It did not make funding in the last cycle, but in P 6.0, which is the very last cycle that was started, we paused that statewide because we knew there was actually not enough money to fund any more new projects right now. So that's going to be part of the story here in a few minutes. But right now, we've started a planning study. We'll get into that here in a second, an express design. But the project can be more ready, compete for the next round of funding competition, which starts next summer. So what we're doing is called an express design, and it's just one of the first steps you can take to better nail down, roadway alignments and designs. It's not a detailed engineering analysis, but it's enough to get you better cost estimates, which is very important so that we're competing in the scoring process with other projects at the right level. And that is very important and very important to the bigger picture of what we're trying to achieve with improving our entire STIP program. So we have worked on a couple of different alignments, options. I'll show you a map here in a second, but right now, we've got to keep several options on the table. That's part of the NEPA process. That's the National Environmental Protection Act. It's part of what we have to do in any type of project that where we're developing roadway alignments. We think we're going to take maybe 3 corridors right now through this process, but they all tie back together, as you guys can see on this map, and it would carry, from NC 16 down to 75 with 3 variations of alignments. And we know that getting into the Mineral Springs area had been problematic in the past, but we're keeping all that on the table because that's the right thing to do. We want to make sure we evaluate the best alignment, most cost effective, the least impactful to the human and natural environment. As this progresses, we'll keep our coordination efforts up with the town, and we'll be able to start talking about next steps later this year. If there's a shift in the alignment recommended by the study, there could be a comprehensive transportation plan amendment that could be completed through CRTPO, either led by the town or the county. We'll certainly be there to help facilitate that if that is a desired outcome of the study. Now on to the western section of Waxall Parkway. So it's a little bit of a different animal than the eastern section because it's not been a part of any previous studies necessarily. It's not competed in the statewide funding levels. Part of it is actually already constructed through a edge of a subdivision type street. And we've talked a lot with Matt and Theo, others at the town about, how could we maybe make a connection back down to Waxhaw Marvin Road to facilitate some of those alternate traffic movements to avoid the town here. And because we're going to completely or partially complete the southern segment with the Helms Road project back down to 75, there's actually a much shorter connection that's needed. And so there's been talk of the town maybe taking on that challenge to complete that segment. And that's certainly something that we're going to continue working with you guys on if that's a desire. So I want to transition over to talking about our overall financial health, not just of us locally here in Division 10, but statewide. Several years ago, we went through a period of time where we were hit with a number of unanticipated expenditure requirements. We, kind of got through all that. We had to stop projects. We had to stop preliminary engineering on a lot of work just to kind of catch things up and recover from some of those storm impact costs and the MAP Act settlements. And then, like the rest of the world, we were impacted by this pandemic, and our revenue streams are almost or primarily come from gas tax revenue. And so when the pandemic hit, stay-at-home orders came through. If you look at the cash curve, we just kind of tanked out, and we have recovered from that now. We've got plenty of cash in the bank right now because we did a pretty decent job of just holding back and waiting for the unknown. But we all made it through it. I think everybody's about ready to make it through this pandemic and get that behind us. I know we are. But we had to pause that P6.0 process, that scoring process I mentioned a few moments ago, because we knew that we didn't have enough money in our, we didn't expect the revenues to continue, right? So we had to slow down what we were doing. The STIP, the State Transportation Improvement Plan, which I mentioned a moment ago, as we continue to refine projects, as we continue to get more details out of our cost estimates, we realized over the past 2 years that our STIP was overprogrammed by a very substantial amount. What that really means is that the cost of the projects are more than the revenue that the state takes in, right? So this is a pretty high level issue. It's not that we've spent too much. We haven't spent this money we're talking about. This is projections of revenue that we know it's historically been pretty steady, but with the advent of EVs and more fuel efficient vehicles, our gas tax revenue kind of declines over time, right? Then the cost of doing business keeps going up. I mean, the cost of real estate. I mean, everybody probably knows what their house or home values are now compared to where they were just a few years ago. The construction industry that supports us in building our highway projects, it's gone the same direction. The cost of materials has just gone up tremendously. The cost of right of way to build these projects has gone up. So what we want to do is we want to take our newfound information with our project cost. We're going to keep updating those estimates as we go forward into the future, but we're going to have to reprogram our state transportation improvement plan. We're going to use a 3% inflation rate. That was something that was the Board of Transportation asked us to adopt. But the actual raw numbers that we're talking about here, it's over $11 billion, $11.6 billion. If you add all this money up, that's how much money we are short, essentially. So the state transportation improvement plan says we need this list of projects constructed, right? These are all projects that were developed by and recommended by the planning organizations across the state. That's CRTPO for y'all locally, the rural planning organizations, and then in conjunction with NCDOT. So this is our shortfall, basically, cost versus actual revenue. So this can get a little bit complicated. And if you're not familiar with state transportation funding, it can really turn into Greek really quickly. I'd worked in the area for several years before I think I got a partial handle on how all this works. So it's not something I'm sure I can fully explain to everyone today, but this is essentially a 10-year deficit window. And even if we throw in the federal infrastructure bill money, if that does come and the feds aren't operating under continuing resolution, we actually get new money, that might be $4 billion over a 10-year program. And so that's still like a $7.6 billion deficit that we have across the state, essentially. If we were to take all these projects and program them out over the full 10-year STIP, just what we're calling committed window. So the Board of Transportation, by way of a work group that was made up of folks from local planning organizations. Neil Burke sat on it, for example, at the state level. Neil was the secretary of the MPO here. If we were to program the projects out that were to be constructed in today's STIP by fiscal year 26, if we programmed all those out, then we have occupied, for example, on the statewide level, that's interstate projects primarily, 81% of our funds for 10 years would be taken up by projects that were supposed to be constructed between now and 2026. And so what that means is that we wouldn't be able to program any new projects until almost 2032 at the statewide tier level if we proceeded in this fashion. So where we're headed is a plan to adjust our STIP. That's going to be done with a great deal of coordination locally. I'm sure that Mayor Pappas is going to have his hands full as we work through this process through the coming years. But we're working to prioritize projects that were ranked and scored first. That's called, our scoring rounds are called the SPOT. It's the SPOT scoring system, and it's the third, fourth, and fifth rounds of that, which would be the kind of the slug of projects that we're working with here. We would prioritize those first, and then any project that falls outside of a 5-year window on a funding line then can recompete in the next round. And I know that's a whole lot to take in, but I'll try to sum it up like this. What we're trying to do is stabilize our industry. That means, you know, the engineering firms that help us, the contractors that build our roads, we want to give them a very solid level of expectation, right? We want them to know what we're going to do, when we're going to do it over the next several years. And then we want a fiscally constrained STIP program that accurately reflects our real cost in today's time, in today's dollars. And so this is going to go on. It's going to take us into next summer before we get to the end of this timeline where we have coordinated. We can, you know, work through the MPOs and RPOs during this whole time to, you know, keep some priorities in if there are priorities. But what that would mean would be a swap for another project, right? There's not new money at this time. But at the end of the day, we'll be back at this. We'll be back at planning, back at programming in the summer of 23, where we begin our P7.0 submittal process, where we're putting in new projects. They're going to compete with some of these old projects, right? It'll tell us just how valuable those projects are. I know that was a whole lot to take in. I didn't want to take up too much of everyone's time. I think maybe I've gone over my limit. I thought I was going for 30 minutes. I see I'm 50 in, but that's really all I had. We can go back and cover any of these slides, or if you have additional questions about things I didn't cover, we'll try to cover that too. And again, thank you for having me.
Thank you, Brett. Just want to reiterate, that's billions, as in letter B, billions, correct?
Yes, sir. It is real money. I mean, it is it's tremendous amounts of money we're talking about. That this, you know, and the reality of that number is it's a reflection of how successful North Carolina is. I mean, what has happened is our populations have increased, you know, so much. It's such a desirable place to be. We're growing faster. You guys know this. It's no surprise. When that happens, your inflation goes up, your costs go up, everything increases. The demand goes up. The demand on the infrastructure goes up. Many more vehicle miles traveled now than were here 20 years ago, for sure. So yes, it is billions.
Yeah, that's okay. This is.
Yeah, Brett, I have, Commissioner Simpson, I have a question for you. So it sounded like if you went back a slide, like with everything over programmed, that you're gonna just reassess everything and reprioritize where to spend the money. So just a question. So let's say as a municipality that we need roadways and we need things improved, what's like the timeline? So if I want to say, hey, I just want to wait until, you know, NCDOT and CRPTO try to prioritize my project to get it up to speed, what type of a timeline would you be looking at for something like that? 10, 20 years?
It could be. It could be.
Say again,
Our STIP program runs.
I'm sorry, could you state that again? You broke up.
Yes, it could be. It could be 10 years. It could be 20 years. I mean, it depends on the project. It depends on how well it competes. You know, if it competes very well, it can move to the top of the list. But in transportation terms, if it's a major highway project, for example, you know, it does take a number of years to get through the project development process, public involvement, all those environmental studies, and then to get in kind of the funding line. So if it's a great project and it scores extremely well, then, you know, there's a, you know, a minimum number of time, which would be some number of years, or a minimum amount of time, which would be a minimum number of years, you know, at least, you know, 5 years before you could really expect to have it. And that's from any particular round of scoring. So the P7.0 round that I mentioned, which will take place, would be taking project submissions in the summer of 23, you know, at the very best you could hope for would be 5 years, right? Before you could even, that money would kind of be made available.
You also have to keep in mind too, who we're competing with,
Correct.
other towns that are growing just as fast or almost as fast as we are in this area.
Yeah, so there's a limited pot of funds, and that if I had a project that I wanted done in my town, I have to compete statewide for those funds and to have it done. And that's what you're saying, is that scoring process. And it can take, 5-10 years before my project can come up on the list. Correct?
And there's smaller projects like the roundabout project that I mentioned. That project comes out of a kind of a different funding pot, and so there's a lot of deep rabbit holes we could go into about funding and options. But for a major highway project like the NC-16 project, that's a fairly substantial project, right? I mean, that's the type of thing that takes a while to move, right? If it's something smaller, if it's a roundabout, if it's a turn lane, we can seek other funding options, either through NCDOT or a combination of CRTPO or a combination of local funds. So if you've got something in mind that's small in nature, like an intersection improvement, that's kind of a different category or a different story than some of these other major projects. But I want to address one other quick thing. So it depends on the type of project, whether or not it competes statewide. We have 3 major funding tiers in this state. We have the statewide tier, we have the regional tier, and the division needs tier. So if it's a project like Highway 16, because that's a North Carolina route, that's a regional tier project. So it's going to compete with our sister division, which is Division 8. It's a division out to our east. We compete for the same regional funds. If it's a division needs tier, maybe, a secondary road like Cuthbertson Road, if it needs to be, if someone says, well, we need a 4-lane Cuthbertson, not saying we should or shouldn't, but that would compete on the division needs tier category. And that's pretty stiff competition too. As the mayor pointed out, Waxhaw is growing, towns in northern Mecklenburg are growing, Cabarrus County is growing. I mean, it's a tremendously rapidly growing area, and those funds get consumed pretty quick.
Great, thank you.
Other questions?
Anything else?
Brett, we really appreciate the time this morning and enlightening us on the current challenges that NCDOT faces and how they will directly affect us moving forward. As always,
Thank
we
you
appreciate your
again.
time.
Yes, sir. I wish again that could have made it in person, but y'all probably would appreciate me not being there just yet. We'll try it again next time.
Well, thank you, Brett. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll be in touch.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. So next, we have Mr. Brian Matthews, Assistant County Manager with Union County. And he is going to come talk to us about the different projects that Union County Public Works has going on. And we know that there are some short-term and long-term challenges that they are working through right now. And he's going to walk us through those and other projects that are of interest to the town. Come on up, Brian. We've got the clicker here, which as soon as I switch this over, you'll be in control. So.
All right, very good. So I always plan for technology not to work. If anyone wants paper, then there's some paper for you. I'll be happy to give that to you. See, you all have your laptops and computers, but I plan for it not to work. So anyway, first off, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak to you. I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about what's going on in Union County. And I've got, decent amount of information, so I want to be sensitive to your time. We'll take as much time as you want. I'm here as long as you have questions. I do want to point out that while I'm here to talk to you about water and sewer, many of the things that are in my business groups are items that you are going to be dealing with over the next few years. Land use planning is under me. Transportation is under me. So questions that you had for Brett as far as that goes. Also solid waste. That impacts your town as well. So I know there's probably not enough time today, but if you have questions about those items, I'll be happy to try and address those for you in the future. So let's get started. As I said, there's a lot of information here, and I think what's probably paramount, what's the top of your list is sewer capacity. I think that's probably the top. So we'll talk about that, and I'll get to the other stuff if there's time, if you want me to.
This is a slight delay.
Yep, that's all right. Just presentation about what our capital infrastructure is, what our water improvement projects are, what our wastewater projects are. As I said, we'll talk about the 12 Mile Creek capacity, as well as projects that will improve 12 Mile Creek, and then also things that are going on in the county as far as other projects as well.
We're gonna try to minimize that.
Oh, okay, very good. This is just a basic map showing the county and what are called pressure zones. Those numbers are actually what pressure zones are as far as how water is served within those areas. You're predominantly in the 821 pressure zone for water. We have a number of those, and as we grow our system, we have to change those over time. But that just gives you an idea. As you can see, the blue line coming down is the Yadkin project. We're well underway with that. We're still anticipating that we'll have that online by 2023, which means we'll be serving water to the north and the east from Yadkin sources. You're in the Catawba Basin. We have plenty of water in the Catawba Basin. We have a partnership with Lancaster County where we have a joint plant, and we have the ability to go up to 50 million gallons for us and 50 million gallons for them. So we have some room in there. Sewer, you're predominantly or actually all within the 12 Mile Creek Basin. So you're aware of that. There is another basin. I want to make sure the
Top is the
top of that. So this area here is actually called the 6 Mile Creek Basin. That flows into Charlotte. It's actually treated in Charlotte. We have a contract with them. This is the 12 Mile Creek wastewater treatment plant. It's actually in Waxall. This yellow line right here is a force main. We call it the tar kiln force main. It's a diversion line where we can divert flow from this plant over and send it into Charlotte to treat additional flow. It's really there for temporary use. It's not for extra capacity. It's when we have significant rainfall, if we have plants being overwhelmed, we can divert flow over into that. But there's been a lot of questions about a project that we're doing right now. We're almost finished with that. There were some delays with COVID and supply chain, but we're just about finished with that rehab of that line. We're anticipating maybe by March that will be up and flowing.
If I could just drop it back to the prior screen there, when we talked about the gallonage that we have available. Where are we a percentage of that 50,000?
So it's on a daily basis, we're probably running somewhere in the 40% range. Some days it spikes, like in the summer, a lot of water usage. This is our low water usage time of the year where people are filling their pools and watering their lawns. We use a lot more water. So it depends on the time of the year, but roughly about 40%.
So we're not in, as a whole, we're not in a position of triggering any further actions to increase and improve.
Not at this time. And also part of the future goal is that as we serve this area with Yadkin water, we're able to bring back some of the Catawba water back. Right now, we push that over the line and we serve that Yadkin area with Catawba water in some places. When we're able to bring that back, it just adds to the capacity that we have. We'll have that back.
And we're looking at 23 for that line to come on.
We are. Now, it'll be longer before we actually bring that Catawba water back. It may be 5-10 more years before we do that because we have to manage that flow. But that is the ultimate plan, is we bring that Catawba water back.
Thanks.
Yes, sir. And again, don't just stop me whenever you have questions. I think that's an easier way to do it. So as I was talking about with your sewer lines, so this is just a closer view of what you have in your system, the water and for sewer. The green's the sewer, the blue's the water.
We serve most of your town. I think there may be some septic systems that you have here, but we serve most of your community for both water and sewer. This is important because what you make up of what's called the 12 Mile Creek service plant, our plant. You make up 21% of the billed wastewater. Now, most folks may ask a couple questions like, what does that mean? So we don't actually know how much wastewater flow comes from every person. We bill it based on water. There isn't a meter that actually calculates how much wastewater a person uses. The meter only calculates how much water you use. And then we estimate that that's how we give your bill for sewer. It's not perfect, but that's predominantly how it's done. So when we tell you you're 21%, you're 21% of the water that's going through our meters that we've billed for, and then that then has to flow into our wastewater treatment plant we treat. That's where we get that number from. As you can see, you've got other towns that are actually making up a good bit of that flow that comes into 12 Mile Creek. And this here is called the Poplan Basin. I'll go back to the map. Poplan is actually this area right up here. Now it's technically not in this service basin, but the way our system is set up right now, that actually is pumped and flows into this wastewater treatment plant. So it takes up capacity in the 12 Mile plant of roughly about 2 million gallons. At some point in time in the future, we've got to consider whether we add additional wastewater flow and we keep that in this basin and we no longer push it over into 12 Mile Creek. If and when that happens, we'll gain additional capacity in the 12 Mile Creek Basin. But that's going to take years for that to happen. If we were to say today we're going to do that, that's 10 years. 10 years before that flow comes back in, because it takes that long to permit, design, construct a wastewater treatment plant. But I just want you to be aware that that Poplan Basin does consume flow or capacity that's in that 12 Mile Creek Basin. And that's important. So right now, where do we stand? From an actual flow standpoint, we're running 76%. That means that's the flow that's coming into the plant, and that's what we're treating, and that's what's going out. So we're well below the number of the capacity for the plant right now, which is 7.5 million gallons. However, we're really permitted. That's the number of projects that are actually waiting to connect, up to 7.3 million. So we're at 97.5 million gallons. And when I say that, these projects, they're not speculative. They've already gone through the process of securing wastewater capacity. They're just not constructed yet. It may take several years before they get constructed. But at some point in time, those projects will connect. They will put flow in, and we will actually have that as our number. And that's important because our plant's only permitted right now at 7.5 million gallons. And at some point in time, the state will tell you, you can't permit any more projects unless you're moving forward with expansion. Good news is we are moving forward with expansion. We're moving forward from 7.5 million gallons to a 9 million gallon expansion right now. We have just secured a consultant for that. We have received a guaranteed maximum price. We're doing a design build project for that. Guaranteed maximum price just means this is what they'll charge us to do this work. And then they start the construction sometime here in roughly about the next year. We're anticipating that whole expansion will be online in about 23, 24. I've got a slide to show you that, but just telling you that that expansion is underway. But what you also have in your packet here is a little table. And under that table, it shows you projects that are going through the process. They're not permitted, they're going through the process. And today, we have roughly 1.2 million gallons worth of projects that are all wanting capacity in the 12 Mile Creek Basin. we're only adding 1.5 million gallons in the next 2 years, we're gonna consume most of that flow very quickly. Now, I'm not gonna tell you all of that 1.2 million gallons is going to come to fruition. Some of those projects will go away, they will. But a good number of those, and we usually estimate about 80% of those will actually move forward, will go through flow, will go to come to fruition, and new projects will also be added. So the board has to take into consideration future expansion of this plant. And so while we are underway for expansion of this plant to 9 million gallons, they've got some decisions to make about what we do with the future capacity of the plant.
And that plant is set up to run 15.5 a day.
So, it's a good question. The plant is permitted for flow. So it's currently 7.5. It has a discharge permit. That means what could it discharge? Up to 12 million gallons. We could conceivably, at this point in time, ask the states to increase that discharge limit to up to 15 million gallons. And the reason why I say that is the site that we own is large enough that we could expand to get up to 15 million gallons worth of treatment. We really can't get any more than that without finding additional land and without the state agreeing to give us more discharge. So at present, we're going to 9 million gallons. The plant can actually treat 12.5 million gallons. That's a safety factor. So when I say that, it's not permitted. I can't permit 12.5 million gallons of flow, but if we have a heavy rain event, we get a lot of rain in one day, over a week or whatever, and we have a lot that comes through the plant, it can treat that much without having an overflow. And that's designed that way. It's usually 2.5 times the size of the plant is what it can accommodate. So that answers your question.
A little bit. We know of some real estate adjacent to you that might be available.
And those are all questions that the board will have to look at and make decisions on.
Do you know, has it been recommended that they try to get permitting up to 12.5? Especially when you look at, when you showed us that map and looked at of all the things that are in the pipeline that's going to use the additional capacity when it goes up to 9.5, why wouldn't you plan for even more so that you could meet the needs in the future?
Sure, so that's a very good question. We actually are, so that's just the information about the actual plant design itself. So we have what underway was called a master plan for the county. And that's a long process. It's not expected to be finished until summer of 2022. As part of that process, we are evaluating all of the capacity needs for the entire county. And what will come out of that are decisions that the board will need to make about future capacity and whether or not they should expand from 9 to 12, and whether they should consider allowing the state to give them a higher discharge permit to 15. So if they want to build the 15 in the future, they can do that as well. Those are all decisions they'll have to make as part of that master plan study. That, again, it will not be completed until summer of 22. However, we'll have to get some input from the board sooner than that because they have to build all that into the system model. So we're anticipating that by summertime, we're going to get some direction from the board as to whether they want to consider adding those expansion plans as part of a capital improvement program for your wastewater capacity.
Yeah, can you just, I think, can you go back a couple of slides? I think it's like 8 where it talks about what's permitted.
That one there?
Yeah, so,
Okay.
so on this one, so what you're saying is, and what it sounds like to me, that you're gonna add an extra up to 9.5 million.
9.
Yeah,
7.5 to 9.
Yep, 7.5 to 9, but what you're saying with that extra 2 million gallons, that things that are permitted, that's gonna be used up pretty quickly because of what's in the pipeline, and so nothing right now has been planned to accommodate anything other than what's kind of currently in the pipeline.
I mean, that's a simple view of it, but yes, ma'am.
Does the master plan address that?
It does. But the board has to adopt the master plan. They have to agree that they wish to expand that to a higher capacity.
Because the problem is, as Commissioner Simpson says, that as we're getting to that limit, we're right back where we start. So
Yes, sir.
it just seems that at this point, we should probably have a plan before that master plan.
Again, we anticipate that in summer, we will be getting direction from the board as to whether they wish to include that. And that may also prompt them to give us direction to start expansion plans sooner rather than wait till the master plan is adopted. We're going to ask those questions. They have to make those decisions.
So is it a permitting issue or is it an infrastructure issue?
It's both. It's not just one, it's both.
Can you address a timeline? So if we take it from 7.5 to 9, and then at the same time, we're considering 9 to 12 numbers. Those timelines are pretty much equal to expand. There's really.
They are.
The leapfrog over one or the other. It's going to take you X amount of time, whether you go to 9 or you go to 12. It's the same amount of time.
Yeah, you're not necessarily gaining anything. And the reason for that is to go from 7.5 to 9, it's really mostly mechanical. We'd already set the plant up when we did a previous expansion so that it's near ready to go to 9. You still have to design it, still have to permit it and construct it, but it's already really set up for that. To go from 9 to 12, that's mostly new construction. So that's why you don't really gain any time, and you have to finish the 7 to 9 before you can even start the 9 to 12.
Can you go to 9 to 12? Or 7 to 12?
No, you really have to do, you have to incrementally do it. Now, it doesn't mean that we can't start the design and the permitting. You can start all of that. And that's part of what we want the board to give us direction on. If they believe we need to expand this plant to 12, then go ahead and give us the ability to start with planning and design and permitting. So we're not waiting on that part of it. You are going to have to wait till you're finished with construction to 9, but then you're ready to go or close to ready where you can start that construction phase.
So those time frames are not your typical 10-year time frames.
They're not.
Much more condensed.
It is. This isn't technically a greenfield site, so it's a little quicker to do. A brand new plant is 8 to 10 years out of the gate.
And then going, say we went to 12, give me a timeline on that.
So we generally, a construction like that is 3 to 4 years. And when I say construction, that's design, permitting, construction.
Online.
Yeah. And that's what we've roughly estimated for the current project is 3 to 4 years. And we, as I think I had it in there, back to that
And
slide,
projects-
we anticipate that we'll be finished between 23 and 24.
And projects that are potentially in the queue, things that are maybe even not permitted or even reserved, a lot of those things haven't even hit the ground yet.
Absolutely.
They're still raw dirt.
And they probably won't turn into projects for quite some time.
Right. Do we know the percentage of what's in the queue that way, sitting there, unused, unallocated, but so-called reserve?
So for us, the only thing that is reserved is if they actually have a permit. And yes, we have that information. So for reserve, meaning you have capacity, you technically have a permit. Everyone else is just in the process of going through the review cycle. And I always get the question of, well, where I am in line? You're nowhere in line. You can be first or you can be last. It depends on how fast your engineer gets done with the design of their project. You can start off in May and be finished in June if you're that good. If you're not, you start off in May, and it might be December before you get everything. It
And
just
that's the thing,
depends.
some of our larger landowners around both here in the town and in the county are concerned about, if you will, maybe even sometimes confused, thinking that they had some type of place in line, so to speak, a guarantee of a use.
Sure.
A will serve letter, if you will, rather than who could finish the race first. And some projects are more complex than others to get done.
They are.
And so I would certainly suggest that we adjust that process so we have some certainty, and then maybe put some timelines on it that if you don't use it by that time, that you might then lose your spot.
So we already do that. So we already have in place what's called a development agreement, you have up to 5 years to complete the project. You can request an extension, but you have to show that you made a considerable effort. So the way it's set up right now is that you have to show that you completed at least 50% of your project, and then you can ask for an extension at that point in time. The last thing you want to do is take a subdivision that is under construction, and it's like, oh, sorry, you got to stop.
And some
That
of those
really
go
doesn't
to-
help them or the county.
And some of those go to now, I believe, 11 years, it could go. out
It
that
could
far.
conceivably go up to 11 years.
So that's part of that calculation in that third box, part of that in the queue. That's sitting there that may or may not ever be used, or it certainly is not used now. So when we talk about capacity that's running through the plant, your other number there, the back a couple of screens, so the 557 is really what we're dealing with.
That is the actual flow.
So from an informational purpose for residents around us, we're not at 97. We're really at the other number, 57. So that's going to take it down some. We have to protect the other number,
We do.
and I get that. But we're not flowing out of the top of manholes normally.
And that's not the message that we're trying to send. But
That's
the
the message
development
that's out there.
community, that's right. The development community needs to understand that that number is very important, because I have to reserve that number. Those
Exactly.
folks are permitted. I mean, I can't take that permit away from them until the point reaches where they haven't done any work on it, and their 5 years is up, then we can take their permit away from them.
Is
Still
that
have
5
to
years
protect
from when they get that permit, that letter?
It's roughly 5 years from the permit date. It may be a month or two because the development agreement goes through its own process, but it's approximately that same date.
The 57 represents, what do we say, 7?
76,
76%.
76.6%.
So that's the technical difference that people can get concerned about. We're really at 76, not at 97.
Not at
I'm just
97 as
trying to
far as
describe it.
actual
Right.
sewer flow in the plant. And we need to communicate to the public that we're not about to overflow sewer. No, that's not what we're talking about. Right? It's about how do we accommodate the future projects that are all out there waiting to be developed.
And I'm sure you've got milestone timelines on each one of these on kind of where the people that are in the queue, where they are and how that, when they project to come online, how much of that difference between the 5.7 and the 7.5.
We estimate it, but understand every project has its own timeline, and we don't dictate that. We just say, this is your time period that you have to make an effort into completing your project. So we don't dictate timelines other than we establish a limit before we do.
So technically, the sky is not falling, and I get it, I understand that, be mild about it. The
Right.
sky's not falling, but we need to do a better job of planning, getting out there and looking at our needs, as commissioners have both said. We need to look at, probably put some pressure on you guys to take a real good hard look at getting at least 12.
I think that is certainly something the board should take into consideration. We recognize that development in this community is not going to slow down. And we've got to have the ability to accommodate it in some fashion. And that goes to that allocation discussion. I'll have that discussion with you because our board is very interested in an allocation policy. I'm going to tell you, they're not going to step down from that. They're not. And that's going to be something that we all have to work towards. They've dug their heels in and they want an allocation policy.
Well, I think you're also hearing an undertone here of the lack of planning probably over the past decade from the county that's at a frustration level. As far back, I think I've seen is 2009, where every major news outlet in Charlotte said Union County is the fastest growing county in the state. And we've seen that with the last census study now, town of Waxhaw, third largest in the county. And among ourselves, Indian Trail and Monroe, we're now, among the three of us, probably 70% of the voters in the county. So we need to do a much better job at planning for the future because folks are moving here. They really like what we have in the county. So when you say, well, we should think about building perhaps a new facility, but if we did that today, it'd be another 10 years. I might argue that maybe you probably should have already be underway on that.
So I'm going to point out that planning isn't the issue. We've got lots of plans that say all of this stuff should have been done a lot sooner.
It hasn't been.
Planning isn't the issue. The issue is the will to make the decisions to make the plan come true. So part of the issue we run into is that, yeah, and I'll just be honest with you, elected officials are very sensitive into raising taxes and raising rates, and rates are taxes to them. It's easy for a town to approve a project. And you don't have to raise taxes for that project. You don't have to raise rates for that project. But this board, our board, they have to raise rates in order to make sure that you have the adequate sewer capacity to serve that. And that's not an easy decision for them to make.
Sure,
So
yeah, agreed, but if you also have a maintenance issue and infrastructure improvement issues that need to be addressed, you probably should have lowered rates either.
I'm not sure I follow your logic on that one. So,
Well, just to piggyback off what he says, I think there's been several decisions that have been made at the county level that related to taxes or water. I think it's much better to go incrementally in small amounts every year than to hit people with a big master increase every 3 or 4 years. I mean, one good example is the reevaluation. I mean, instead of waiting the mandated 8 years to reevaluate everyone's property tax, maybe they should set a policy to do it every 2 years, so you don't get whacked with a huge tax increase, that you can absorb it in small amounts year over year, because those costs are going up. So it's almost irresponsible, and I get it, because we're responsible for our tax rate too. But if we want to provide the level of services that we need to for our citizens, then we need to assess that and evaluate that, and not just kick the can down the road and hit everybody with a massive assessment or massive increase. And so I understand from elected official standpoint, that is there. I mean, and it sounds like what you're saying from all of this is that we're okay today, we're going to increase the capacity, but that's just going to only meet what our immediate needs will be, but anything future or growth or economic development is not being planned for, because we're only going to be going up to 9.5, which is sort of already accounted for. So it's really incumbent upon our Union County elected officials to understand what they're doing, because they're not planning for the future. They're just planning for almost like the now or the immediate future, not the bigger picture.
so again, we are attempting to plan.
Correct.
We just have to have the board buy into the plan, agree to the plan,
Correct.
and then actually make decisions that follow the plan.
Correct.
That's part of the challenge. So we adopt a plan, and our board says, you know what, we love this plan. And
Right.
then 2 years later, we get a new board. I hate this plan. Well, we spent years putting a plan in place, and then now the plan doesn't get followed because they hate the plan.
Mhm.
So that's the challenge we deal with. And the master plan is a 20-year plan.
Correct.
Very few elected officials are in office 20 years. So you're having to cycle through all the new elected officials, get them on board, get them to agree with the policies and procedures, get them to agree with the costs that have to come with these decisions that they make. Because you're right. You don't make a decision and you get that answer right away. It takes years for those things to happen, and you have to have a commitment to doing that. So that's why we're doing the master plan, because we need the board, the current board and future boards to buy into that this is really what we need to do for this community in the long run. Now, that means our communities, our towns also have to express to our commissioners that it's important for them to agree and follow with the plan. You like the plan and they like the plan, then let's follow the plan. Doesn't mean you can't make changes in the future, you can, but when you make a 180-degree turn, it's like a battleship. It doesn't turn on a dime. It takes a long time to make that turn. So
The allocation discussion too, Brian, I mean, I think we would be open to that if we had ample allocation. I think that could be a good planning tool that we can use locally here. So.
I've used the word, I said, I've said, and I'm talking about my board members individually about this. So if I don't have capacity to allocate, then what good is an allocation policy? Got to have at least some capacity to allocate, and not just a little bit. You need some that the towns feel like that this is accommodating what they want to accommodate. There's some towns that want nothing. That's fine. That's their town. They can do whatever they wish to do. There's other towns who want more. And unfortunately, we're kind of stuck between this. We have lots of folks screaming, shut the door. Don't let any more people come into this county. And then we have plenty saying, listen, this is not, growth is not bad. You just have to manage it in some way. And both of those are button heads. And our commissioner's kind of in the middle going, well, I don't know how I want to handle this right now. Because it's a rate increase. And I'm going to be honest with you. What they're facing right now will be significant rate increases to accommodate all the sewer that we need to do. If you were to take everyone's land use plans, your land use plans, Stanley's, Indian Trail, everybody, we would have to put a lot more capacity and we have to build several new sewer plants to do that.
And so let me piggyback on that. So you're talking about a higher rate increase, but if they adopted a plan and followed the plan and did it incrementally every year, they would be facing a huge rate increase because they would be going up slowly over time.
That's true.
And if you had more people in on it, they would also distribution that cost through as more payers come on, more users come online, correct?
Absolutely. And we have advocated that in the past, this incremental rate
Right. And
increase.
so it sounds like when you advocated incremental rate increases plus adding more ratepayers to disperse that cost, it was met with resistance, or it wasn't approved by the commissioners or the leadership or elected officials at that time.
They make their own decisions.
I understand that,
Absolutely.
but historically, if we went back and looked it up, they did not support that.
That is accurate. I mean,
Okay.
they do make decisions sometimes that are different than what we recommend.
I understand,
So,
I understand.
And that's okay. I mean, what part of the master plan process is for us to understand what is the future goal of our commissioners. And if the future goal is that they really don't want to provide very much capacity, that's fine. That's a decision they can make.
Right.
Obviously, they have to work with their towns and their communities to make sure that everybody's on, not necessarily happy, but you understand what you're getting out of it. But that's part of the master plan process. We have to understand what it is that they want to accomplish over the next 20 plus years for their plan. And I will say this, while we had a master plan previously done in 2016, many of our board members don't necessarily agree with that plan.
Right.
And so it's not really worth the paper it's written on if we can't get them to agree that that is the plan. We want them to buy into the plan. Therefore, they'll buy into all the improvements that we need to make or not make, whatever their decision is.
Right, but not moving forward or agreeing with the plan. It's basically, we're gonna be where we're at today, only planning for what we see coming online, nothing for the future. Or all that additional, I mean, because if we go up to, I think you said 9 million, it's only gonna pretty much meet the flows for what's in sort of the pipeline, if you will, or what's permitted. It's not going to account for anything beyond that. What's
Sure.
the next step for the county in terms of economic development or jobs or industry or different things like that? So we're just going to be able to, we're just planning to meet the need that we have right now as opposed to any future.
I'd say we're working to meet the needs.
Okay,
Working to meet the needs. We have a plan. We're going to try to get the board to agree to the plan.
correct.
We're working to meet the needs of today. We are planning for more. I just need the board to say, yes, that is the plan.
You're planning for it, but there's some disagreement on whether, I guess, from the elected officials, whether that.
Or
should
whether
be
that's the plan they want to follow, and that's okay. That's
Okay.
fine. That's their decision.
Correct.
I think
We're merely there to provide them with technical
I
expertise.
think you're gonna get a lot more pressure from the western parts of the county to not have political aspects of it become the reality. I think that they need to be responsible first and put these plans in place, not just considering what they might think that might be a technical rate increase to them, that shouldn't trump being responsible. And I know we've talked about this.
Yes.
Okay, so I think from what I'm hearing from the leadership on most of the western side of the county, is you're gonna feel that pressure. You're gonna feel a little off. And I think we need to make that understood.
I think that's one of the reasons why the board is so interested in an allocation policy. They're interested in.
Like I say, without capacity, allocation policy is nothing.
Right, but I think they're interested in that because this is just I'm gonna tell you what I think. They may tell you something different, and then I'll be wrong, but I'm gonna tell you what I think. What I think is that the board wants to put into your hands more control about what you use capacity for.
And we'll take it.
I think that's what their philosophy is. So, but number one, let's figure out what the capacity needs to be. Let's get to that number. Number two, let's figure out how that should be distributed. Who gets what? How is that? Number three, how's that paid for? I'm gonna just tell you,
It's gonna cost
the
more.
board is sensitive to that rate increase. So how's that paid for?
That should not trump responsibility.
I won't debate that, but that's again a board decision. And then the last part of it is, how does that capacity get used? And I think what the board's concern is, and this is me telling you what I think they think, is that some jurisdictions are making decisions that are strictly consuming all the capacity for residential development and not necessarily for industrial and commercial. And we don't have the authority to actually say, we're going to save sewer for industrial and commercial. That's not legal. There's no legal justification for that. A user is a user. While it would be great if I could say, we're going to set 2 million gallons and that's for commercial. We're not ever going to use it for anything but commercial. We can't do that.
Well,
So when it all gets consumed with new housing units, the board feels that decisions are being made when that check doesn't have to be written by that jurisdiction. It has to be written by the board of commissioners. And they see that as a concern for them. I think that's why allocation is important for them. If we all arrive at an allocation, somebody's going to be happy, somebody's not going to be happy, do the best we can, and your jurisdiction gets a certain amount, well, then at that point in time, you have to decide, do I want an apartment building for that capacity, or do I want something else? It's in your hands. At that
It is, but just as you said, we can't cherry pick what we want or what we don't want. We have to approve based on the user, and I think.
And the market's gonna drive.
Not necessarily. It's about zoning.
Right, and we pre-zoned our towns, so we know where and what things will be built. And
Right.
so, do we need to look at that and say, we're gonna need X amount of capacity? I mean, if you go back a few slides, Waxhaw, Indian Trail, and a few other places, we're your biggest ratepayers, and in addition to that, I'm sure we're probably one of the biggest revenue streams for the county as well.
I would agree with that,
And
absolutely.
so us generating that, it just seems like we should have a seat at the table and have that discussion. Sometimes we just, I think that we need to be able to meet the needs of how we see our town growing up.
I don't disagree. I'm just letting you know that allocation is a big topic for our board members.
And I understand that.
He's the messenger.
Yeah, I get it, and I don't see having that discussion when there's been no plans made for other than the short-term goal of just bringing this up to meet kind of the needs. And I know we're working on a plan, but there's nothing in stone to go beyond this. And it's becoming a very hot
Certainly.
topic political issue, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make me comfortable having to go into an agreement when it's just such fodder.
Well, hello. I'm listening to all of this. This is Brenda McMillan. It's not that, as he stated, there aren't plans. They do have plans. They've done a comprehensive plan. What you have is a lack of foresight and willingness by the current Union County Board to implement those plans or to see the foresight in the future of what is coming and politicizing the aspects of water, which is a public utility that we as citizens do have a right to and pay for. And that seems to be the problem, and pushing it off now to the other municipalities because they do not want to make a decision politically.
Brian's a messenger.
So, I'll just reiterate that too, Brian, and I've kept up to date with your plans. They're very good. We, as a town, we certainly appreciate the really good relationship that we have, our engineers and yourself and your plans. I think what you're feeling is a level of frustration with the elected officials at the county and their lack of both their lack of action. Let's just say that it's not without the lack of plan that you've seen that you've mentioned, which I'll agree with. It's the lack of action over the past decade, and even today we're learning it's not going to get us much further. And so you could take this back to your leadership, and we'll do that as well as elected officials, the third largest municipality in the county, that their lack of action is becoming more visible, and those are going to have impacts.
What can we do to help? Ryan, with their.
Well, I think what Commissioner Hall was actually saying is really what we would recommend that all our towns do. You know, talk to your elected officials at the county level. You know, tell them what it is that you want to do, what you want to accomplish. Explain how that's important to you, because they hear a lot from the people who say, "Katie, bar the door. Let's not let anyone come in. Let's not build anything." They hear a whole lot about that. So
We have 240,000 plus residents in the county.
Yeah.
I'm sure they haven't talked to all of them.
I'm quite certain, but I think as town officials, you're aware that usually the squeaky wheel sometimes gets the oil. You can have a room full of 100 people screaming that they want something. Does that mean the other 9,000 people who live in your community want that? There's only 100 there screaming about it, but they're the 100 in front of you screaming. So sometimes that dictates the decision you make. It's not always the best decision. It's not always the best decision, but sometimes from an elected standpoint, who's in front of you screaming is what makes you make the decision.
But we're hearing a lot of what you're saying seems to be trying to politicize this situation, and that shouldn't be, no matter how much noise they have in their ears.
Well, and
I know
please
you're
don't
just
take
saying-
it that I'm saying it's politicizing. Our elected officials, they're sensitive.
We see it
to
other than
rate.
your presentation. So
They
I don't
are
want to do that.
sensitive to how our taxpayers and ratepayers have to live. They just are sensitive to that. And they're hearing from folks who say, I don't want any more.
They don't give them any.
There are challenges still even with that. No growth has its own challenges.
Right.
So, you know, I recommend that you speak to your elected officials in the county level, talk to them, tell them what you want. That only can help.
And you wanted to show up in person.
I'm good with that. I actually prefer it that way. I can't, hit the button and do that. Oh, sorry, I can't hear you. So I want to take as much time as you want. So if you guys have more you want me to go through, I'm happy to go through it for you. That is this whole capacity side of it. The water is really not the issue. It is where we have our limitations. We're fine with water, and I think we will be with that for quite a number of years.
Well, we'd like to see, and I'll say it kind of loosely and not pointing anything anywhere, we'd like to see a lot more transparency, because some of the messages that go out are opposite of what you're showing us today.
Okay.
And probably sometimes by design, which again gets into the political side.
Messages from.
Not from.
Okay, I want to make sure our staff is
Not
not,
from you.
okay, I want to make sure
I'll be
we're
clear
not,
on that.
okay, I want
Not
to make
from
sure we're not
staff.
producing
And so-
bad information.
Right, because when we started this whole process a while back, the sky was falling, and we don't have this, and that, whatever. Then we start peeling back the layers, we discover differences in how that's communicated. We'd like to not see that anymore. We'd like to see some transparency. And again, not pointing at staff, whatever. This is something that we have been talking directly to. I've met with all but one of the commissioners in the chair about this issue. And we are working on it. It is much better than probably it's ever been.
That's good.
And it needs to continue. But I will tell you now that we are getting more unified in municipalities to start to have some pretty direct conversations with county leadership.
I think that is a path you should consider. And I want to talk about that in a different, for a different item. Engineer for DOT, Brett, Mike, I believe that's how you pronounce his name. He was talking about different funding levels and things for road projects. And one of the things the county has done is, we did a critical intersection analysis. No, it's not going to widen 16, but it has helped us get, I don't want to say about 12 new intersections improved in the county because we work with municipalities, we put some funding into that, and that made a big difference for us getting projects. As we work together, we'll accomplish more. If we're all off doing our own thing, it's a lot harder for us to accomplish things.
The silos don't work.
They just don't. And so that's a success story where we're able to make small incremental changes. Big stuff's a little harder, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be working together towards a common goal. We absolutely should be.
And Brian, in the interest of time, maybe for your grand finale, I really would like you to touch on the gray water project.
Sure.
You talked with them about.
I want to kind of, if you don't mind, and I apologize it's gone so long, but again, I'm here as long as.
That's why you're here.
I want to talk about the Waxall sewer improvements and how the gray lines sort of dovetail together. We're actually doing a relocation of a pump station, and then there's going to be a line that's extended, and then ultimately that's going to be connected to what this is called the Blythe Creek interceptor. That was done back in 2020, and that's important because your downtown has basically a constriction. Right here, there are two small sewer pipes that converge. And so you're limited to what you can serve as far as development in this downtown because of that. So when we created this sort of loop around, and when we get this project finished, this will actually allow some of this flow here, which is currently going this way, to come back and be pumped around. So you'll gain some additional flow in your downtown. I know that's important to you. You want to see some redevelopment. There's some areas that you want to develop that are greenfield sites. And we really, honestly, to try and expand those pipes, that'd be costly and it would be a disruption. So probably looking at we are looking at trying to do this in a different way without having to expand those pipe sizes.
And I talked with you guys about that before. I know Jeff and I have, and at one time it wasn't even recognized early on, say in my term of office here. Now we had some conversations with Mark that moved that effort basically almost to the top of the list.
Sure.
And we also committed to make a contribution to that to try to ease that burden on the county as well.
Yeah.
You guys are the one collecting the revenue from it.
Sure.
Where do we stand on that one right now?
So that's the actual gout. That's the.
We're talking about the 2-inch lines that are.
Yeah, so this is what we call the gray water line. That's what we're talking about. And what we have here is there's essentially two areas, your north and your south area of the town. And in these areas that are shown in red, they don't really flow what would be conventional sewer. They have a septic tank and then they flow just sewage water into the system.
Through a grinder.
Exactly. It's very limiting. There's not a lot you can do on sites like that. When you need a great deal of sewer, you really can't accommodate it. So we work with the town to identify where are these areas. We have identified them. The next steps are to actually start construction. It's about a $4 million project total. We're going to split it into two. We're going to work on one side and then we'll come work on the second side. You really can't do them all at the same time. We'll be replacing it from a 4-inch to an 8-inch line to make it a conventional sewer. The septic tanks will be essentially decommissioned. We won't use that. And that program is going to take roughly between 21 and 24 to do that. So we're starting on that project in 21. I'm not saying construction will start in 21. It may be closer to 22 for construction starts. Well, our plan is, I believe, to start north first, and then come south second.
That's correct.
And we're hoping that by 24 we'll be finished with all of that. What that does is that allows this area to actually flow like conventional sewer does. This area that's north where you've got this convergence here where it's constriction. This will go, a lot of this will go back here and loop around, so you'll gain capacity in this area to be able to serve that. And then these folks will also, if there's redevelopment in here, they'll have the ability to flow and come back around with light.
Can you speak to the disconnects of the red lines in the north, and what they're working on right now? Is we're gonna have a lot of businesses on that side of Maine, that a lot of them want to be hospitality, food service, things like that. So they need more than a 4-inch line to be complete.
Sure.
And we talked about, I think the end of that red line is down where the apartments are right now.
Okay.
And bringing that line forward so those guys can connect onto it. Can we do that in phasing to speed that up a little bit?
That's outside of my expertise. I mean, obviously, we can certainly discuss that. How can we accommodate it? I can't say yes or no. It's like I said, outside of my expertise.
Yeah, because I think, just in conversation, considering bring that line up, most of it's going to connect to the one that serves the apartment complex that was put in. So
And that may be what they're planning to do. I don't know the answer to that. I don't get into those details. I'll let the engineers handle those. But that's where we stand. I'm sorry you stepped out with Jeff, but we talked about the whole this is the gray water system. We've programmed it from 21 to 24. Going to break it into 2 parts. We're going to work on the north side first, south side second. We're expecting to be done by 2024. That's the goal. But that Waxhaw sewer improvement project is important because that actually is what frees up some available capacity for those lines that's in there. So I do want you to go away with this and think we do actually plan. We plan. It's just a matter of making those
It's a matter of
plans come
having
to
a
fruition.
consensus on the plan.
Right. You have to have
You have the
the,
plan, but not consensus in action.
right. So any other questions I can answer for you?
a lot of ground.
Oh, yeah.
Very good.
Oh, yeah.
Jackson, thank you for being the messenger on both sides.
Always happy to, and if you have any other questions or anything, please don't hesitate to call me. I'm happy to track the answers down if I don't know them. And Jeff knows how to reach me.
And we will say again, the working relationship between the town of Waxhaw and the county has significantly increased and improved over the last couple of years.
We appreciate that.
And we do too. We really do.
Again, like I said, if we're working together, we can accomplish a lot more than if we're at odds with each other. So.
Brian and I, we communicate regularly, and I really appreciate the relationship that I have with him.
Yeah.
And we'll follow up from this meeting, obviously, too, and then on our other thing as well we talked about this week. But greatly appreciate your time here today and informing us on what's happening on the county side.
Absolutely. Well, I know that we will be coming back and getting back in touch with you about this whole allocation thing. The board has asked us to give them some updates on that. That will likely be April or May when we get around to having something for them to react to. And we'll have more discussions about that with the towns. Obviously, we need your assistance on that. So we'll be coming back to you. Thank you very much. I hope y'all.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Great man.
Oh, yeah.
We'll take we've got one more presentation before we go. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. Is that okay, Nina? Take 10 minutes? Okay. Go ahead and take 10 minutes.
Brian.
Good.
Yeah. I wanted to do it, 'cause we got
That's what I want. I can facilitate. Okay. You're in. But no, she's running a relationship. I don't know. Only one thing we didn't go over. So, everybody thinks it's residential, it's not, it's schools. It's not schools. Oh, yeah, of course it is.
Once we finalize.
They have anxiety. It's like patients, they just have anxiety, so communicating.
Things right there. That does client, so. Which is a condition, right? Many times. Well, it's on that. Nancy, wouldn't- all this is a problem. That's when you start to say, and then you still decide. It's open. Not be sure. But the law will still be in another one. And that's, you know, nobody's not even attached to it. Somebody would say, whoa. No, no, but what I'm saying is it's the mindset. Again, this thing doesn't work. Set aside.
We knew it. I'm in a position now where we're in a very yeah.
Some people.
They try to, they try. So you can't. I rolled my bike, I went out to, I forget what the gift was, coming back, all these trucks are coming out. And I'm like, now with roadway, for me, that's, but imagine you're in Florida, you've got the kids screaming, and you got this big truck and trailer, that also doesn't want to, you know, get it exactly, or maybe you can't, yeah. So that doesn't, there's a statistic, yeah, they're gonna take a fact. So it's all part of the. We're not talking just about. We're talking about at least specifically at today. We're right back to square one, even going to nine. So I get it, the funny model has to change. It's also long for the guy. Yeah, that's when I start doing this thing. I think it's called bad. It's not.
and we've been doing it here.
You just align all of Western County against this poor gas. But the obvious solution for that are so how is it? Well, that's what it was, because from you here, right, you know that As you start saying, well, we want to get this a little more that, right? So really is no way else to. The county, we just have to. Right, but I don't.
Do you know?
Well, look at
Not so big future.
We'll give the guys here to go see also.
My meeting before my meeting. Next victim. So you're gonna talk us about a trip to Disneyland, right?
So next we have Union County Library Director Nina is here with us today, and we welcome her. And she's going to talk to you about the plans for the transition of the Waxall Library to their new location over next to Cuthbertson Middle School and High School, and then maybe any other little tidbit or two that that you might be interested in. So Nina, I'm going to share your presentation and then you'll be in control right there. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come this morning. I appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit about the library, something that's near and dear to my heart. I've been here in Union County since 2009, and this project has been going on a lot longer than that. I think it was started way back in the early 2000s, and so it's finally getting its traction now. So if you remember, back in 2016, there was a $10 million bond that was approved. So this is that project in 2022. It's taken quite some time to actually get it started. And things don't move. I was listening to Brian speak about how turning a battleship and how you can't just turn things on a dime, and that was very much the case for our project. There was a lot of things that impeded the project, and then a lot of governmental things that step in the way too. So fortunately, we have our site, we have the land from the school system, and so now we are moving forward and we have our plans. But moving forward is still relatively slow. So here's our current construction schedule. We held our groundbreaking in November, and at this time, we have all of our plans. Everything is finalized. We know what we're going to build, and I'll share that with you. But we're not looking at actually moving in and taking occupancy of the new building until January of 2024. So basically 2 years from now. And they probably will not start moving dirt until September. So the reason for that, if you're building anything, you're very well aware of all the constraints that COVID has put on supply chains. But the biggest impactor for us was steel. So thanks to Amazon buying all the steel out there, we have to wait a lot of days, almost a year for steel. So they started with when they could get steel on site and then backed up to when they should begin construction and clearing the site. So that's how this schedule was created. So we still meet regularly every 2 weeks with, they're doing a construction manager at risk build. So we meet with them, that's Edifice. They work with Little, our architects, and they keep us apprised of the schedule. So right now, this is our schedule. Of course, it's all subject to change based on how things go. So hopefully, final completion will be January of 2024. So what are we building? So this is the exterior shot that will face Cuthbertson Road. So there is that circle right there is a drive-through. There is a drive-through window. So you can drive up, you can get your hose. There's a drive-through book drop right below the window. And then that's a staff entrance door. So that's the side that faces the road. This is the side that would mostly face the parking lot then. So when you get out of your car and walk up, this is what you would see. So your main entrance here, and then this is the children's wing that you would be looking at. Oops, it's too many clicks, I'm sorry. So again, the road view, just a sketch versus the other one is just a picture so that you can see what that will look like. And then there's the main entrance that you can see again with those two metal pillars. The building is going to ultimately be shaped like a U. And so this is the inside of that U. So we're hoping to do something with this courtyard. And depending on funding, how all that shakes out, what it will look like will be impacted by money. But ideally, we would have space for folks to come outside. Maybe you can have some furniture on the patio, and then maybe there'll be some spaces for kids to play. So hopefully we can really flesh that out to where it can be a really nice courtyard as well. And then this is a area shot. So you can see the whole facility, and then there's a cutaway, which that's hard to see, and I have a better picture of that. But basically you can see what the inside's going to look like. And you can kind of see the shape of the building. So there's the courtyard, the inside there. And the side that's not the full extension of the U is where we plan to expand it eventually. So we're only building 20,000 square feet. We intended to build 35,000 square feet. And that was the plan way back in 2016 when the bond was put on, but our money is not going nearly as far as it was going to go back then. So we're only at 20,000 square feet. So when you walk in the doors, this is what you will see. That from the lobby, the two solid doors on the right are the entrance to the meeting room. So that's off of the actual lobby. So that can be used after hours since you can still keep the library closed. And then walking straight through those glass doors, this is what you would walk into, the cafe children's area. That will be immediately to your right. Then this is the children's area. So if you walked past that cafe entrance, this is what you would see, the children's area entry. And then the second picture is what you would see if you walked all the way back and then turned around and looked back out. And then here's the adult side. So the first picture on the left is what you would see if you walk straight in from the front doors. And then the adult area and the study rooms, is if you turn to your left, that would be what would be directly in front of you. So we do have 4 study rooms in this building. We don't have any in the current Waxhaw library, as you know. So that was something that we definitely wanted to make sure we had space for. So here's our floor plan. This is the children's area. It is the largest piece of square footage in the building. We have where that circle has a half moon shaped, those are shelves. That is the story time area. So we didn't want to create a story time room because we have so many folks show up for story time that we didn't want to limit ourselves. So story time has a little alcove, but then it will flow out into the floor. So we wanted to make as much flexible space as we could. We also have an actual children's programming room. So just a dedicated space where we can do children's programs. All of the shelves, and then those 4 little pop outs are like different reading nooks, and we will theme them by age. So the first one will be for babies, so everything will be on the floor. The next one will be a little bit, the next group 3 to 5, so the seating will be a little bit bigger, so forth and so on. So each window nook is going to be tailored to different kids' ages. We'll have computers, obviously, and then everything will look out into the courtyard. And then we have the adult area. So that's the second biggest piece. We'll have our computers there. Those are up at the top. All the book stacks. We'll have tables and chairs against the windows. And then we have those 4 study rooms, and each study room will be configured differently. So if you just want a desk and chair, that'll be in one. If you just want comfortable seating and no desk, that will be available. So we didn't want to do the same in all of our spaces. We do have a dedicated teen area as well. We don't have that at the current library. We only have a somewhat teen spaces in the main library and at the Union West Library, so it would be nice to have a legitimate space for them. And then directly behind them, sorry, I should have done that, but it's the wrong order. The next space up at the top is our public meeting room. But directly behind the teen area is the STEAM lab. So we will have a STEAM lab in this facility as well, which the only other library that currently has one is in the main library in the ground. So we'll do all of our technology classes, anything to do with the arts. So that will all happen right there in the teen area as well. And we do have a public meeting room. It's not extremely large. If you've been to the Indian Trail Library, it's slightly smaller than that meeting space. And then, so everything else that's not highlighted is mostly staff areas. So the very first, at the very front that pop out, those are all restrooms, public restrooms. So those are accessible with a meeting room door. So all those are in the front, so we can walk the main library. You still have access to bathrooms in the public meeting room. And then the staff areas are all behind up into where the adult area is. So all of the circulation intake, there'll be a couple managers' offices, that's break room, that's all the stuff that's not highlighted. Any questions about the floor plan?
Nina, can you just, for their perspective, can you tell them what the current square footage of the Waxall
Yes,
library is?
it's only 2,900 square feet. And so we're going from 2,900 square feet to 20,000. So yes, very, very much needed expansion.
What's the cost of this project?
It right now is $13.4 million, and we have a bond for 10. So we are $3.4 million over. So the county has come up with some ways to try to get the extra funding. So some of it will rely on fundraising through our library foundation and then the county as well, but that's where we are for cost. This is what the additional phases will look like. So the first phase is what's in purple. So we've got a parking lot, that's that big square, and then the actual footprint of the building. But like I said, the intention was always to build a 35,000 square foot facility. For frame of reference, the main library in Monroe is right under 40. So just so you can have a comparison. The one in Indian Trail is about 12, and the one in Marshville is about 8. So this will be the second largest branch that we have. This will be the second largest facility, sorry. And so after phase 1, phase 2 is then in teal, which is kind of hard to see, but it is a square in front of the purple that will add an additional 5,000 square feet. And that is a public meeting space. So very large meeting room. And then that adds some additional parking as well. And then phase 3 is what's yellow. And that is an additional 10,000 square feet. And that will be added onto the end of the teen area and then additional parking as well. So eventually we would have the 35,000 square feet, but phase 2 and phase 3 have not been discussed or planned at this point in time. We're just trying to get through phase 1. There's been a lot of questions about how you'll access the library, and you will use the Cuthbertson School, the road entrance. They will make the exit where it's right turn only right now. It'll be full movement, so you can go left, and you can go right, and there'll be stop signs for the folks exiting Cuthbertson before they get to the library entrance, and then the folks leaving the library will have a stop sign as well. So that's a little bit about the traffic and how that will flow. And that's all I got. So the current building that we're in now, like I said, is 2,900 square feet, and you all own it. So we have been leasing it from you all for quite some time, and we have a couple of years to come up with what sort of transitional plan we want to do in that facility. We conducted a strategic plan. We just finished it last year. And as part of that process, we spoke to some of you and got feedback from a lot of different folks and heard that people really like that facility and want to see something in it once we vacate it. So what that looks like, I don't know, but we're more than willing to have that conversation and figure out if there is indeed something that we can do. Ultimately, it comes down to what will the county support and how will that look. So I don't have those answers, but I still think it's worth conversating about what can we put inside that facility, whether it's a technology space where we have computers, it could be an express pickup place for holds, stuff like that. So there's certainly ideas centered around what that existing facility could be once we take all of our bookshelves out of it. So.
And if I could just add, I don't know, probably all know that I worked there at the Waxall Library, and just to let you know how important that building is for the computer use. That we have so many citizens that do not have computers at home or internet access, and they walk to the library. I remember days where I had a man in there that his son was going to college, first in his family, and he had to fill out financial aid application. This man didn't even have an email address. I had to help him set up an email and help him fill out this form. Those are the kind of needs that our citizens need, and we need to keep something there in that area. So I hope this board continues to think about ways we can do this. During the break, I spoke with Nina about an idea I had was, we have so many teenagers that are so great at technology, and they're always looking for volunteer hours with their different clubs. Even they could be there helping staff at the center so that we can help our citizens this way. So I'm hoping over the next 2 years that we can partner with the library on this.
I think that's a great idea because of the size of the building, using electronic technology is going to be a benefit. We don't have to have all that floor space,
right,
bookshelves, things
right,
like that. So in 2,900 feet, we can have a lot of technology.
Yeah, it looks a lot bigger once you take all those shelves out.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Westlake. I think if we can keep that some sort of community space or some sort of express drop-off, pick-off, to still kind of have that partnership and something that maybe there's like literacy programs or different things of other community organizations in the county that we can partner with to kind of utilize that space and even like technology, because it does serve such an underserved area of our population that needs those services that aren't going to be able to get a car to get up to the main library, that they could be able to, you know, if they have a kiosk, they could order books, pick them up, and drop them off, that, I think that would be huge. But this looks beautiful.
Thank you.
I agree. I think it's a great project. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those feel-good things and you have to really be happy to be a part of it. Can you bring up the last slide on the aerial?
Oh, okay, well, I gotta bring it up again, sorry about that.
Thanks, sir. So the second to last slide. Okay, so so kind of to piggyback on what Commissioner Westlake was saying, almost directly across the street from the library, although it isn't in the town limits, it's a 55+ community. Right next to that is the Lawson neighborhood, and the board is actually listening in to this as we speak. They have actually met with you and the other planning folks for this, who told them that the library would be putting a sidewalk
Yes.
that would go, and I'd like you to kind of point out where that's going to be, because the 55+ community, we could expect them to walk to the library. And the kids are currently walking from the middle school and the high school into the Lawson community, so much so that it's creating its own Champion Forest. It's creating its own dirt pathway. So during their conversations, it was mentioned that the library does plan to do some sidewalks. I'd like to see.
Yes, so the first one that we have to do is a requirement of getting the land from the school system is to connect the library to the middle school. So we have to put a sidewalk in from the middle school all the way to the library. So that's gonna run along the side of the road, the school road that connects you. So that is happening. The other one is that we will connect from the Lawson subdivision directly next to us into the library as well.
Okay, so that's from the
Yes.
new, that's
It's on the
phase
north
4.
The same, the
Right.
same side.
But what about, so there's a
Our-
large
our-
amount
our
of
side.
students on the south of the road.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, that's all the sidewalks that I know of.
that would be.
Okay. So this is getting back to what I was mentioning earlier, so I think if we can have our engineers look at what that would take.
Absolutely.
Crosswalk.
There's no doubt, yeah, there's been some
Yeah.
close calls already.
Oh, I know.
And this, which is an awesome project, it's just, what it does in my head is it increases the amount of both foot and auto traffic to this outstanding asset for the
Yeah.
community. So we need to be mindful of
Yeah,
pedestrians and kids who are gonna be
Absolutely.
walking.
Absolutely.
And then just on that, I know you said that the entrance on Cuthbertson, they're just gonna put stop signs. There's no thoughts of lights?
There was
or-
a traffic impact analysis study done, and that was the recommendation, was to make that exit full movement, so you could turn left and right, but there was no mention of a traffic light.
So they have to wait till the traffic that's here like
Yes.
everybody else does
Yes.
to get out onto
Yeah.
Hutchinson.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
That's all.
Yeah.
So we had a meeting, I guess a few Fridays ago now, and I told you that I suspected that our board would have a high interest in still utilizing that facility. So you've clearly heard that
Yeah.
today. So one thing that we can take away is that we have a couple of years to figure it out. Let's go ahead and start talking about it now. So I would love to get with you and then your management, Patrick, if we can start thinking about brainstorming what we can do there, because 2 years will go by.
I know, it goes by
pretty
quick.
fast.
It does, yeah, you're right. And by the way, the board who's keen on this, they're, like I said, they're listening in, they would be happy to participate in the conversations as well, because it is a safety issue as well.
What do you have, how many staff do you have working there now?
In the Waxhaw Library,
in Waxhaw?
there are 8 of us.
8,
Mhm.
big number, bigger than I thought.
Yeah. Yeah, we were able to add staff over the last 2 fiscal years. We have not added any in the entire time I have been here. So yes, we've increased.
So the tech center type of environment, that staff could still be supported somehow, a reduced staff.
I would think so. And that's also because of the hours we run. You know, we don't do 8 to 5. So you've got to have enough people on the weekends and the evenings when your 8 to 5ers aren't going home. So that's why, that's where the bulk of that comes from.
Would you think 2 people could staff that?
Yeah, I would,
With
we
a
don't,
rotating
yeah, we
third?
don't want to leave anybody ever alone
Right.
for safety reasons. So a minimum of 2.
All right, it's good to know.
Well, if you have any other questions, feel free to reach out. But I thank you for all your support, your continued support, and thank you for letting me come speak this morning. So,
Appreciate that.
Thank
We
you.
have a lot of new buildings in town. That's good.
yes, thank you.
Thank you for getting us back closer to schedule.
Yes. I was thinking, and mine's not as long, so hopefully I can get you back on track.
I think there's a lot of opportunity there. 2,900 square feet doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is. When you put some kind of computer lab in there, that would still probably allow us additional opportunity for some community space, meeting space, office space. I mean, there's I think a lot of opportunity there to keep something there in the community, but also help out other communities as well.
Yeah, and your infrastructure's already there too.
Let me go back to one. So one question. So the plan was to completely vacate that space.
Yes. Yes, originally, yes.
Thanks.
Okay, so now you've heard from a few of our partner organizations and what they are doing and what is of interest of Waxhaw. And I think that some of those things that you have learned this morning will help in some of your decision-making and some of your direction that we will be seeking for the rest of the day. We're going to start out with updating you on our current projects that we have going on, what the status is of those projects. And based on a couple of text pictures I got, there is some breaking good news on a couple of those things happening out there in the field right as we speak. So we'll go over the CIP projects that we currently have going on. We'll go over the ARP projects that are just really starting to begin. And then once we get past that, we've got our friends from Davenport here to talk to us about our financial condition to do some more long-term planning. Rosemary will start us out with that, letting us know what our current financial situation and conditions are right now in our current budget year as well. But so this presentation will have, it'll primarily be the engineering team, a little bit of Dina as well, and then a little bit of me. So we might have to, just kind of zoom back and forth between the podium here just to make sure everybody can hear us real well. So bear with us there.
Well, as you can tell, we are already warmed up.
Yeah. All right, Matt, I think you're up first.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Pleased to kick off the town's portion of the programming. For everyone in Zoom land, I'm Matt Hubert. I'm the Assistant Town Manager and the Town Engineer. Here to start with the updates on where we've gone with our CIP projects to date, and very excited to show the progress and the momentum we're gaining. So to begin, the Ped Bridge steps, the first side on the south side of the tracks, going east toward the mill on Main is now complete. I think they look outstanding. Really pleased. That was a local contractor, Steve Bucksbaum, did that work, and very good handiwork. And right now, they've poured the base So it will now connect to the sidewalk, and so next week, Todd will be able to remove the barricades, move the railing to the other side, and we'll be able to make that go live, and it'll be a lot easier to go up and down those steps. The other side is just not to standard. And so very pleased with that. Again, we're on budget. After this, we'll move to the north side, repair those steps in the same fashion. And then Todd will come back and replace the railing up crossing the tracks where it's worn out and kind of splintering. And then the walking surface across the tracks is also worn down. We're going to replace that as well. In terms of, any bad boards will come up, and then we'll put new paint or stain over it to match what we see here. So
And the west side of the south end, the steps, those come out.
that will come out. One, they just aren't really safe to walk up and down. And I think if we decide going forward that we want to have that feature back, then we can certainly add them.
And we get a long
But redo it, yeah. And then just to follow up on the sidewalk to the mill on South Main, that project is done. The decorative railing has finally been put into place, and so all the finishing touches are in at this point. Again, the original bid, we only had one bid, and it came in at 250 grand plus, which was not a direction we were going to move in. So we did become the general contractor on that and subbed out all the individual items. So we brought the total cost down to 171 and some change. Part of that is a massive deposit with CSX required. We didn't use all of that. They still haven't told us what we're getting back. I do expect a significant portion of that to come back. And so when we talk about the overall costs and those costs down below didn't include the beacon or the handrail or the utility room kit. So we've come in, well, in my mind, we're really on budget because a lot of things weren't really part of the engineering estimate. So I'm kind of pleased to be able to control costs when we know the going story here is everything's taking longer and it's more expensive. I think we're in good shape in that particular project. And it's great to see everybody being able to safely get from the mill back and forth without having to cross the street in that dangerous curve. And so I think we've really set out what we hope to do, and we'll be in place for a long time to come now.
Looks great. People are using it.
Yeah, and that RFB, I love it. Absolutely. Next, we have the McDonald Street parking plan. So those plans are complete. The county just approved the utility side of things. And so we have relocated the Duke Power pole, and Windstream is still on that pole. So we can't go out to bid really until we get them out of the way. That is, the work order is in place. It's just a matter of when the schedule will that fall. And I would hope to see that sooner rather than later. So I'm still hoping for bidding in the winter and then start as soon as the construction season opens this spring. The estimate did come back higher than the original engineering concept estimate, and really that's kind of the sign of the times. But again, we haven't bid, so we really don't know what the expected costs may or may not be at this point. And I do have on all of these projects more detailed plans. If you want to get more granular into it and you want to zoom into anything, I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on these.
Hey, Matt, we're going to pick up additional parking spaces from the configuration that we currently have.
Yeah, so there's 4 parallel there now, and we'll get 8 total in the angles. And then this space here is just delineated with pavement markings. There's potential to do something there in terms of if we want to have a festival and put a food truck there, there's room. And so it's versatile in that regard. Again, we'll have a full 2-way concrete apron to the community corner when it's all said and done. And then of course the sidewalk will be just on the inside.
So we picked up probably almost 30 spaces between the corner property and this.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be 20 when we finally get the drive configuration in. I think we're at 18 now in the current one way. But Yeah, so 28 or so in that range.
Much needed.
Yeah, no, and I mean, the whole area, it's kind of grown so much that we need to be able to separate our pedestrians from our cars. There's no doubt about that. And that kind of project will expand into all the other blocks as funding becomes available. So then we get to TAP. Near and dear to my heart, it's about all I've been doing for 5 years in a way. But this one, I think it's an improved project. The delays by DOT and COVID have been unfortunate, but the plans have been able to be massaged, let's say, in a lot of areas where from the original concept, I think we've had a lot of great features, and the key here is the changes at Broome Street and North Main. We're proposing to, again, with a one-way switch on East North Main. We're using that extra lane to provide the wider sidewalk, but we're also going to eliminate these, all the different conflicting turning movements that happen in that location that make it really difficult for pedestrians and vehicles to get through there safely and easily. Certainly, we don't want cars backing up across the tracks. We have a lot of fender benders. When, communication, you have to kind of get eye contact with drivers, and that's the only way you really know who's going to go what and when. And this would eliminate all of that by putting in the directional and medians, ensuring traffic really can only go the way we want it to. And so we're still working with CSX. Technically, part of this is within the CSX right of way. And so we're back to the drawing board there. I did send an email yesterday asking the engineer that controls this region if we can avoid having this go through real estate, who had been the biggest problem from the get-go while we designed all of our other improvements outside of CSX's right of way. Because all of this work is still within what DOT has an agreement for, because we're basically just moving the curb line that's already there. I'm hopeful that we can come to an agreement that this doesn't have to go beyond what's already on paper, and we can fast track it, so to speak, and that's me pushing. And so again, we'll go to bid hopefully this spring, and then based on those bids, we still, because it's a CRTPO funded project, we have an ability to ask for additional funds if we find that the construction cost escalations that we're seeing are not necessarily reflected in the updated estimate. Right now, it says we're on budget. My gut says, I don't know, it's still a small-ish project in a really concentrated area. I don't know how favorable contractors going to want to have to deal with all the issues, the businesses and whatnot for the amount of work that's in place. But we'll see when bids come in.
And along that line too, we've certainly got some of the business owners on that section are going to have some concerns about staging. And
Absolutely.
That kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
we really need to get together with our downtown business owners, get Ashley involved as well, and obviously yourself, to make sure they have a near same flow that they can get people in and out, both deliveries and
Right.
customers. In and out.
Correct. And that'll be part of the contract documents. Will have a degree of coordination, daily coordination that the site super will have with businesses. It's really unfortunate that when we were in lockdown, we couldn't get this in place. That would have been like the ideal time. But this is necessary in order to kind of get this delivered. We're going to have to have some disruptions, and we will be keen to ensure that it's as smooth as we can possibly make it, understanding what's involved. There are going to be changes to the water services, so that's going to involve a degree of coordination. Weather is always an issue, and so as much as we'd like to plan it all out, ultimately, the more we control the contractor's operations, the more expensive it becomes to their bottom line and thus ours. So we'll try and find the happy medium there. I think even ahead of that, I want to do a large degree of public education as well, specifically to the changes at this intersection, so that it's not just a surprise one day, all of a sudden they can't do what they've been doing forever. I certainly think the more we can do in that way, the better it's going to be successful when we cut the ribbon and make it live. But ultimately, I think it's going to make everything a lot easier to do what we are already doing, but just kind of getting by with the old setup. So I'm very excited for it. And we're just at this last edge. We've got to finalize the electrical with the street light, which I'll get to in the other project. But that's we're really right there. Once all the final scope is done, and I'm sure there won't be any more changes. We just got some comments back from DOT in their review. Then I'll be confident taking this out and saying this is exactly what we can expect. I don't want to educate and then have changes and then there's miscommunication. That's something we want to certainly avoid.
When that first opportunity, when it does present itself, then I think a concerted effort with Ashley and you and those business owners, they somehow, as many times as we can tell them what's going on,
Sure.
they forget.
No, and again, it's been around forever. I'm sure most people are like, oh yeah, right, sure, you're gonna do this, because it should have been in the ground long ago. And really ideally timed, because Ashley has already engaged and she's perfectly positioned now to help support and be liaison for construction and engineering and the businesses.
Would be good to just have like a little meeting with everyone down there prior to getting.
Sure. Yeah, no, and it's funny, a while back, we did a pilot kind of program where we set up, because there was going to be a wall involved in order to make the separation from the finished floor elevations as they are now, and where that drop off at the curb is now, there's going to have to be a wall separating it. And we set up hay bales and we kind of said, this is how it's going to look and function, so everybody could get a visual and understand, it's one thing to look at it on paper, it's another thing to see it in 3D and kind of walk around it and kick the tires. And I think that's something else I might want to try to do, is at least paint these medians and have everybody, you can drive it and see how does that feel and what do you do if you can't turn here? Where are you going to go? Because those left turns have to go somewhere else, and there are other places that aren't really set up for them as well. So I really want to avoid solving a problem here and moving it somewhere else without everybody kind of understanding how will the new flow really operate in town in those peak hours.
Well, now we get to hurry up with the third lane there.
Right. And the continuation, there's lots to talk about. Absolutely. So the other CIP project for this year is the 16 crosswalks. We do have the beacons are already paid for, and a good thing because the cost have escalated already. The encroachment is approved by DOT. Ideally, we were gonna, in addition to the post office that's already a crosswalk but doesn't have the beacons, we were gonna do Red Oaks Trail, which is, residential has to cross the street to get to the sidewalk in that location. We were also gonna do Alma Village. Because of Caliber Collision, we really can't go ahead and put that one in because they're gonna have a turn lane in, and so we're gonna have to wait until they make their improvements before we put that crossing in, which is unfortunate. It makes those residents have to wait a little bit longer for that safety improvement. But if we put it in, we just have to take it down and move it again.
And the Caliber site is controlled by the county and
Yes.
the private owner.
Right. But that should happen sooner than the rest of that site. And so again, this time of year, we can't really put the thermal markings down. It's too cold for it to stick. So I think we're going to go ahead and set the basis for the beacons, wait for the markings to get in place, then we'll install the beacons, because we don't want to have one in place without the other, or it just doesn't work like we want it to. And then specifically, in addition to these beacons that were already prioritized in the master transportation plan, we are adding one at Lindsay Meadows, on Kensington. The ramps are there. They've got to finish the overlay and then mark it. There's going to be a refuge island in the middle because it's a couple lanes wide before we put those in place and get that up. So technically, those will be closed until that's in place. Yeah. So this is something that came out of our 2x2s when we were talking about TAP the last time, is the need to go down South Providence and add some sidewalk connectivity because of this parking over here as well. This block was in TAP originally, and we pulled it out because of the streetlight project. It was better to have the contractor doing the streetlights all at the same time in this portion. And so we've changed some of the design, and it can either go in TAP, it could go in the streetlight project. It's really a matter of timing and funds. But in terms of this additional portion, we did take advantage of already having an engineer on the project and got a quote for adding this additional design. And so we've got that ready to go. We'll be bringing that back for consensus as to, do we want to start that now? There's not a shortage of need to add sidewalks in downtown. I mean, we could go all the way, all the way around on this side particularly needs it, I think. And so it's a matter of how do we want to prioritize? And those are questions that really we want to get direction from the board on, because again, the money's limited. We're going to be in this area with contractors probably for the next 5 years, at least, when we talk about what we have to do for the park and in general, making this side of downtown as functional as we're getting on the north side. And so this is just something.
Do you have a cost estimate on that?
No. And again, so this is more or less already part of other projects that cost, and so this is probably in the 20,000 or so.
We're gonna lose a couple of spaces there and the handles there.
And that's the thing. So we're working with the owner here into trying to get a shared parking agreement. And so I don't know how quickly we want to move if we don't know, maybe this drive needs to be somewhere else. So there are other considerations, but because this did come up originally, we did want to address it and ensure that we're making progress in this as well.
And we can look to extend that farther to the south.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The other side of the street, we know we want to improve as well. It's a DOT facility. To do what we want to do, we're going to need to take it over. And their right of way, they're not really going to have the right of way that we want to have outright to do what we want to do, and in continuing the sidewalk down that side of the street. So that's been another complication that just takes longer than we want to put our efforts in when we've got other areas that certainly need it. And so
we're in concert with DOT right now, and then transitioning their responsibility to us.
yeah, and so when that happens, it has to go to their transportation board, and that's a longer process as well. So all of those things go into the decision-making process of when do we want to do it, and how quickly can we realize it, and how much is it going to cost. And the more coordination it requires, the more unattainable it becomes. And to promise that, oh yeah, we'll get on this, I don't think in this area that's necessarily a low-hanging fruit, if you will.
And that transition would include the properties all the way to the dairy park.
Yeah. And so, I mean, ostensibly, it would be all of South Providence.
How far south?
Where it ends at, McCain. But,
and do we have any, we had some discussion a while back about what to do about that side street that fronts between that residence and the dairy park itself, whether we're going to continue to leave that open or turn it into something.
yeah, we have the ability to kind of decide what makes sense.
It's a future year CIP project.
Right, so I thought I remember that. Is that, even though it's a small pocket, you get some more parking spaces out of that or something, or
Sure.
even if you wanted to expand the park.
Yeah, it just becomes a cost benefit question. Is that where we would want to put our time and money? And I think we've got a lot of other areas in front of us, but ultimately, in the scheme of things, it's another piece of the puzzle. So that gets us to the street light replacement. And so this has been another long-standing project. It kind of, it came in behind TAP of the need to really dress up our current lighting situation in the immediate downtown blocks. Right out of the gate, the central portion going along the tracks is really a no-go. CSX really isn't going to let us, and it's not going to be cost-effective to do anything there. And so that phase has been kind of put on hold indefinitely. TAP will start everything off with just that block. We are adding, working with IT to get fiber across the road from the water tower so that these will provide free Wi-Fi and have security cameras as well. And so that will be rolled into TAP, and that's one of the things that's being finalized right now with our electrical engineering group. Then the next phase will be, and this is independent of TAP, but probably behind it, I guess we'll see who can get in there first, but we won't want to have them happen at the same time. The blocks on West North Main and then all of the South Main blocks will also be replaced, and we won't be replacing the sidewalk per se. We'll just be demoing the bases of those poles and then going down the brick raceway, just saw cutting it, removing that, putting in new conduit, supporting the new poles with the Wi-Fi and cameras as well, and then getting these new fixtures, and some of them will be branded at intersections of high visibility, and some of them will not be branded at the top, but will have banners that can be changed in the seasonal, kind of like what we're doing now. But this is from the factory and it's not an add-on, so it should be much more effective and aesthetically functional. GFI plugs will be at lower in the pole instead of those ship hazards that are sticking out of the ground, and then there'll be GFI up top for decorations. If we plug something in Christmas lights and things like that, the wreaths. So again, I assume the costs from the original estimate are going to go up in the cost of everything has lately. So I'll come back probably pretty shortly. I think we'll probably place the order next week, and so we'll know pretty soon what impact that has to the estimate, and then be it again this winter for installation in line either before or after TAP is when we want to do that. And then again, we will add a crossing beacon at South Church Street and realign that. It's got an angled crosswalk. We'll straighten that out because the buildings are going to block the solar. It's got to be hardwired, and that's why we chose to wait, because we're going to be doing all this electrical work in the ground with the street light change anyway.
It'll be on the eastern side of that intersection?
Well, it'll have one on either
On both
side,
sides.
right,
Great.
for the oncoming traffic to see.
And we have all of those beacons in inventory.
That one is not, but we've got, because we've got Lindsay Meadows already and they're not ready yet, we have an ability to, but I think once we place the order for the poles, I think we're going to place that order as well. It's again, we want to know how much money we've got before we start spending it.
I'm going to drop back to clarity on that question. So when I said east side, so the existing crosswalk is only on one quadrant of that intersection right now.
Right.
Will that be
Yeah,
the
so
same?
yeah, it'll still be in the same location. It just won't be angled.
So we won't have it on both sides of the intersection.
No.
Just on the east side.
Right.
So that won't be a high visibility intersection.
It will. I mean, it'll have the beacons and it'll have instead of the lines, it'll have the piano keys. But
not on both sides.
it will have a crosswalk on this side as well. You'll either be crossing here or here to get over to that.
There won't be, I guess what the question for clarity is, it won't be 4 crosswalks.
No, but so this is Church Street. Now over on Broom Street, we are adding this.
Adding that one.
We're adding that final quadrant there, and that will be have a ped head signal to push button and wait for the picture to come up and let you cross.
So the crossing, the traffic directive, pedestrian traffic directive will go more towards where the candle making shop is there and across.
Right. And again, it's basically the configuration here will stay the same. It will get improved markings, but we're adding beacons at that. Is that all correct there? Right? Sun Mile Lane, so this one has taken a long time to get the plat recorded, which then gives us the ability to spend public funds to then get the design done. So that one's so delayed that I don't think we're gonna meet our target in getting it in the ground this fiscal year. But we'll have the plans in it. Maybe it'll be bid, but it might be late summer, which kind of, it might be helpful, because if we're throwing down asphalt, we add it to the resurfacing contract too, the volumes increase, and we get a kind of bulk rate, if you will. That's conceptual. Right now, we've still got a lot of questions to answer in terms of drainage and what this street's actually gonna be able to fit in, because these houses are so close together. We don't have a real ability to kind of set in exactly what we would want from a typical section. We'll have to be pretty creative to fit it all in, but ultimately they will have pavement instead of the rock that keeps washing away.
It's been a survey and title search challenge, to say the least. There is what shows up in the GIS and what shows up in other searches is not really what's out there.
Right.
So it's been.
So a right-of-way issue is the
Yeah.
biggest thing.
Yeah, it took a while to be clear what rights did we have and what rights do we need to get. I think in 1995, some of this stuff was still a handwritten. Right, and so it was like, okay, we had it and it said one thing, but we couldn't really rely on it. So we erred on the side of caution and are really getting everything through the plat instead of assuming we already have the rights.
And I
It really is a
understand that the
true
property
story.
owners have been cooperative though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are, certainly they're fans of it. It's just, they don't all live here. And so it's trying to communicate with people that we don't have control of the timing and how quickly they respond. That's part of the fun.
It's been, so far, it's probably provided us, well, outside of TAP, I guess, obviously, but the more administrative challenges to get this one to the point. But once we get that stuff worked out, then I think the final administrative processes will go pretty quickly when we bring it to the board, get the right of way established, and then meet it.
On the west end of that, since we've had some conversations about that intersection, are we providing the available right-of-way space for any potential?
Yeah, and so we're looking at that as a part of that project itself. I mean, conceptually, I would like to have been able to do something here, but contact with that particular property owner has been the most difficult. And so to try and get anything in place by the time we want to do this is really not helping this project. And I think we've got time as we work out this whole thing to maybe come at it in a different way. Now, if that changes, I think we'll be in a position to be flexible. If this configuration will change, we can adjust to that. But right now, we need to get all this surveyed and designed. So we'll chew on that first.
Matt, where does the street terminate? Does it terminate like into a cul-de-sac?
Yeah, basically, there's houses right here. And so it really just becomes a driveway toward the end. There is subdivision up here possible. And so we're running a stub right of way, planning that will be their connection if indeed that comes forward in the future.
Yeah, it's just looking to see if there's any other connectivity into anything.
Right, no, not in this regard. But always keep an eye out, absolutely. So the Nesbit Park drainage, we're all aware that's in a floodplain and not the best place to put a park, but that's what was given to us, and
We accepted it.
we're making as much use as we possibly can. And so one of the things has been to, one, work with the drainage on the field and then the drainage around the field in terms of being able to walk to the bleachers and whatnot without walking in mud. So the sidewalks are in, and now we've just got some isolated ponding that we're working with. I think the biggest issue is, one, the fields were never really built to be fields in the first place. They don't have any under drain system. And so when they flood or when it rains heavily, it just washes away and there's nothing there to help keep it in place. And so from the original concept, I think we've come a long way in understanding that it's not going to be a quick fix to do it right. And so I think seasonally, we're going to try and get in there and fill the low areas of the fields with sand and let the grass grow through that and stabilize it. Because if we just tried to do something massive and cleared it and then it rains, it could all wash away. And so in addition to doing that, to eliminate the ponding, we really have to step up the game and work with the athletic association to do much more regular maintenance throughout the season, instead of kind of beating it up all year and then letting it go all winter doing nothing. And that's part of the agreement. And so Dina and I and then we'll all be working with Todd and his group in public services to really put a lot more energy into keeping them serviceable throughout the playing season. And that's one of the issues, is when they're not using them is not the time to be able to construct. And so it's very critical that we work around what we need to do, the weather and the use of the fields itself. And so that's, again, a little slower than I think we'd like, but we're erring on the side of caution there and not doing something that is going to be a waste of time and money if conditions kind of work against us. And then that concludes my portion, and I'll be back to see you about the future. After lunch. Thank you.
Hello, all.
Miss Dina.
For the ladies and gentlemen on Zoom, Dina Smesky, Park Rec Director. All right, so we just got awarded the contract from Tuesday night, so yay. This basically tells you kind of the circle of how things work. So we went out to bid, we got the award, just happened. I'm actually working on the contract with Finish right now to get that ready for Mr. Jeff to sign. And then we'll work on that timeline and then start building and then hopefully open by May if I'm trying to make that happen. So again, this is replacing our downtown restroom, again, our only public restroom in our downtown area. Just a recap of phase 1 of Downtown Park. We have awarded the contract. We've already done our pre-con meeting. We're expected to start sooner than later. I'm still getting that timeline. We're finishing up on all of our permits and then our stormwater permitting. So again, all these things are moving along nicely. I'm really excited. But we are, diligently going to the next step for our downtown park. This is Jeff's turn.
Campus. All right, so that takes us to town campus. So what you see here on the screen is an actual updated number from what I think I shared with you a week or two ago. Was what we were at 17.5 million. I did slightly increase that to 17.7 million. Reason being, I had a meeting with our architectural group, ADW Architects, and we had a few items that were in alternate bid that I wanted to put into the base bid for some reasons that we'll get into in just a couple of moments. But the 17.7 million includes the construction and the soft costs. So you have the construction costs, that is self-explanatory. That's all of your site work, building work, which includes all of the trades and everything that comes into that. But you have what are called soft costs. It's kind of a misnomer. It hits you pretty hard. It doesn't really hit you very softly, but it's the audio visual production. It's the furniture, things like that. And we have a cost estimate of about $650,000 to furnish the buildings. So, that stuff doesn't come cheap, but those aren't costs that are incorporated into the construction costs, but those are part of the overall cost estimate. But just to be clear, that 17.7 does not include the remaining alternate bid items. So the reason that they're set up as an alternate now is that we could receive the bid, see what the total costs come in. If say the final bid comes in at $15 million without the alt, and then you can pick and choose between the alt bids. Okay, well, this would cost us an additional $200,000 to do. Let's go ahead and do it. Or, maybe that could wait, or maybe we don't have to have that. So those are some decision points that we'll have to make as we move forward. But I also want to, when we get to the afternoon and start really trying to tie together some direction, I want to see if the board
Jeff, I think
has.
the lost connectivity.
Okay.
I think.
All right, well, wanna see if the board has any interest in anything that is set as an alternate bid now. If there's something that you feel like just has to be there in the base bid from the get-go, want to get that direction from the board as well.
Yeah,
So,
I have a question. I know like the soft costs will be all the furniture. What about all the old furniture that we have? Can any of that be repurposed, or are we going to sell it to try to offset some of that? I know it's won't be one-to-one, but.
there would be an opportunity to repurpose some, I would say a minimal amount.
And I'm not suggesting we need to repurpose all of it, and
Yeah.
I get that, but can we, let's say it was these materials, could we turn around and sell
Yes.
some of the office furniture and liquidate that and use some of that cash to help?
Yes, I mean, any revenue that we could receive from that could certainly offset any of those costs. Some of the electrical and technological stuff will move with us, computers, monitors, things like that. I would say that most of the furniture will not, and should not. Maybe little pieces here and there, but most of that will stay. And that's part of the strategy too, of extending our lease, the time period that we did, because it's not just a matter of, okay, we just moved there and then we're there. I mean, we still have a whole building that we have to get rid of things that are within that building within a certain amount of time. And so there is a great process that you're probably familiar with called the gov deals. It's like the eBay for local governments, surplus property. And so you would just declare the furniture as surplus property, and then anybody can bid on that. We can make the decision of how we do that. We could make it, you gotta bid on all this furniture as one thing, or we can divide it up, and we'll just kind of have to strategize about that as we move along. But I'd say for the most part, minimal stuff will travel from town hall, and the other, now PSPR is a little bit different. I mean, they have things that they break out on an annual basis. So I would say that they will carry more from their spaces over to their new space, significantly more than what we would. But that would also be the same with furniture and things like that. I don't think anybody will probably miss that either. So
I think we're gonna find too that, just like anything used furniture and stuff like that, yes, it has some value,
Yeah.
but it probably won't even scratch the surface of it.
No, I realize that.
But
Yeah.
sometimes it's better to get donated than it is to deal with it.
Get the tax write-off.
We'll figure out something.
yeah, well, and if we have to, I mean, we're we're not going to be able to surplus every single piece of thing that we have there. So it's going to come to a point where we will have to make a donation to some probably number of organizations that could benefit from some of our surplus stuff that we have. And I think we'd certainly be happy to do that.
Right. And some of this stuff will probably stay here for other uses that
Right.
they use now.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Scouts or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the construction drawing side, we're well over 75% into those. And so we're actually have started some of the broader permitting processes now. NCDEQ, I just signed off on those permits. That's for your stormwater permits, erosion control permits, sending all those in. NCDOT driveway permits. We've been, for the last few months, doing preliminary discussions with them, getting comments, and now we've made the official submittals to them as of earlier this week. And of course, we're neck deep in the sewer permitting process there. Understand that our engineer got back comments, I think just yesterday, from UCPW on ours now. So we're well on our way through all of those processes. So we're just keeping that moving. As far as the schedule, we're still maintaining a schedule of bidding for late spring, early summer, sometime in that time window. We'll start having to ramp up our discussions with the local government commission, and that's one thing that Mitch and the Davenport team will greatly help us with. We'll start to have those discussions probably within the next month, if not weeks. And also we'll be working with ADW architects on all that as well. So we are well on our way. And as you will find out here shortly, we have plenty of capacity to carry this project, among other things that we might be interested in doing. And so I said all I can remember saying about that slide without looking at it, but we're still having some difficulties there.
But just as a reminder to
yeah.
those who might not have been involved in this process, those who are listening online and things like that, that location is going to relocate the entire operations of the town, both obviously the town hall operations and the parks and rec and the public services in that one location, so that amount is covering all of that.
Yeah, and just that's a good point, just to go over kind of the broad scope of that. So it's a 17.5 acre piece of property. And once we move our town hall, administrative operations there, as well as our parks and recreation and public services, pretty much all of our town operations outside of the police will be in that location. And so we will have room to grow and expand in that location in all directions with the existing buildings. We will have room to add additional town buildings, facilities, whatever at some point, whenever the need arises. We also have, I think, a lot of ability to do additional park and recreation type amenities there. The property beautifully ties into Town Creek Park and Nesbitt Park. So there's opportunities there as well. Now, some of those will take some time, effort, and money from topographical issues and creeks and things like that, and a little bit of coordination with the school system. But it's really, as we talk about planning, we're talking multiple decades long buildings to serve the town. And everybody knows what situations that we're dealing with now and operating out of. Very inadequate for public services. We've been over this many, many times. How many years they've been lacking being able to provide services ideally the way that they should. Same with parks and recreation. Town hall, it's not as bad a shape as the others, but as I've said before, we hire any more staff in town hall, they'll be sitting in the bathrooms. We have, nowhere else to put people, and we are literally just throwing money away in leases right now. We have to do that. So.
And this move will also result in us having a surplus piece of real estate. Will we public services into the facilities of the new downtown park? But it will give us an opportunity to look at what we may or may not do with the existing annex. And certainly, if we do decide to market that piece, if we don't have any other use for it, that piece, along with, we may have some increased costs on the town campus, but we also are enjoying the increased value of that real estate downtown, which will offset some of that expense.
Yes. So, keep in mind, as we saw on the slide, the 17.7 million is where we are. We have about $1.7 to $1.8 million estimates for the alternate projects. So when we get to the afternoon, and we'll pull up the animation video as well, because I think and I had ADW do some little key things in there so that you could tell some differences between what the base bid versus the alt bid would look like. So, how we doing, Nick?
We crashed.
Yeah.
Overload the police department.
Okay, well, let me see what we got next on the stuff. I think I can talk through these others. I don't think they necessarily have to have a visual to them, but the next slides, we're going to talk about the American Rescue Plan and the status of where we are there. And just as a reminder, we have received our first distribution. That is the $2.7 million, which is half of the 5.4 that we understand that we will receive. The final rule has come out, so I guess that's the biggest difference in news for you to probably know. It was released back in January, so, well, I guess it still is January, so earlier this month. And so it doesn't, as far as interim final rule, there's not a whole lot of differences, but there are some significant things that do affect us. Probably the most significant is that since we're not even receiving $10 million from the U.S. Treasury, that opens up our reporting. It's going to be less. And then also all of the questions that they got in the portal cause them to react and be a little less rigid on what we can spend that money on because of our status, I guess you could say, of not having that much money. You can go to a lot of different governmental services that it wasn't necessarily allowed to go to before. But for the first disbursement, I think we stay the course of what we're doing. And then we have a few ideas with the second disbursement and kind of stay within that ballpark too. But it gives us a lot of flexibility. And thankfully, on the reporting side, it gives us a whole lot easier to mine. Because it would be, I understand at least the ones that have started the process in the larger municipalities that dealing with the federal government as it is, it's a bear. And so it appears that we're going to be able to avoid that in our first reporting cycle in April. So the projects, just to remind you, is the downtown park. We have a portion of phase 1 that is within the ARP budget. That's what park is slated to be expensed. What Matt went over, all of our costs there will be through ARP. The
public plaza and pedestrian improvements to tap. It's trying to put more shading out there and more additional ways that people can enjoy that space. And also broadband. Got the fiber optic that will go all the way to the library. We're also going to carry it over to the old public services building so that when it becomes more of a maintenance facility for downtown Park, it'll have that fiber flexibility as well. So that was the current projects. Any questions about any of those projects that I brought up, or anything that Matt or Dina went over that comes to mind? You also know that we have this progress report that we're keeping up with quarterly. It's very informative, and it's just all in one small document, keeps up with what we have in the design phase, what the status is, and then what we have in the construction phase, and what that status is. And it's been well received.
Been a very good
Out
tool
there.
out there.
in the public.
A lot of comments, public comments on it. It's easy to read.
Absolutely. So, any questions?
I just have a quick question.
Yes.
With the bathroom improvement, I noticed the design used for that small building. Will that also carry throughout the park and through the park?
The quick answer is yes, but I'll let Dina come elaborate.
Now, is
on
that theme
if
also
she'd like.
carry on through campus? Or is that separate?
Campus is different. No, it would not be the same.
So, you also see with our downtown campus, or our new town campus, we were working on a restroom off of Waxhaw Marvin as well. The look and feel of the park design will be similar, like all the amenities inside. So it's easier for us on maintenance wise, but we would probably carry on what the look and feel of the buildings that we're going into, so everything kind of looks and feels the same. But on a maintenance wise, I'm keeping everything the same on what kind of water closets, sinks, all the soft costs inside there. So it's easier for us to maintain. So keeping, having a common goal in there. Any questions?
But it does exactly.
So, yeah, that.
Okay. So it looks like you're still working on that internet connectivity issue on my computer. But I think Rosemary can still come up even without the visual and talk you through our numbers. They're pretty self-explanatory, and you have within your packet of information. Hopefully we're able to look at that ahead of time, but she's just going to go over where we are currently with our revenues, where we currently are with our expenditures for the budget year. And I can proudly say that we are under our expenditures, which is where you want to be, and doing well with our revenues, which is exactly where you want to be. So Rosemary, go right ahead.
So, I guess we're not online, but hello to anybody zooming if we are. I'm not quite sure where we are and.
Your audio is good. It's just that we don't have a visual.
Okay, all right, so I just wanted to kind of bring you up to date on where we are with our numbers. Since you don't have it with you, our new version of the dashboard. This is the old version. Remember, we send this out every month for you to be up to date on all of our revenues, expenditures, and then this year we also added CIP page, part of it, so that now you can keep up with for our regular general budget items and our CIP. So if you have it in front of you, I just kind of wanted to explain the different little parts of it, and I'll do it very quickly. When you get to your sheet that looks a little bit like this, on the far left-hand side, those are our investments. Those are at NCCFT Bank. Those are what they call investments. They don't make a whole lot of interest at the proper time. And they're very liquid. We can get them within a day or 2 days. Then in the center of the paper, you see BB&T, which is a cash account. Whenever we have a daily deposit of cash, it goes there. The bottom is Wells Fargo. If we have checks, we run them through a deposit machine and they go to Wells Fargo. We have 2 checking accounts at Wells Fargo. One is for the PAL bill and one is for our general fund. So we only have 2 checking accounts and they're both at Wells Fargo. So whenever you look at these, you can see that I have the NCCMT accounts. I have BB&T and Wells Fargo. And then when you look at them, there's different funds in each one of these accounts. Some of them have accounts at NCCMT and at Wells, and sometimes there's money deposited as cash, and that's kind of like the cemetery fund. So when you look at it, this, the far right column gives you all the totals. So if you want to look and say, how much money do we have in PAL bill? You go to the far right-hand column, you look down the side and you say, Fund 290, that's how much we have in PAL bill. So at any point in time, you can see how much money we have in any of those funds. This little circular graph, pie graph, that I always have that in the center of the new dashboard, and it tells you what percentage of your money is in which bank. So you can see that there's not a whole lot in the December report. I think there's 4%, 0.4% of the money's in BB&T, right? So we don't keep a lot of money in BB&T. Like I said, it's only a cash account. In my presentation, I kind of went over what your general funds are. This sheet shows you everything, but we only have a few general funds that you're really wanting to look at probably is our general fund, our building inspections funds, the capital project fund. Oh yeah, there we are.
All right, there you go.
Okay, so if you just wanna, oh, where's the, do I have the remote up here?
You got it. Yep.
I don't. There you go. All right, so this is what I was talking about. Oh, and this has the pointer thing on it too.
Upper left.
Up top, yes.
Okay, so this is what I was telling you about the different funds, investments, bank accounts. Investments on this side, cash account, one checking account, second checking account for PAL bill, and then these are your totals. So I keep it all in one big spreadsheet, and then a lot of times I'll hide all these columns, but since I've started for every month, I've kept one of these, so we know where all the money is, or where it was, right? We can go back and look and say, oh, I made a transfer. Where was it before I made the transfer, right? Okay, so this is what I was talking about, my dashboard. These are our revenues. And some of them I have to condense because we have way too, all these different little things. So you can see that on the revenues, I have taxes, I have prior year taxes, current year taxes. Get to mine. So sales tax, franchise tax, law enforcement, there's a bunch of different things in law enforcement. But what I did for you this time was I gave you what the percentage of our budgeted, what we budgeted we would get. And you can see we're doing pretty good. As far as our motor vehicle tax, we're at 54% of what we budgeted so far. Prior year ad valorem tax, we're at 44. Current year ad valorem, at this point, we were at 91%. We are now at 98% of what we budgeted. So we're doing great with that. So you can see all those numbers. I don't want to spend too much time on it. And then you have your expenditures down here for where we are.
And you can see we're doing really good with our expenditures this year also. You can see most departments are under the 50% line. I don't think anybody's over 50%. Everybody's pretty, well, yeah, we have one. HR is a little over, and that was just for something that hadn't been quite budgeted in the right location. So, but we're still doing really good with that. So you can see all that. There's my center graph that shows you where all your cash is. And then this is what I added this year so that you can keep up with your CIP. So this side here is all the CIP. American Rescue Plan money is down here. It's very difficult to try to show so much information on one little spreadsheet. So if you have any questions, please let me know. But you can see from the here, I show what we budgeted for our revenue sources, what we actually have in, and down below it, what has been expended so far. So some of these projects, we had to transfer money. We had to transfer money out of unassigned fund balance. So to this date, I have transferred all the funds that we budgeted for in your annual budget into the projects. So did that this month. So all of these are fully funded. So this is what I was talking about, your major funds. There's a lot of little funds that we have, but a lot of the major funds that you really want to be looking at is, you know, we have the bank accounts. Powbill has its own account at Wells Fargo, and it also has one at NCCMT. That's revenue generating every year. We get 2 disbursements from the state of North Carolina. One in September and one in December. We have received both of those, so we're 100% funded this year with Powbill money. The building inspections money, of course, that comes in on a daily basis. I moved the restricted part that we already had from one NCCMT account to its very own account. So any interest that it accrues, it's in its own bank account. So these are the major bank accounts that we have. And then these are the general funds. And you can see most of these are pretty big. The cemetery fund, there's 2 different cemetery funds, but it's all in one. The one that's at the MCCMT was actually a foundation kind of bequeathment to the town. It can't be used for operation of the cemetery. The only thing we can use from that is the interest, and it makes a whopping 3 cents a month at this point. So that money kind of just stays in there. We don't really look at that as operating funds, but whenever there's some activity at the cemetery, when there's a lot opened or anything that happens where the revenue comes in, it comes into the small cemetery fund. And as I've been here, this number has grown. And we use that just for little things, not the day major operations, because not a whole lot's going on at the cemetery, right? Downtown Park honorarium, you can see right now we're at 3,000. We have $3,000 at this point. This was at the end of December, but from what I hear, we've got a lot more money coming into the Downtown Park honorarium. And this is for the bricks, so it's pretty exciting. This is the amount of money that is currently in the American Rescue Plan. You can see we've started to spend money in the American Rescue Plan. Powbill money, small project money, downtown park, town campus, TAP grant, CIP. I'm really excited about your CIP reserve. It's really looking good, right? And that's where we really like to see some money in there, is because this is what's going to help us move forward and do projects. So it's really exciting. And then the Kensington Corridor Fund, it's definitely restricted just to that, and you know, it's just one of those things that we just I keep a watch on. So
DOT is envious of our CIP things.
it's really exciting. I mean, since I've gotten here, it's really starting to pick up. And so
I was working on budgets and making sure of everything, and so we have already done the transfer for this fiscal year. $181,000 went into the CIP from the general fund. So, and we made last year's was 175. And I think that Davenport's really excited about that because we are able to contribute every year so far that I've been here to the CIP. And it's really exciting to watch it grow. So this is just a quick update of so now you can see it big time, what we budgeted and where we are for our budget. Now, last fiscal year, we budgeted a lot lower because we weren't expecting sales tax money. When COVID first started, we were thinking like, the state said 40% budget below what you need, 40%. This year, we upped our game a little bit, but you can see we're still making it. Like we're doing really good on our revenue sources. Everything's coming in. So our expenditures, this is just a bigger spreadsheet to show you where we are. Like I said, the only one that's slightly over is from HR, but there was something in their budget that she did not budget for, but we thought it was somewhere else. So that kind of thing happens at the budget. So, but we're still in really good shape.
Did we also take legal out of the POC's line item?
Yes. Yeah. Because there's a lot of other things that go on in legal other than board related activities. And if at some point you want to see that broken out, I'm sure we can do that, but it's.
We use Charlie on a weekly basis.
Right.
And sometimes daily.
Yeah.
Certainly weekly.
And so I did work for a municipality.
Yes.
I-
One spot. Yeah, where it said
Okay. So I did work for a municipality that cost allocated to every single department. And let me tell you what, didn't see any advantage to that because the money comes out of one fund. It comes out of the general fund. Doesn't really come out of a department. Like that's just our way to show our expenditures in our audit. So we can say, this is where we did it, right? So if there's ever a time you want to say, how much do we spend on this or that, then we can look that up. But for budgetary purposes, it's really not that big and helpful. So one of the things that I did put into place is each one of these departments, each one of those departments does have a function. Ooh, too fast. So administration has a function, and tax has a function, a public service has a function. A police department's function is safety. Park and Rec's function, when you're audited and with the state, is recreation and culture, right? So what the state of North Carolina and GASB says is you can't go over your expenditures per function, right? So if you've got Board of Commissioners, administration, and finance all have the same function. So as far as the state of North Carolina is concerned, they don't care if I go over in my budget or line or you go over in your budget, as long as the whole function did not go over. So they don't really care where you put it. Any other questions on this one? So then I did want to show you how my breakout is for the CIP projects. So you can see we had the 4,900, 500 right in there. That was money that was brought forward. This is a fund that money just comes in and out of. And so you can tell we haven't spent a whole lot of that yet. You go down to POW bill and you can see have all the money in that we were expecting, and our expenditures are moving up. So on those small transportation funds, you know, at this point in time, we can get some money in, but I hadn't moved the 81,000 over yet at this point in time. So you can just see the progression, and if you have a suggestion on how you'd like to see this better, just let me know, because I've been racking my brains how to get everything all on one sheet. And it's a little bit difficult to get everything on one sheet, but you can see I have all of the funds listed there. There's the American Rescue Plan. It's down at the bottom of that sheet. And so my intent is just to make sure that you know where every single penny is at any point in time. And I think we've accomplished that. I liked my question mark. It's got dollars on it. Went shopping for that. Didn't cost you anything.
I think the main thing to take away from this is that your staff is doing wonderful at on their expenses. We make a concerted effort to manage that, monitor that, and that helps us out with our what we're able to do, what we're able to accomplish. We, as Rosemary mentioned in our last budget year, everybody had to be very concerned about the expected revenues from the pandemic. And they were right, for lack of. And so we managed that, made it through that. Of course, now we're going through this current budget year, but as we're going to find out here shortly, we've really spent the last couple of years managing what we're doing and preparing for what is to come and what some direction that we are moving. As we talked about with previous presentations about planning, vision, making sure that we are doing that ourselves. I think we've done an outstanding job of doing that. And what we get into here for the rest of the day, I think is really exciting things that we have put ourselves in a position to actually do and discuss. So
yeah,
just wanted to put that in.
Yeah, and then the one other thing that coming up at your next board meeting, we'll be having the presentation of our audit. And our audit came back and we have increased our fund balance significantly. So even in that year of very difficult budgeting process of what do we do in the unknown of COVID and sales tax and all of that, your leadership did a wonderful job in planning, and when you read that audit, it's really nice, and it does show that decisions that the board made on how you're going to do things really did pay off. You've done a great job.
That's on your agenda, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Report. Thank you, Rosemary. So
Just one more question for you.
Sure.
I just had a quick question about the CIP reserve
Mhm.
that we have. Is there a standard that's provided by the state on what percentage it is?
No.
No.
So-
So that's just really
So
above and
the
beyond.
CIP is basically a fund that you can have or you don't have to have. It's not a state mandated
It's not state
thing.
mandated.
It's different than your fund balance. Your fund balance stays in your bank account. And so like we rely on our fund balance in July and August and September, because we don't have any revenues coming in. So that's the money that's in our bank account, the fund balance, that we can use for operations. Or if we need to purchase something for an emergency, we have fund balance. Your CIP fund is where we take money from our fund balance and say, we're going to put this over here, and the only thing we're going to spend that on is capital projects. Once it goes into the CIP reserve, that's what it has to be used for. It can't be used for anything else. So a lot of small municipalities, you don't have to have a CIP plan. If you're not going to do CIP projects, you don't want to have one because you put it in there. It doesn't come out until you do a CIP.
So it's really our own fiscal responsibility and setting aside
Yes, sir.
funds in order to plan for that, which I
Yes,
think
sir.
is outstanding. I'm actually commending you and your team for putting that forward. And I would also say that that planning and the action that you're taking on that planning is probably the envy of DOT and the Union County itself. So I really hope we don't lose you to either of those.
Right, so that, this is a thing that comes before the board and you all do vote on that. And I've been here for 2 budget sessions so far. The first one we did 175,000, I think. And then this fiscal year we did 181,000. So that's just something, and I have to put my hands up, claps to Davenport, because they're invaluable, and you'll see in a minute of how all the different things that come into play. Well, we've got a puzzle with 1 million pieces in it here, and if this happens, then that happens, so lots and lots of planning and great leadership have really put you in a good place.
So Rosemary, just to make sure I understand, or for anybody maybe at home who may be watching, is so our general fund is more of our savings account for the general operations. And then from that savings account, if you will, we allocate a separate savings account that can only be used for capital improvements such as roadways or buildings, or
Yes,
things
ma'am.
that we need.
So your general fund, you can look at it as a big pot of money, right? You've got your general fund that's funded by taxes that come in. And Park and Recs, whenever Park and Recs has a program and somebody has to pay a fee, if all of that fee doesn't go towards that program, and there's a small amount that goes into our general fund, and that's allowed by state law. Another thing that happens is at the end of each year, if you work for the state and you have state funds, you have to spend every single penny or it goes back to the state. That's not what happens in local government. Local government, if you don't spend your money, we're excited because that goes into fund balance, right? And so there are parts of your fund balance that you can spend and some that you can't. Inventory is in your fund balance. I can't spend the gas that I have in my tank or the postage that's on my meter, but it's still part of that. Your fund balance isn't just cash. It's your debit, your debts, and your assets. So it's a little complicated. But say you have your general fund balance and you have 2 million in your general fund balance, right? And so the board decides, okay, every year we want to put 181,000 into our CIP. Okay, so you say, okay, we've moved that. And then a project comes along and you really want to do this project, but it wasn't budgeted. You look at your fund balance and you look at it and you say, you know what? I think I have enough money in my fund balance. I want to do the restroom project, or I want to do a park project, or whatever I want to do. You as a board has the right to make a vote to say, I want to start a special project fund. I want to take the money out of fund balance and move it into this other pot, right? So you just take it and you move it. So you can use that money for general operating purposes. The state of North Carolina only has, I believe it's an 8% fund balance mandate. We're well above that. We're well above that.
So we have a policy on that.
Yes, we do. We have a policy that says we have to have a certain amount. And I believe in the audit, we are at 61%.
I think it's like 30 or 35, isn't it?
Well, yes.
Policy is 30.
Yeah, the policy is 30, but
Your new audit number from your report will see we're 61%.
right.
So technically, we would have 30% that we could spend if we need to still maintain the policy.
But when you
Not to advocate that.
exactly. But Davenport will tell you when you have that kind of money sitting there, people look at you when you go out for your loans or whatever, and they
Why
say,
would you use it?
these are their assets, and
Instructions.
you never know when you're gonna have a big expense come along that you go, wow, I didn't know that was gonna come along, and we need to pay for it,
It's
right?
important for
Having a great credit
emergencies,
report.
it's important for cash position, but it
Yes.
also is helpful to be flexible when you need to we need to
Yeah,
have a
spend that
match
down.
for a project.
Yeah, like we did with the one.
Exactly.
Right.
So I think maybe now is a decision point. Lunchtime, I saw lunch come in. I would suggest we have lunch first before we continue on. Would that be?
Oh, totally fine. I'm here all day. I was just gonna just jump in quickly if I
Sure. Yes,
could, if that's
please.
okay.
Yeah.
On the fund balance.
Microphone.
Yeah. We have other children.
On the fund balance conversation, I think obviously Rosemary did a great job of explaining that, and y'all are in fantastic position. I think what I heard is the audits, when we come back, we'll see an unassigned fund balance, maybe closer to 60% versus the 30% target that's in the fund balance. And what we typically see done with that is the excess over your policy is available to be used for one-time expenditures, right? So things like capital or things like matches to grants or other one-time items. You don't want to get in a reliance on those for ongoing expenses like operations, because they're finite dollars. You spend the fund balance, it's gone. But the practice of getting into that and adding the fund balance every year allows you to tap into that fund balance for one-time items, particularly capital. And then as we get into the CIP discussion, the other place where it's very useful and it's going to be very helpful for you all moving forward as you fund capital projects. In North Carolina, and we've talked about this last year, I think, the local government commission will not let you issue debt, bonds, loans, notes, whatever you want to do. They have to approve any debt issuance. And before they will approve that, they're going to require that you have bids in hand for the project, which means you have to cash flow the design and engineering and soft cost work of that project until you can get bids in hand and borrow the money, and you can reimburse yourself for that. So for something like the town campus project, the work that you're doing right now for design, you have to cash flow that until we can get to the point we're thinking probably July when we can borrow the money. So the fact that you have a very healthy fund balance over your target gives you that flexibility, gives you flexibility and funds to be able to cash flow design without being worried about getting in trouble before you can borrow the money. So I just thought, that was maybe helpful perspective for you headed into this CIP conversation. Having that fund balance really does give you a lot of flexibility, and I think y'all have done a great job in building that up over the years. So.
That's awesome.
So I didn't mean to get in front of lunch, but
It's a great point, and a great spot.
Right, and then another thing is, we don't have just general fund balance. We have other funds that have fund balances in them also from not using it, just like PAL bill has a fund balance. The transportation fund has a fund balance. So every time that you do a budget and you're not going to expend every single penny that PAL bill gives us each year, that money goes into fund balance. And I believe the PAL bill money, there's a certain amount you're allowed to keep over a 10-year period, is it?
We'll never get to that.
No, so if you don't spend so much of it over a 10-year period, then you have to give it back. But, why would you not spend it on the roads? So, but yeah, anytime you want to see those numbers, just let me know, right?
Daily.
Yes, yeah, it's kind of exciting. Thank you.
Okay, well, hopefully we have provided you a bunch of information in the morning to build up to talking about some new projects and talking about some new potential opportunities, and then getting that direction from the board. So let's go ahead and do lunch, and then we will reconvene at 1 p.m. where we will have Davenport. They will go over our current financial condition and go over what our debt capacity is. And we'll be looking towards the future. So thank you, everybody, for anybody that's listening and watching by Zoom, and of course, everybody here. We are going to break for roughly an hour till 1 p.m. and we will see you back on then.
Jeff, if we want to leverage their leverage their time, or maybe possibly catch up. I mean, I see, they make these stations while we're having lunch. I don't have a problem with that. Anybody else?
Unless you want to take like a half an hour.
Do you want to do a half an hour, like just to eat and then?
Shorten
that-
it up or start. in-
Okay, I'm
I'm good
watching
either
this eat. Well, they were planning on being here for a good bit of the afternoon, but I'm always for catching up on time, so, okay, why don't we take a break till 12:30? And then we'll get back, that'll give us time just to eat, and then we'll catch back up then. So we will pick up again at 12:30 with our next presentation, so thank you, everybody. All right, good afternoon, everybody, and we're back. Yeah. I appreciate everybody taking a little bit shorter lunch to catch up just a little bit on time. So next we have Davenport Finance, our partners there will be showing you what our current financial condition is. That'll aid us in some of our afternoon decision making, and depending on when our next guest gets here, which should be pretty soon, we might go ahead and dive into the new project stuff and jump one other presentation to a little bit later, just so we have a good flow and allow our bond counsel representative Scott Leo to come and go as well. So I will go ahead and turn it over to Mitch from Davenport Finance to talk about our current financial condition. Thank you, Mitch.
Yep. Great. Well, Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for having me. A lot going on today. Well, I heard a lot of information already. I will not dive too deep into sort of the existing financial overview. I think Rosemary did a great job with that. Bottom line is y'all are in great shape. You set yourselves up very nicely for the future, planning for the future, whatever you choose to do. From a financial perspective, from a capital planning perspective, which is kind of where we're focused on the capital funding side. And you're set up very nicely to do that. You have options and you will have the ability to choose to fund or not to fund based upon what you want to do, not because you are constrained necessarily.
Great spot.
Yeah, very good, enviable spot for sure. I'll try to go quickly and get y'all caught up. I think there's a couple of key takeaways that I can tell you pretty quickly, but I will set up a few things along the way. So I'm going to skip over the conversation of fund balance, revenues, expenses, all that. Rosemary did that. I do want to just give you a quick update on your debt profile, right? Because you're going to be talking about CIP and capital projects this afternoon. And I think it's important, I'll just the takeaway is going to be you have debt capacity, you have debt affordability. The question is, do you want to use it to fund the projects on the CIP, right? So you're going to have that. And I want to set that up for you so you feel comfortable going into those conversations about CIP saying, yes, we do, and we can use debt for that, or we want to pay cash for that, or however you want to handle it. So on your existing debt, you do not have a current credit rating. So in the municipal world, and we talked about this last year, in the municipal world, three main rating agencies, Moody's, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch. You do not have a credit rating. You have not needed a credit rating. The only reason you would get a credit rating from one of these three national rating agencies and pay for that rating is if you were to issue municipal bonds in the public market. You all have not had the need to do that. We may talk about it as part of the town campus project. That will be an option for funding that we'll look at. And if you choose to go the route of selling municipal bonds, then we will need to go through the credit rating process.
Is that the same as general obligation bond?
I'm sorry?
Is general obligation bond the same as a municipal bond?
A general obligation bond is a type of municipal bond. So a general obligation bond is a municipal bond that is backed by the full faith and credit of the town. So basically, if you issue a general obligation bond, you have to raise taxes to pay for it, period.
Well, that's your collateral.
That's your collateral. Yes, ma'am.
But you would need a credit rating for that.
You would to sell municipal bonds in the public marketplace, you would have a credit rating. Yes, ma'am. For a general obligation bond and a few other different types of options.
Okay.
Let's just, maybe if we could sit on that for just a half a second and just talk about, we talked about this last year. We talked about preparing ourselves, getting ourselves in position to do this, and that would take obviously the credit rating. So remind us now the steps that we'd have to take to get to the jump off point with a credit rating.
Sure. So let's talk about it in terms of town campus, right? That's Jeff introduced it this morning. We're up to $17.7-ish million. You're going to have two options to fund that town campus, really. We can do what's called an installment purchase contract or an installment financing agreement through a direct bank loan process. And under that approach, you all would pledge the town campus facility as collateral, like a mortgage. And if we choose to go the direct bank loan route, we would put together an RFP. We've got a really good list of all the bidders, banks who are active, of different lenders who are active in this marketplace. We'd send out a request for proposal document, terms, conditions, get those back, summarize them, present them to you all. That approach will not require a credit. The other option is to sell what we would call limited obligation bonds, which would be same security as we would use for the direct bank loan, town campus. It would be a mortgage of town campus. But instead of going to a bank and taking a loan from a bank, we would sell these municipal bonds to different investors in the public marketplace. You all would be issuing securities, municipal securities. In order to do that, we would go through a credit rating process. And typically we would get that credit rating process started. In this case, we would probably want to get started about 90 days before we would sell. And that would be a process of us working with staff to put together a presentation to make to the rating analysts. We would want to have a call with them, in this case, probably about 45 days before our sale date, when we would sell our municipal bonds. And then we would set it up where we could choose whether or not we wanted to take any of those ratings when we went through the process. What we've talked about with staff is what I'd call maybe more of a dual track approach to this, where we can go out and solicit bank responses for you all early on in the process for town campus. And we can compare those to the public sale approach. We may not get bank interest rates that are going to be held firm until closing when we need to, if we start a little earlier in the process. But at least we know where banks are and what banks are interested, and we can make a determination about which direction you want to go. And if you determine to go the public sale route as part of that process, then I think we would get started with the rating agencies. But I don't think that's something we necessarily need to get ahead of and start talking to them now.
Especially just that one application. So, but what I'm looking for more is, what would be the process? We talked about a little bit last year. What would be the process to get to that rating?
Right. So to get the rating, we would reach out to the rating agencies. We would set up a call where staff and perhaps some of yourselves would participate in a conference call with the rating analysts. They would go through a process. All of them have their own different methodologies, but essentially they're going to look at 4 key categories. Economy, which is going to be 30% of the overall rating. Finances, which is going to be roughly 30% of the overall rating. Management, which is going to be about 20% of the overall rating score. And debt and liabilities, which will be about 20% of the overall score. They're going to go through a process where they're going to score you out under their very specific methodologies. And then they will adjust that for your story, your qualitative factors, if you will. Things like participation in a broad and diverse economy. You're part of the Charlotte metropolitan area, you probably get a qualitative adjustment for that. And so they'll go through that process and they will give us a rating as part of that. We will do that because you all are not currently rated. We can do that on a confidential basis and determine if we like that rating outcome. We can determine that, yes, we're good, we want to make that public, let's go forward, or not. That's a unique situation you're in to be able to do that because you don't currently have a rating. But that's generally the process. Does that
Oh, I'm just looking at your four bases that you start to use to equate that. It seems like from what we've known here and what we've planned, we're in good shape on all four.
Oh, you're in great shape. And I think, you are going to be,
Yes.
I don't want to.
I understand.
Yeah. But from what I know about you all and what I know about the process, I think you are going to be somewhere in this AA category, right?
And that was the expectation we were working towards last year.
Yeah. And I think the question is going to be, where in that category, AA minus, AA, or AA plus do you fall, right?
It's still very strong coming in to a rating.
Yeah, coming in with an initial rating of AA, wherever you are in that category, is very strong, very positive. And I think, there's a lot of upside for you all in the future, just based upon where you're located and the growth that you're going to see. So,
And are being very conservative during the first couple of years of this, put us in a great cash and asset position, which is going to contribute to that AA or better.
yeah, no, 100%. I mean, we've kind of started prepping for this over the years, right? And that's kind of where I was gonna lead into is the work that you all have done, particularly as part of the last budget, the work that you all did, the decisions that you all made, has really set you all up nicely. And I think you're going to see that here in just a minute.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's a good confirmation because we're working because we don't always get to check in where we are. But what I'm saying in the reporting that we see daily, monthly, whatever, obviously with our cash and asset position, we're very good.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And that carries through to your debt profile as well. I mean, you all at this point have just the one loan outstanding, right, on this facility. Part of what we talked about last year was the potential ability to refinance this loan for savings. We went through that, followed up on that. That refinancing closed, as you all know, back in May of 21. We went from what was a 265 interest rate, already a very good interest rate, down to a 138. So that cut your total interest payments almost in half. You saved about $115,000 left on what is, left of about $195,000 of total interest. So we did sort of check that box as a follow-up. We got that done. Your existing loan is going to be fully retired by 2029. So less than 10 years, all of your debt is paid off. And that's one of the key ratios that we look at. It's called the 10-year payout ratio. How much of your debt are you retiring over the first 10 years? You all are at 100%. You've adopted a policy, which was another one of the follow-ups that we talked about last year, adopting some policies. You've all adopted a policy for a minimum payout ratio of 50%, which is a very common policy. So you're at 100%, you're well above that policy, you're in good shape. For perspective, along the way, we do have these peer comparative ratios. We pulled this data directly from Moody's. Moody's Investor Service, one of the credit rating agencies. This is the same data that rating analysts are looking at. And what we're showing you is where you all score out on this 10-year payout ratio, you're at 100%. The light green bars are the national medians for AAA, AA, and single A rated cities and towns nationally. And then those same categories, AAA, AA, and single A cities and towns in North Carolina. And you can see back on page 4, you can see a list of kind of who all falls into those categories. So the bottom line here is you all are in very good shape compared to your peers on this payout ratio. Second key ratio we look at when evaluating your debt profile is debt to assessed value. So debt outstanding as a percentage of your overall tax base, right? You all are at 0.12%. You've adopted a policy here not to exceed 2.5%, maximum 2.5%, which is a very common policy level. well below that. You can see on the pure comparatives on the right-hand side, you're a fraction of these medians, both nationally and in North Carolina. You have very little debt outstanding. You have debt capacity. Under these policies, you have debt capacity. Same thing exists under the last key ratio, which you do have a financial policy on debt service to expenditures. You all are at about 4%, policy not to exceed 20%, and you stack up very favorable to your medians. Bottom line is you have debt capacity. It is reasonable for you all to be considering debt as a tool to fund town campus or other projects as part of the CIP process. The related conversation is debt affordability, right? I may be able to qualify for a mortgage to buy a $500,000 house. They get qualified to take that mortgage out, but do I have the cash flow to actually make my monthly mortgage payments? That's affordability, right? So you have capacity. The question is going to be, do you have affordability to fund debt within your capacity? And through the steps y'all took as part of the budget process, the answer is yes, we do have some affordability. You all at this point in time have come up with a plan to set aside certain dollars to be available to fund debt service in the fiscal year 22 budget, or to fund the capital reserve in that transfer that Rosemary discussed earlier. And so at this point in time, I won't walk through this whole thing, but the bottom line is you all have budgeted to pay debt service in the fiscal year 22 budget of about $1.5 million, just shy of about $1.5 million. That was planning for town campus, not knowing exactly when we would be able to issue the debt. So you planned for that. You've already built that into your budget. Transfer to the capital reserve, $180,000 that Rosemary referenced earlier. You were making that transfer every single year, building up that capital reserve. Those dollars are built into your budget already and available to be used. And then finally, in fiscal 22, you took some steps to fund some of the projects that you're working on a pay-as-you-go basis. Once you're done funding those projects, that money is freed up to fund other projects. So there's about $977,000 of one-time pay-as-you-go capital in the 22 budget, which will be available in future years to either go towards debt service or future pay-as-you-go capital projects. So you all, again, I just can't say enough, the planning that you all have done to set yourselves up to be in a position to fund a CIP is very impressive. And
Just a question.
yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So if I understand this middle section here, if we didn't need a pay-as-you-go and want to add that to debt service, we could have roughly 2.3 million a year going to debt service. Is that, am I reading?
Yeah, so basically, and that's where I was going. So what you've done at this point is on an annual basis, you have $2.65 million that would be available for pay-as-you-go or capital fund, pay-as-you-go capital or debt service funding on an annual basis. You already have some existing debt, right?
Correct.
So you got to back that
So
out.
you have to subtract that.
Yeah, that's about $500,000 a year, give or take, of existing debt service. So column N is that number that you're looking for, Ms. Simpson. It's about $2.1 million, $2.2 million over the next 7 or 8 years. And then it steps up after your existing debt goes up.
Correct, and that would count for the money that we would save in terms of the lease for our town hall.
That's not even factored in yet.
Correct, because that's like 120,000.
Right, we're gonna add that on. We're not gonna count on that yet, not until we fund town hall are we gonna count on that. You'll see that here in a moment, okay? All right, so those are the dollars, that's that affordability that I'm gonna talk about, okay? So looking at your current CIP, this is the draft that staff has prepared. They're going to walk you through the details here in a moment. But what I want to point out is you all have a couple different elements of your capital improvement plan. Some of those elements have dedicated funding sources that don't require the use of those affordability dollars that we just talked about. Things like the small transportation bill that has the motor vehicle registration fee dedicated to funding those projects. Things like the POW bill and TAP grant, those have one-time or specific dollars dedicated to funding those projects. So what we're going to be focused on is your capital reserve projects, your capital project fund projects, and kind of these ongoing larger projects that you've created capital projects funds for, downtown park and town campus. The rest of these projects here are all funded through other funding sources. So when we look at evaluating your CIP, it's these projects that are highlighted in green that we're going to be evaluating. But in total, your current 6-year CIP is about $33.2 million. Very healthy, and you've got the ability to fund. The only piece of debt right now funding that $33 million is the town campus project. We are assuming right now that it would be about an $18.5 million issuance. That is factoring in the design and FF&E work in addition to that total construction cost. So right now we're running about an $18.5 million project for town campus. And you can see, I mean, you're starting with very little debt. So when we issue this town campus, your debt service is going to increase significantly. But you've been planning for that. Remember, you've already got it budgeted for in fiscal year 2022. With the issuance of town campus, your debt ratios still stay very strong. Your 10-year payout ratio gets closer to that 50% mark, but it's going to start improving very quickly thereafter. Debt to assessed value, you stay below 0.75%. Again, you have a policy not to exceed 2.5%. 0.75% is very good. And debt service to expenditures, you do spike up in the very beginning to about 16%, but then it comes back down to 15% or lower immediately thereafter. So this is the one policy that maybe starts getting bumped up a little bit, but nothing overly concerning based upon this issuance. So you have the capacity to issue this town hall debt, revisit your cash flows. Again, I won't walk through all the details. I'm happy to do that offline. But the bottom line is we've layered in this column C, the debt service from the town campus, and column D, the pay-as-you-go funding that's in your CIP that Jeff will walk you through. And you still have a surplus every year. You've eaten into most of it, but you still have annual surpluses every year. You have more funding capacity than is currently on your CIP. In talking to Jeff, I know you all have other projects that are out there that may be worth considering. And one of the things that was identified is a potential GEO bond referendum to fund other projects to add on to this CIP, given the capacity that you all have. So what we did is, for perspective, we said, all right, let's take the surpluses in column N and the available reserve balance, and let's maximize that. Let's use all of that capacity to fund a GEO bond referendum. What would that equate to? Well, essentially, you all could do about a $15.3 million GEO bond referendum without the need for any additional revenues. Within your existing surpluses, you could fund about just over $15 million GEO bond referendum. And you can talk about if there's anything you want to use for that: streets, parks, sidewalks. There's any number of projects that you could consider there.
In addition to the town campus.
In addition to the town campus, in addition to the $33 million that's already on your CIP. And we're assuming this would be funded in fiscal years 23, 25, and 27. About $15 million, or excuse me, $5 million per issuance.
Okay, so it gets 3 times over that time span.
Over that time. It could be issued more, it could be issued less, and that'll change the numbers a little bit, but, you know, you all, again, this is just quantifying that good position that you all are in. You don't have to take advantage of all of this. You may decide you want more than this, in which case, you know, for the equivalent of every 1 penny on the tax rate, so revenue generated by 1 penny on the tax rate, whether that's a new penny, a repurposed penny, or some other revenue that equals 1 penny on the tax rate, that would give you about $4.5 million of additional debt capacity. So if you said, look, I like the 15.3, I really want closer to 20, you'd have to find approximately 1 penny worth of revenue. I will point out that under this issuance plan, you know, 5.1 million every other year, on top of the town campus, your debt service to expenditures does jump over your policy level for about 4 years. That's not necessarily a deal breaker from our perspective with the rating agencies. We've had that conversation with them. I think they're more concerned in that process that you all, as the board, are aware of that by making these decisions to fund these projects, we may slightly be over our policy, but we've got a plan in place and we've directed staff to get us below that policy level as soon as possible.
At those numbers.
Yeah, what they're more worried about is that you all are seeing it, aware of it, and planning for it, as opposed to being surprised. And ultimately, I'll show you that doesn't happen. You know, that doesn't happen until 25, 26, 27, 28. And it's really only 1 year where we spike over it dramatically. That may improve. We try to be conservative in our interest rates and our growth assumptions. Maybe you would never go over that level.
But in consideration of our revenue jumping and our cash position jumping, that would obviously change that.
That's right.
Right, because with things that haven't been on our tax roll that we haven't collected yet.
Yeah.
And it assumes the number of citizens is constant. So, I mean, that could grow as well.
Yeah, well, the big thing within that ratio is your debt service and your expenditures, right? So to the extent you have a higher population, you're providing more services, your expenditure budget grows, that improves that ratio. And we're assuming 1% growth in your expenditure budget. But if your assessed value continues to grow like it has, your population continues to grow, your expenditure budget's going to naturally have to grow to keep up with those services.
But if we also diversify our tax base and have more commercial development that doesn't need as much services, then that's going to be more favorable.
Absolutely.
And I think this may be a Rosemary question, but we still have some commercial projects that haven't even been put into our ad valorem yet, right? Like Prescott and things. We haven't seen any of that yet, have we?
The car wash, yes. Arby's, yes. Wendy's will be the new on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the certificate of occupancy this past fall, and so it was on the books as of January 1st.
Yeah. But if we are able to, like the Jiffy Lube that's coming in, or anything else that gets built.
Yeah, those will, and I think that Union County tax, I think if they come in mid-year, you get some kind of percentage on that. It goes fully in January 1st.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah, prorated, that's where I'm looking at. That's right. Plus, right now, we have the luxury of our improved housing market. So the value of the houses right now are doing well. So the housing stock, if we continue to backfill all of our entitled subdivisions that have been around for a while, right, that's continuing to strengthen things.
So I think the bottom line is, like I said up front, y'all are in a very good position. And when Jeff starts talking about projects, you have options to fund that. The $33.2 million that Jeff's going to show you already on the CIP is funded. You're good to go there. The question is going to be, are there other projects you want to consider adding to the CIP during this time horizon?
Correct.
I just want to make sure I'm clear. So when we did our CIP and we added all those 15 original items, or whatever it is, right? And we had a number of 33 million, whatever, we, based on the timeline and the years in the budget, that's all funded.
That is correct. That's all funded. We've been preparing for this for the last couple of years and working in concert with Davenport Finance. And we make sure we keep ourselves honest. We're like, Mitch, I mean, this is what we want to do. You know, can we do it? I'll say that again.
Maybe I should repeat my question.
Please do, yes.
So my question actually, this is exciting. So when we put together that original CIP list, I think it was last year, everything that's on that list is funded, not all at once, but naturally over the years. All those projects are funded.
Yes, that is correct.
Based on our budgeting and what we anticipated for each fiscal year moving forward.
Yes, and as you'll see, and I've seen in some of your agenda information, it does shift a little bit from year to year. Things do remain fluid. We have to do some reacting to certain things, which you'll see reflected in this. We had to rearrange some of the small transportation projects. We added Broad Street in because of the downtown Parkway, shifted a few things back. So yearly, there will be some change just based on what's coming along. And of course, this is our recommendation to the board, of course, at the beginning as we go through the budget process. As always, as we go through this, there are projects that you want to see moved up, if there's projects you want to see moved down, all around in between, whatever that is, you know, that's all part of this process. But yes, they are all funded over the next 5 years. So I mean, anything that is in future years, no, but over the next 5 years based on, and this is, as we talked about, where we currently stand financially, it doesn't account for, you know, where we're at when we get more revenue in, when we get more tax base. It just takes the analysis of the now, where we're at. And if we stay at that point where we are right now, 5 years from now, which we know we won't, but that's what you have to, that's what you have to account for. So we have not only the ability to fund our CIP, as we've said many times before, the town's first capital improvement plan. Been a municipality since 1889. We've grown up quite a bit. We just adopted our first CIP, and you've seen the status of where we are with those projects. You see the spring, there's going to be a lot of things, you know, a lot of dirt moving, things like that. These are things that quite honestly, quite frankly, we should have been doing a long time ago. That's just to say that very candidly, but that is the truth. And we are in a position now, as we talked about a little bit about the facilities that we operate in. Yes, we've grown fast. We have transitioned very quickly from a mom and pop operation to we are a significant town providing significant services, and we're setting ourselves up to provide the services to our growing population that we need to provide for decades to come with the adequate facilities to do it. We've put ourselves in position to do that. And that's just for town campus. We have some other ideas that we're going to go over here shortly to gauge the board's comfort level with that. We've heard about the financial troubles that the NCDOT has. We got on Mr. Matthews a little bit about not planning, things like that. We have that opportunity to seize the day, I guess you could say, and try to solve some things ourselves that we know that if we try to rely on other folks, it's not that they don't necessarily want to, but for whatever reason, whether it's financially or politically or whatever it is, we have to know, we have to understand that the only people that can guarantee something gets done is ourselves. So I just want you to keep that in mind as we are moving forward with what we talk about here shortly. Mitch, you have anything else?
No, I mean, that's it. I think, I'll say it again. Y'all are in great shape. You've done all the work on the front end for developing this plan, giving yourselves these dollars to be able to utilize. You can fund the plan you adopted last year, the 33.2 million, and have some additional affordability and capacity to be able to utilize. One of those things you could do is consider utilizing it for a GO bond. There's other options that you could do with it as well, annual pay-as-you-go capital, other projects, etc. But this is just one option that we wanted to quantify for you as you get into talking about additional capital needs.
Good stuff. Really good stuff. We've, you're right, we have taken the measures to put ourselves in this position. And certainly that's going to pay off someday. Good parts of this is we have capacity at both ends. We have capacity even beyond whatever our town campus costs are, because we're already paying rent somewhere else as we go right now. So that's a part of that. We also have some other real estate assets that the sale of those is going to put us in a much better position as well to do this.
Yeah, and this does factor in, that lease spring up once town campus opens up, but it doesn't, and it factors in a couple of the sales of property that have already occurred, but doesn't factor in any of the sale of future property.
Right, and the sales of the properties that have occurred, they're relatively small in comparison to what's left. And so that will significantly impact our bottom line.
That's right.
For the ones that haven't sold yet.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree, yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Can I move that? Because I was getting some comments on the mumbling.
So since we have a guest here that we'll introduce in a few minutes, we have a couple of slides to show ahead. We'll skip the vehicle discussion. We'll come back to that in a little bit. So we'll start us off. Downtown Park Phase 2. So right out of the gate, we can afford to move forward with this project right away, based on the analysis that we have heard and worked through with Mitch. So that's what we are proposing to do. So this is how we do that. This is how we pay cash for this without it even affecting the bottom line and tapping into anything. We know now that we're not going to borrow for town campus until July. we budgeted, which we had to budget for the entire, at the time, anticipated cost per town campus. Had to budget for that in this budget year. So we have not touched that. We can appropriate that money towards downtown park phase 2. We also know that we got the part of grant for $425,000. So that's 1.4 million. So the total estimated cost of phase 2 is $2.2 million. And I'll let Dina describe what phase 2 is, just to remind you in just a couple of minutes, but I just want to know that we can pay for this in cash. So how we get to the 2.2 is, of course, through the ARP appropriating what we are utilizing in salaries for public safety, emergency management, things like that are now being pulled out of ARP. That's about 800,000. That makes 2.2 million. So we make all those arrangements. You're able to pay for what the estimated cost is of downtown park without even affecting any future bottom line of anything. All of our cash reserves, everything else, fund balance, all that is not touched. So here's the timeline. It's working with Banesh. We can advertise and get it ready in late March, go to pre-bid meetings in April, bid opening, late April, award, early or late May, start construction in the summer, and then complete in the winter of 2023 based on the estimates. So with that, let me have Dina come up and remind you what phase 2 is.
So phase 2 is all of our vertical stuff. So phase 1, we're doing all the infrastructure. So that's all the groundwork, our utilities, all that good jazz. Phase 2 is all the things, all the pretty, the buildings, the playground, some of the walkways and bridges. We're going there too, but that's your benches, the swings, the pump track in the back. So again, the infrastructure we're doing now, but that is all that makes it look like a park. This was, this is the look and feel that we've been working towards for a while now to get, and this is your home community park. So again, that's your shelters, your restrooms, the playgrounds, all the cute amenities that makes it feel like a park. That is phase 2. Questions on that?
Don't go anywhere. You got another slide. So a few things had to fall in place, and they have. So I think we could be very comfortable in going ahead and getting phase 2 moving along. So that's your first proposed project in this upcoming proposed year's CIP. Number 2 is a much smaller, but much just as important project. Dina, tell them about this project.
All right, Town Creek is one of our pocket parks. Over time, so when I first got here, Town Creek was basically a parking lot, a porta potty, and a field. But we have made improvements over the years that the citizens are thoroughly enjoy. We have now our big shelter, our playground, still porta potties. We're going to work on that. But the lighting and the security to use this park more efficiently is what we need our next phase. So we're suggesting lighting in the parking lot and then some field lighting similar to what we have at Nesbitt, where we can light a whole soccer field with 2 sets of lights on one side. And then part of this land, of course, our lovely floodplain area, But the top end, we can work more diligently in. That's the reason why everything we have is over the top. But again, this is on our master plan. I've got a long list, so when y'all want to make some more projects, I'm just saying. And then, but this is on the master plan and the next development for Town Creek Park. Any questions on that?
All right, I think we are back to Mr. Hubert, who's going to tell us about a couple of more proposed CIP projects for this next cycle.
All right, good afternoon. And for those in Zoom that might have just joined, I'm Matt Hubert, Town Engineer and the Assistant Town Manager. We spoke earlier about progress on current funded projects. Now we're going to talk about future projects that are in the CIP program for next fiscal year. So the first one is the South Broad Street sidewalk. This has been moved ahead of the original Caldwell Street sidewalk and parking in order to tie into improvements we're going to need when we know traffic in this area is going to increase to get to the new downtown park. So it makes sense that we do that. I think that's in question. Basically, what we're proposing is we don't want the main entrance to be at Church Street. It's already kind of overdeveloped in terms of how much traffic goes through there without the park. And so what we would propose is to use Broad Street as the main vehicular entrance, get some signage out there and really promote that that's where, if you're driving in from that direction, you come in at Broad and try and keep the congestion in downtown to a minimum. As well, any pedestrians would then need some sidewalk facilities. And so this is basically to put curb and gutter on both sides, add a sidewalk to the east side, and connect to all the improvements that are going on Gibbon Street to get to the park specifically. It's going to come along with a lot of drainage improvements. This area of town was not master planned. It's all sheet flow and ditches. So we're going to have to make those improvements as well. A necessary requirement at some point anyway, and this is just a good reason to start here. And as far as large truck traffic, which we don't expect to need to have a lot of service to, we're going to propose to increase the turn radiuses at High Street because it's better suited because of what's on along 75 in terms of existing power poles and things like that. It's most feasible to spend the money in that location. And so we'll just have to coordinate when we know large trucks are coming to tell them to go down High Street. So again, the estimate right now is $350,000. The plans, I think the first set of plans have already come in and they look really good. So I think we're in line to go ahead and bid that out and dovetail the construction alongside the downtown park phases.
Will that be putting a sidewalk the entire length of Broad Street?
That block, yeah.
So from
75 down to Gibbons, right. So the next one, and this is one that's been programmed for some time, but has not been put in a project fund. We're expecting to spend funds on the right-of-way acquisition for Kensington Drive, improvements at 16. Again, this was a grant that was approved years ago and then was put on hold due to NCDOT's fiscal constraints. They've taken that off and we're able to move forward. And so now Rosemary is setting that fund up and we'll go ahead and anticipate making the first payment towards that to initiate the right-of-way and utility relocation. And there's power and some minor water line is the most of that. Again, what this will do is improve. One, it's going to add the right turn lane that's sorely needed at that location. So we'll free up a little bit of the congestion that's there. There will be another through lane added, and this will dovetail into the widening very, very well. And then there will be there'll be a turn lane as you're passing the Harris Teeter, the Curitan Shopping Center. So those turning movements will get out of the through movements. And then finally, at Connell's Point, which is one of the second entrances to Curitan, there's a high hill that blocks your sight distance. So we're cutting that down to improve the safety of the visibility at that intersection as well. And then finally, there will be sidewalk connected along the frontage of Curitan in that location between Sunset Hill and Connell's Point.
So this essentially takes everything west of 16 and improves it to about the first hill or turn on Kensington there.
Right.
Before it, just about mid our property, actually, our other property there.
Right. Yeah, and so, and even a little bit further, not in terms, you're not gonna get lane improvements beyond Sunset Hill, but you will get the sidewalk and you'll get that better visibility.
But you're gonna cut down beyond west of Sunset Hill.
Yeah, no, that hill is right in front of Connell's Point.
But you won't get the width, you'll get the,
You won't get it.
you'll get the line
Yeah,
of sight.
yeah, we're constrained between the topography there.
And left turn pockets, so you won't be frustrated when you're trying to turn left.
Yeah, the issues you have with traffic, there's no gaps in peak hour to try and get across into Harris Teeter and get back out. So that it'll have some good benefit in that regard. Basically, the parking that's provided along the side, we're just gonna take that up and make that language.
And that in the middle there, above where we have Kensington Drive, there will be some type of concrete island barrier.
It'll be whatever DOT wants to have, because basically they're gonna come in afterwards with the widening, and so we won't put in anything that will get ripped out. Access right here is not ideal, but there's one of the properties back behind the bank that would wanna have as many options to get in. Getting out is a different problem. We don't like this left, right? But what's gonna happen there is really gonna be up to DOT.
Is that left there, the left that takes you over by where Dunkin' Donuts is?
This is the first one. So here's CBS. And so
Where
Dunkin' Donuts is down there. So there's one here and then there's one on the other side. Yeah.
So that one, you won't be able to take a left at that one anymore. You have to go up and around.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You're it's not a good place to try it anyway.
No, I'm trying to, my mind, trying to understand where this location
Yeah,
is.
and that's the thing. I mean, right now, it's every person for themselves.
Right.
And if you've been around here long enough, you know that's not
Especially
very
if you're trying
trying
to come out, and people trying to make the left, you're trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, peak hour, it's a nightmare, and that's really where we'll see a little bit of an improvement here because of the right turn lane.
Right.
But we really won't see what ultimately will relieve this until the widening comes in and they change this to the Michigan left configuration.
Right.
And those parking spaces that are alongside of the shopping center and in front of the church, those will go away because that's part of our right of way. So we don't have to go very much wider.
Right. No, so the trees will have to get relocated, the lights there will have to be relocated out of the way, and then we can move those bump outs, get rid of those, and a little bit of drainage stuff, and then, just.
And it pinches back down to 2-lane at Sunset.
Yeah.
How long before the winding down across that bridge?
The bridge on Kensington, they won't get lined. It's too constrained with properties on either side to try and adding any additional laneage there. What we can do is we've looked at, we can probably increase the speed limit and just have advisory signs at the curves. At nighttime, add some lighting in the sags, and that will improve the ability to increase that speed limit. But there's not a whole lot of value in adding it to 4 lanes because you're really constrained on both sides and both the intersections. It's just not a good cost to benefit.
So this CIP is only for the right of way and utility road relocation?
Just the first phase. And so once, because again, you can't get to construction until you've got the right of way and utilities out there.
Right, so that's all that this part is.
That's for this fiscal year. And so the next fiscal year is when the big chunk will come due. And that's already been funded. There's no additional funds needed here. This is just kind of getting us back on track.
It's getting us prepared for the next step.
Sure.
It'll be hopefully moving dirt.
Right. So here's the big one to swallow. That's why there's no pretty pictures. These are all concept plans that we are contemplating to, when we talk about making a big splash in transportation improvements and the ability for GO bond funding. These are the kinds of projects that we feel are top of the list in terms of bang for the buck and things that are within our own ability to move forward. And so these costs here, these are talking about engaging our traffic consultant, Kinley Horn, to initiate the first analysis, a concept design and an opinion of construction costs that will help us make decisions in determining how we want to move these forward and when. So again, these can be funded in a variety of ways. One of them traditionally has been through CRTPO. Some of these projects are not eligible. Some of them, they're so backlogged in programming, we wouldn't want to wait as long as it took to bring them across. We're always kind of working with development to dovetail their projects and improvements into areas that we need improvement as well. So that's always going to be an option. And then finally, I think what really puts us in the driver's seat is if we're able to back these up with funds and not have to wait. But either way, having this information in hand will make it easier for us to be flexible as conditions change, and they change almost daily when we talk about what the state's doing and what developers want to do.
On some of these projects, at least the first four, I see some of those would be eligible for some type of reimbursement agreement back to the town as development happens on both sides of those improvements.
Right, right. And I think that's one tool in our toolbox that we'll lean on more often than not, is how do we leverage those partners to kind of help us help each other. And so will always be a key feature.
It's almost like interim financing for us. We'll go out and
Sure.
the money.
Yeah, whatever's
And then-
easiest for them to do and what's easiest for us to do. I mean, again, when we're talking with DOT, and it's usually always the DOT facility we're talking about, they don't deal with developers. They just, so the town would have to be the lead administrator and they would work with us, but they wouldn't work with the developer directly. So that
Remember
is,
that sticks out as the Waxall Parkway West, and that's just a very short segment.
It is.
That we have to take on with some type of acquisition of where the road ends currently, and at least to the Life property there. That then would be subject to another reimbursement agreement.
could be.
From that to the.
Right, and it's part of what's in their plans that we can ensure they put in place that's beneficial to the project and to the town, and then what is kind of a partnering we can do with payments in lieu and our own funds to bring these to fruition. All those kinds of improvements only help make any development worth more and
more viable and more opportunity for us to get reimbursed.
Absolutely. And so specifically, top of the list is Parkway West. It is not eligible for public funding because it's not on the federal aid list. And so that's the reason it's languishing where it is. In our master transportation plan, it's a tier 1 priority. And we've estimated just for a round number to create space in planning, about $5 million to bring that from concept to ribbon cutting. Next one is the Broome Street 2-way turn lane, just adding a center turn lane, basically from North Church Street down to where it already exists at McDonald toward North Main. Again, that's a tier 1 priority in the master transportation plan. That area does have ability for development, so it's very likely that a partner will come forward in the next couple of years, if not sooner, to be required to do some of this work. And if we're able to have the plan and already know the right of way, I would move toward trying to get right of way, because developers, they're not able to get it outright if they can't negotiate for it. Then that's where the TIA mitigations end. That's what happened with Ardmore. And so to get ahead of that and not wait for it to be an issue, I think it's valuable for us to move in that direction. Again, a ballpark for that is about $1.5 million.
So Matt, I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So like in Broom Street, so what you're saying is that for us to put up the money first to develop the plan, to put in the turn lanes, acquire the right of ways necessary for that, and then as some of the projects or the land down there gets sold or gets developed, then we have the plan shovel ready to say this is what we want to do, and we can get some mitigation from those developments through their TIA analysis or something like that.
Right. Absolutely, exactly like that.
So it's shovel ready, ready to go, and then as these developments come in and come online, then we work with them to help them offset that cost.
And if say it was to be a GeoBond funded option, then we have the ability to not wait. Because again, those improvements are needed now. The congestion there is only getting worse, and the frustrations are only increasing. And as we make these other improvements that make it more marketable to be downtown in general, we really need to be doing these kinds of things to make it safer and more livable downtown.
So if we take this all on and we make the initial investment, and then these projects do come in, we could have them, if we did it all financially and completed it, then we could get money in lieu of?
Yeah, that'll be a necessary piece of developer agreements, and things we'll have to work with Charlie on to be sure.
And we don't have to geofund, like that project is typically a small project in its scope, so.
Right.
We are, as we hear, we're in a good cash position right now to fund that one ourselves.
Yeah, and that might give us more flexibility
right
in the funding when we talk about partnerships.
But I just kind of wanted to understand.
Sure.
It's very reasonable to have a development come in, and then we determine what that mitigation would be, what that cost would be, when we collect that portion for that project back. And then the same for the next one that comes along, and then the same for the next one.
So when the TIAs are done, if it's already public funded, then it's not necessarily considered a mitigation. It's already included in the study as part of the fund. So that's where we would want to be thoughtful in how we are choosing when and how to fund these things. Understanding that we have an opportunity, and is it worth waiting or not?
But even if we had the plan, then the expectation would be if something wasn't developed, we didn't fund it all the way yet, that they would contribute to that.
Sure. Yeah, and again, there's a number of ways to come at that.
Right.
But this is just basically saying, we think it's valuable enough to spend 17 grand to get it out of the ground and have something on paper that when it comes up, we say, look,
But at
we've
least-
got
but
the
at least-
concept, we know how much it's gonna cost.
But at least we have a plan to show this is the goal, this is what we're going towards.
Right.
For this
And getting
particular
that right of
character,
way.
and as.
If
and
we
as
can
this
get that right
development
of
comes
way, then
online, right.
so much time in the project gets sped up, because you can go right to bidding. And if a developer ends up doing it,
right,
they don't have to, they can do the private financing, and then they don't have to go through the public procurement process. And
But
that's
we would have had a plan to say, this is what we want.
Right,
Yes.
yeah. So number 3 is Waxhaw, Marvin Road, and the Pine Oak Roundabout. So this intersection was part of the Waxhaw Marvin corridor study as a needs improvement. We know the angle is poor. And so at the very least, we would want to realign it and signalize it and have turn lanes. The potential for it to be a roundabout is even better than a signal in the long run. Of course, those are more expensive. That's why the price tag is higher if we're considering a roundabout. Here, it's called not DA feasible because of the timing. It would take too long to put it in place when we're thinking about we need a detour for the bridge closure, and that intersection is going to get more volume. We had other reasons with Prescott moving forward to want to speed this up, that one is been stalled again. So, you know, it's kind of these things as changes happen on the fly, we also need to be flexible. So whether or not we think it's DA feasible is another conversation maybe to circle back to. But again, if we want to know about a roundabout versus the signalized option, then moving forward with the concept and the cost estimate would be a necessary piece for our own decision making and potentially for a DA application as well. Number 4 is Kensington, the phase 2 in the map corridor study as well. We know more turn lanes in most of those quadrants are also going to be required. And so that, because of the timing, they're not necessarily needed immediately. That could be a good DA project. We're also wanting to add ped improvement sidewalk and some sort of crossing at that bridge because the bridge is just not wide enough to add any connectivity on the current structure. Being able to go under it with a greenway would be favorable as well in our long-term plan. This one was a tier 2 priority. So we're raising it maybe a little bit level over some other options, but the legwork for that is still valuable. And that one, because of the complexity of both the pedestrian improvements and the intersection improvements, it is a pretty steep conceptual design and estimating price tag. Again, all these funds here would be Power Bill eligible, so they wouldn't necessarily have to come out of general fund.
And that particular project, there is a relatively long project in its length that covers a lot of area.
It does. The sidewalk would, again, the roadway is really not proposed to add much more there. It still functions favorably. The level of service is controlled by the intersections.
But it goes probably to the intersection on Waxall, Marvin, Pine Oak, all the way up to town campus. Isn't that about the length of it?
So we're going to have to put in for the town campus, the turn lane and the ped stuff on our campus side. So on the other side, that would certainly be a consideration. That right turn lane is going to need, it's going to add
to it.
a lot.
And didn't we hear earlier that that bridge is under consideration from DOT as well?
In terms of
replacement?
Oh, yeah, no, that's the one that's.
So that won't necessarily, we'll say, cost us.
No, we've been working with them for some time. So one, they're going to raise it up so it doesn't flood anymore, which is appreciated. And then we're also working with them to get the multi-use path on the proper side and the sidewalk on the other with the greenway shelf so that you can get from Town Creek Park to the Prescott Thread Trail by going under and not crossing the road at grade at all.
So this basically takes from that bridge, if we want to kind of wash it a little bit, takes it from that bridge to the south to its end, which is close to Waxall, Marvin, Pine Oak.
Yeah, and so nothing's going in that direction toward Pine Oak. It's all just in the vicinity of the bridge and north.
And north?
And then back towards Harris Teeter.
And turning.
Yes.
Right.
So what exactly is 4?
4, okay. 4 is the intersection itself at Waxhaw Marvin Road and Kensington. So
Didn't we just redo all that? for
we
the
did,
lights
and that was just a phase 1, just to get us up to current level of service. They're projecting in future growth that we're going to need another level of turn lanes all around. And so this is just to get ahead of
This
that.
is just expanding what's currently there.
Right.
And we're going to take on as the town and our campus, some of that improvement comes along with that.
Some of it, mainly the multi-use path.
Right.
And then again, so the second half, because I think that the intersection itself is at 4 million right now, and that's the original corridor study number. So that would get reviewed again. And then the rest of it is in pedestrian improvements because there's just no ped stuff going on around there right now. And then number 5 is basically a follow-up to what Brett spoke on earlier, the Parkway East. They're doing an express design, which essentially does what we'd be doing in these other projects for us by updating alignment review and updating cost estimates. And so that's helpful, not only for its prioritization in STIP, but also for our own understanding, as we know that's a key connector that we've been waiting for a long time, and we're still no closer to after so much effort. So I think we wait for them to do that legwork before we really brought it forward and contemplated how we might best take it down. And then there are some other, if we pick these, there are some other more in-depth details in there for another $20,000 to round out all the concepts if we checked every box, so to speak. So the total ask would be $130,000 to move these concepts forward and then be in a position to then move them out of concept sooner than rather than later.
So, decision number one. Yes. $129,000 is the scope for these projects, as Matt has told you, as he's been working with Kinley Horn to start envisioning them as more than just lines on the page. Now, one other quick thing to add in your agenda packet, there was also a line item in the upcoming CIP that's just called transportation projects. I think the title is something like that, for $200,000. So what that does is that continues to build on this initial concept. You know, we can decide to continue to move forward in the engineering phases of this, continue to develop it, especially if we make some decisions that we're going to talk about here momentarily. We can always add in another project to that. So being prepared to, when people come in and get us in a position, whether it's a developer, we can say, well, here's where it's going to be, plan around it. Or if there is a grant opportunity that is out there and we have a certain level of planning and design work that's done that would make it more eligible, it puts us in that position. Or, of course, doing the legwork to be able to educate the public on a general obligation bond process so that you can show them. So we want to do a GO bond for $10, $15 million, transportation bond. We can show them, educate them. This is what we're spending that money that we're asking you to vote on to allow us to borrow. So
This is all early investment.
Yes.
On things that are to come, literally.
Yes, regardless of what the board decides with GO bonds or anything else, just take that off the table for a second. I think it behooves us and it's valuable to us to go ahead and start investing in these projects. And if there's another project that the board has high interest in, we can certainly look at that too and add that to the equation. But this starts to get us in position, instead of them being projects that are just lines on the page, never been prioritized in DOT, 20 years away from ever realistically ever getting done, unless we sink a significant amount of money into them to help get them done, either through some type of process they have or our own process. What we're requesting, and heard from Matt, we determined that it's eligible for Powell fund. So again, that doesn't really come out of the general fund bottom line. We have plenty of money saved up right now to start tackling this. We'd like to put this on a February agenda, probably the next agenda, if we can, to get board's authorization to spend this money to get started. And that puts us in the position, regardless, certainly be able to move forward in a GO bond. We have to do this, really, get started. Even if that's off the table, to have it, we're established, we can plan all around that regardless of.
And to be even more clear, this isn't the proverbial $1 million box kind of study. This is an investment in something that will eventually happen.
It takes a lot of time and money to design something though. It's only the very beginning. I don't want you to think that you could spend $129,000 and we've got like full civil plans for this stuff. It's gonna cost a lot of time.
It's a planning tool.
And money, but, so we get started with the investment here, we keep doing through our CIP, continue to build on that. Do go out for a GO bond, the rest of that money can be paid through that process as part of the project.
And you're out ahead of it.
Yes, we're out ahead of it. We're planning, vision.
And if we take that, that information will give us our right of way. And if that's a big time consuming and costly piece that then comes out of the formal project itself. And that's almost.
So we'll get to a final slide later where we'll tie it all together and get everybody's thoughts on this. But I know Matt's got a couple of slides, but Scott's been patiently waiting over there. So we're gonna go ahead and let him come on up, since this is a good segue into, because these are the ones that we are proposing to consider for GO bond. But Scott Leo has graciously given us some time today. We've been working with him, just kind of prepping, okay, you know, what's the process? What can we do? How can we do it? Mitch has told you about the financial capacity part of it. Scott's going to talk to you about the process. How do you actually go through the process of doing it? So come on up, Scott. I'll get you.
Jeff, I have one question. Quick. Is there going to be another time on the agenda where we talk about any additional projects that we may be interested in? Do we have that
Absolutely.
somewhere else on the agenda?
Yes.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Scott Leo. Just a brief introduction. I'm with Parker Poe, based in Charlotte. Municipal bond financing is what I do. Been doing it for a while. Work with a lot of folks all across the state. A lot of folks here in Union County, bond council for the county, work with Monroe, Union Trail. So a lot of folks around here. I was just going to do a broad overview of general obligation bonds, what the process is, sort of give you a big picture of what the road ahead might look like for you, no pun intended. If this is a tool that makes sense for you all and you're interested in using to pay for some of these projects. So just big picture, what is a GO bond? It's a debt obligation, a loan from buyers of bonds to fund projects. Sounds like you all have borrowed money before through installment financings. The second point is the big difference. So for a general obligation bond, when you issue that bond, you're pledging the full faith and credit, the taxing power of the town. And that's what triggers the requirement for you to to go to the voters via referendum and get voter approval to pledge their taxing power, that we will tax ourselves, whatever it takes to pay back these bonds at the end of the day before we do anything else. So installment financing, just as a contrast, the reason that doesn't have to go to the voters is that the way those financings are set up is technically it's an annual appropriation of the town. You appropriate money every year to pay that debt service, and you're technically allowed. The LGC wouldn't love it, the bond, the financing community wouldn't love it, but you're entitled to walk away from that obligation. You've secured it with the property, and the bank in that case can come and take that property. They can foreclose on that property, just like the mortgage on your home. For that general obligation bond to go through that process, get voter approval, the North Carolina statutes are very specific about when to hold an election, generally at a general election, or when there's an election within the municipality. That changed some years ago. You used to be able to do it on any date you selected, but that changed some years ago. And then very specific on the steps that you have to go through to get it on the ballot for folks to vote on it. The bond questions are arranged in broad categories. So what the statutes tell us is you have to ask voters by category to vote yay or nay. So for transportation related projects, streets and sidewalks, which sounds like really what you're talking about, that could be one question. Do you approve $5 million, $10 million, whatever that number is, for streets and sidewalk projects? And we'll get into a little bit. We can put a little bit more detail in the question, but basically it's the broad category. If you also wanted authorization for Parks and Recreation, for example, another common category, that would have to be asked in a separate question, a separate amount that you're asking voters to authorize for that particular purpose. So here's basically what I'm going to talk about. What's the process to get from where we are today to when you can issue bonds? What type of projects, how much, we undertake the process, you all inform the voters have their say, and then if they approve, then at that point, you're eligible to issue bonds and go through that process, which I'll talk about later. So for what and how much? And so that would be the process that you would, if you decide that this is the tool that you want to undertake, what I would ask you to do is, okay, well, tell me how much you want to issue, and for what do you want to issue it? And then what we would do together with your staff and you all is we would start the process and bring you what's called a bond order. And the bond order would say, okay, what we're going to ask the voters to approve is X amount of bonds for, this one happens to be a streets question. You can see it talks about streets, roads, intersections. This one's pretty long and cumbersome. You can see they're constructed in different ways. One for Parks and Recreation. There's one just for improving certain town streets. Another shorter one for Parks and Recreation. Same theme, some has a little more detail, some a little less detail. We can sort of work through that process, sort of once you decide generally how much and what for. And then what happens is, what we're doing is we're taking that bond order that you all are introducing, holding a public hearing on, adopting, and we're going to turn that into the ballot question. And what the ballot question is, this is the statutory form. Shall the order, the bond order that you all have approved, which says how much and what for, authorizing 5 million, 10 million, however much it is, of bonds plus interest for, and then we describe the purpose. We parrot what was in that bond order, and providing that additional taxes may be levied in an amount sufficient to pay back the principal and interest on the bonds be approved. That's the question that folks are going to go when they tick through their ballot. They're going to say yes or no. And am I willing to approve that bond order for that purpose and for that amount? And I agree that you can assess me the taxes necessary to pay that back.
If you choose to assess.
Right. And so that's a good point. I mean, so this says providing that additional taxes may be levied. The point is that taxes will be levied. That doesn't necessarily mean raise taxes, right? It could be but the taxes that you already assess will be levied, to pay back those bonds. That's the point. Yeah. But it doesn't necessarily mean raise the tax rate, but taxes will be levied.
So can I expound on that?
Yeah,
point too, and Mitch too, if need be. So as Mitch showed us, we've got additional capacity after borrowing for town campus of roughly $15 million. So technically that means that we could put a bond, a geo bond on there for whatever amount we decide, and you're not, as long if you stay within that dollar range, you're not asking for additional pennies on the tax rate. Now, of course, if you want to do more, then I guess you would. Is that my understanding of that correctly?
Yes, but there's a couple of distinctions, and this is what Scott was saying. For a general obligation bond, if approved and if issued, right? So you all, the voters approve the GO bonds, and you say, all right, we're ready to go. Mitch, Scott, staff, go out and let's issue our GO bonds. So we go out and we go through that process, and you issue your GO bonds. Those holders of your GO bonds, people who bought those bonds, are entitled to the principal and interest. And the voters who approved you to issue those GO bonds are approving that you will set and you can levy taxes to whatever degree are necessary to pay back the principal and interest on those bonds. So through our planning process, we are saying, based upon your current plan and those dollars available, you have the money to go out and issue GO bonds for $15 million without needing to raise taxes or come up with new revenue. That's one thing. But if you go out and you issue those GO bonds and something happens, a meteor comes to Waxhaw and you have no tax base anymore or very little tax base, you're getting no sales tax revenue, whatever. You would have to raise taxes or cut the budget or do something to pay back those GO bonds. You don't, that is finite. You are promising that you are going to set the levy at whatever it needs to. And I think, Scott, there is technically a statutory cap on the tax rate, but that does not apply to GO bonds.
Absolutely right.
So
And what we're.
if your tax rate had to be $20 to pay back GO bonds, it would have to be.
Right, but we can issue those bonds even with that clause, which is a protection clause for the bondholder, but we can issue those without having to raise.
That's right.
tax.
That's right. Based on the current plan,
That's
you
a
do
plan.
not have to do it to
Right.
repay it.
Right.
But you are agreeing that you will if
Right.
you ever had to.
Right, if there's other
The voters
shortfalls
are.
or whatever.
The voters, yes, ma'am, that's right.
Exactly, and that's,
Yeah.
that's, I think we're all saying the same thing, just to be clear,
Yes.
that at this point, using the numbers that we have, if we went over the 15 million, we would probably have to, raise the rate. If we stay under that in today's formula, we can operate and technically not have to raise the rate.
Yes, sir, 100%. And I just wanted to be sure because there's a distinction between the question
Right.
and the cash flow.
It's just a protection device for them. It gives them the opportunity or the ability to receive those monies back.
Yeah, right. I mean, think about it. And really what's happening is, I don't know what your tax rate is now, but basically, if it takes 2 pennies to pay back the bonds, basically you're going to use the first 2 pennies to pay back the bonds, right? And the rest of your tax rate to do everything else that you all do, right? And in theory, that's really what's happening here.
They have priority.
Because they have priority, you have to tax yourself, whatever it takes to pay that back. That's what the voters are approving.
One other thing to keep in mind that we heard this morning from Nina at the Waxall Library, they issued that bond in 2016. And they had full expectation of doing a 35,000 square foot facility. And issued
They're
the
still
bond
working
just
on it.
this, a year and a half ago, and now got to this point, and they had to reduce that facility because of the escalating cost. So it's also something to keep in mind.
Yeah, to be fair, the flip side is also true in the sense of you may, if you want to go in our hypothetical, if you wanted to go up to the voters for $20 million bonds, you might have to tell them, yeah, we think at this point it may require an extra penny on the tax rate, but you may not issue those bonds for 2 or 3 years or whenever those projects are ready. And if your tax base grows, it may in fact not be necessary to actually raise the tax rate because you can, at that point, you can afford it.
It's not finite. It's
Yeah,
not
exactly. And it's, I mean, as Mitch was talking about before, it's fluid, right? And things change over time, one way or the other.
So I have a question. So if you put this to the ballot or to the voters and they approve it, when do you get the money? Like, can they approve it like this year, then you go after the money in a couple of years to get the bonds?
Yeah, so you have 7 years to issue the bonds. And one of the things we'll talk about sort of when we get to the informed voters, and as we were talking about before, particularly with transportation projects, they're very, priorities change, right? So you don't want to go to the voters and say, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. What you're going to go to voters and say, here's the wide swath of priorities that are on our list now. Things change. This might come in, this might go out, but we want the capacity to do that $10 million, in order to get these priorities and other priorities that spring up done over the course of, and that makes sense. I mean, if you have 7 years to issue the bonds, things change over time. And oftentimes, particularly with transportation, there's a lot of stuff,
So if you put this to the voters in the fall, you would have up to 7 years before you'd actually go and get the money.
And as
that
Mitch was
right?
talking about before, I'm sure that's what he's going to jump in. You don't have to issue it all at once, right? Oftentimes what happens is you sort of issue it over time in tranches. You don't-
I think in your analysis, you
Yeah.
had like 5 million
Exactly.
over
Right.
so many years.
Over 3
every
years,
other
right?
year.
So, and I was told I have to come up to the microphone. Sorry. You have, like Scott said, you have 7 years to issue it. And so in our analysis, we assumed that, if you were to vote it this fall, November of 2022, voters approve it, then that same fiscal year, you issue the first 5 million in fiscal year 23, and then 2 years later in 25, and then 2 years later in 27, you do another 5 million.
Or could you just do it?
You could
up
do
to
it
7
all at
years
once.
15,
You could do it all at once.
as long as it's dispersed
Or you
within the 7 years.
You got it. And so, and Scott made a point that I know Jeff and I have had conversations about, and I think it's important to consider. If you're going through the process of a geo bond referendum, in our analysis right now, we're saying, look, the capacity is roughly $15 million without needing to come up with any additional dollars. You could put that on the ballot and say, we're good at 15 million. We don't anticipate raising taxes. If you're going to go through the process though, and you actually think you're going to need more than 15 million, maybe worth considering doing that now and including it. Like Scott was saying, you may have to say, if we choose to issue the full 20 million, we may need another penny or another 2 pennies. But depending upon how things evolve, you may not have to do that. And so that's always the challenge. Is it's always nice to be able to say, yeah, 15 million, we can do it, no tax increase, period. But that's all you're authorized for. There's no, if costs go up in the future, or 2 years from now, we're sitting here on January 28th again. I looked last year, it was January 27th. You guys are very, very consistent. We're sitting here on January 27th or January 28th, 2 years from now, and your tax bases continue to grow. And now my analysis shows you could do another $10 million without needing a tax increase, but you've already voted the 15. You'd have to go back through the process again if you wanted to do GO.
Or kick in the cash.
Or kick in the cash or do some other type of financing. So that's going to be a decision for you all along the way, is what dollar amount do we want to set? And just because you say we may have to do 1 or 2 or 3 pennies to support this, doesn't mean you end up having to do it.
So here's another question. If you want to authorize bonds, let's say at 20 million, do you have to use all 20 million, or can you use like a half of it and then?
I was just gonna make that point. That's right. So the voters are authorized to issue it. This board decides whether to issue it.
Or any increment of it.
Or any increment of it. That's right. And so what would happen is, if 20 million gets authorized and you only issue $15 million within the 7 years, the $5 million, the rest of it just lapses.
It's almost like a line of credit. Well, I'm just trying to put it
in a sense,
simple terms. So it's almost like a line of credit in a sense.
Right.
But your collateral is your tax rate.
Exactly.
That's actually a good segue to a question I actually had for Mitch, is that, so you could think of that, you keep saying capacity. We have this 15 million over and above the town campus for capacity to service that 15 million. Okay, you can think of that in the context of Ann said of a credit line. Now, on a personal level, you should always stay within 20 or 30% of your credit line. Now, what I think I hear is we're just saying, no, let's go 100%. Is that fiscally responsible for a municipality, or is that normal for a municipality?
Yeah. So couple things. We talked even before I got up about the capacity. You talked about your general fund balance. You have a fund balance policy to maintain at least 30% of unassigned fund balance. That is your rainy day fund, right? That is your emergency opportunity. Something happens, you can tap into those dollars. You've set that. You're over and above that
by 30%.
By 30%, and we're not even including that 30% in our analysis, that over and above by 30% in our analysis. So, but to your point, yes, it is normal for, as part of a geo bond referendum, to maximize the dollars that are dedicated to capital. These aren't all the dollars within your budget. These aren't all of the excess dollars, like the 30% of unassigned. What we're trying to do in our analysis is maximize the dollars that you have set aside for CIP, right? And so you maximize them as part of the planning process. We're gonna come back to you every year, and we're working with staff and updating the analysis every year. working with staff throughout the year, but you're seeing at least once a year. And, you know, the way things have evolved, hopefully we're always coming back and saying things went better and you have a little more capacity, right? But if something were to happen and things go the other way, then you might revisit your plan. And you don't necessarily have to issue all 15 million of the GO bonds. You can, or you could choose to back off on some of your pay-as-you-go capital. Or you could say, yeah, these revenues didn't materialize, or our interest rates came in higher on this side of things, but our general fund is doing great, and we can dedicate another $50,000, $100,000 a year for capital and make up that gap without impacting our overall budget. You'll have plenty of options at that point in time. So as part of the planning process, most people will try to maximize those revenues, not leave 30% cushion, understanding that it's a planning process that is revisited every year and will and can be adjusted every year to accommodate anything that happens.
And would be revisited also as part of the issuance process. You know, the local government commission is involved in the issuance process with you, and they'll, you know, both on the application during this process for the authorization, but also if and when you go to issue the bonds, they'll be asking a lot of questions about whether or not the project's ready to go, and be looking at the financial side of it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so just a snapshot, and this is in the weeds, but how do we undertake the process? Like I said, the statutes are very specific. You hire someone like me to sort of help bring you all the material that you need to vote on during the sequence. It takes three meetings to sort of tick through all of the various actions. You make certain findings about the application of the local government commission. I talked a little bit about introducing the bond order. There's a public hearing on that. You adopt the bond order. We set the bond referendum. There'll be several notices to file in the paper. Of course, you'll do it on your website or however you would normally do it in addition, but those have to go into the paper by statute. And from a timing perspective, just so you have a feel for that, is generally we have to start a formal process at around June. Really what we do is once you say, yes, God, we're interested in a bond referendum, we would call the Union County Board of Elections and basically say, hey, when do you need the language? What's your deadline for the language for the November election, assuming we're talking about the November election? And they usually say, oh, we need it usually the first, second week in August-ish to start getting their ballot set up. And so then we sort of back up from there, to get you through the process so that we can deliver the final actions and that language to them by that deadline. Okay, so now you've gone through the process, and the next thing to do would be inform the voters. You've talked a little bit about that. This is, the formal actions, sort of our big picture actions about, streets and sidewalks, and this is really where you undertake, okay, this is what we have in mind. This is why we're asking for the amount that we're asking. These are the project priorities, parts of town we're looking at, that sort of thing. The question I get most often is what are the rules about what we the town can and can't do? And I've actually put the statute up there. It's a very simple statute. Basically, you can't spend your own money to oppose or endorse the referendum. That makes sense, right? There are a lot of nuances there, but you can put out information to inform the voters. What are the projects, priorities? What impact does that have on the tax rate and the town's finances? That sort of stuff. That makes sense also, but you can't put out information that says this is great stuff, go vote for the bonds, or this is crazy, don't vote for it, right? I mean, but you can't spend the town money to do that. A lot of nuances about, I get questions about what can we as a board do. What I always tell you is don't, you're gonna take votes, you're gonna explain to people during your board meetings why you're voting for it. That all makes sense. And answering questions, I would stay away from making the stump speeches at public meetings that are that are broadcast, either on the web or by television, on your own time. Of course, you can go do what you need to do, but you shouldn't be taking any information with you that the town has produced that sort of advocates one way or the other, that sort of stuff. If that makes sense. Okay,
But in terms of the, I'm gonna shout so the microphone can hear you. In terms of informing the voters, dedicated websites on the town page, mail outs, providing information on, capacity to do 15 million without needing to raise taxes, those type of things, or
yes, those things are normal. As you get into the process, you'll find a ton of information out there that other towns have done, about what they've done to inform their voters. I was cautioned just to read those things with a critical eye, to make sure that no one can sort of perceive it as, advocating one way or the other, that it's just the facts.
So it makes sense at face value, but I'm also thinking, has there ever been a municipality that did this and wanted it to fail though? So if you have a municipality that is wanting to issue GO bonds, I would think, 100 out of 100 you'd be advocating for.
Well, I'll tell you the one, so yes, I'll tell you the one place where that comes up from time to time is when the school situation and the school board is adamant about putting a referendum on the ballot and the commissioners agree to do that, but may not be necessarily in favor of it themselves. That's the circumstance that I've seen that creates that tension. Obviously not an issue here,
but there are other organizations, whether they're Chamber of Commerce, or business associations, or any civic organizations, they have the green light to advocate or oppose or
absolutely right. Yeah, and you often see chamber groups, for example, going out on their own without town, participation, and raise a little bit of money to put yard signs up and send folks out to groups to say, to advocate for it or whatever. You often see that.
And if a group wanted to call the town and say, hey, we'd like for the town manager to come talk about the bond referendum that would be coming up, then I can go do that. I can't say vote yes, vote no, but I can say, these are the projects that we're doing. And this is our capacity to do that.
Makes perfect sense.
You make your own decision.
Makes perfect sense to go out to the Rotary group, the Kiwanis, you name it, to go out and tell them, this is what the town is proposing. Voters have their say. They vote up or down each question. There's another little process after the vote, certifying that vote, more things to publish in the newspaper.
I think a point to hold on there for just a half a second is on election day. So you need a simple majority.
Majority of those voting.
Right.
And if you do it on the even year, you're getting a whole lot more voters.
Right. Good and bad.
And then we've really talked about this, the issuing of the bonds that comes later once the projects are sort of ready to go. They've authorized for the purpose. You have to respect the four corners of what the voters authorize. You can only use the funds for those authorized purposes. Authorized for 7 years. There is a process to extend it. That's LGC involvement, bond ratings, all to come later. That's all I got. Any questions?
I think we covered it. Probably most. Any questions across the board? Good information.
Hey, Jeff, can I just?
He loves that mic.
Yeah. No, I do not like it, but before Scott leaves, I think something that you and I talked about that I was going to mention during my presentation that I failed to do was reimbursement resolutions.
Yes.
And this is why he's the legal mind, not me, but essentially, you all are doing a lot of projects right now. And we're only planning to issue debt for town campus. But things may evolve in the future, and you may decide that whether it's GO bonds or some other installment financing, there's a need to include another piece of debt as part of your capital funding plan. In order to issue that debt on a tax exempt basis, you cannot have spent, this is where I need Scott to start walking towards the microphone, spent hard costs prior to issuing the debt in order to issue it on a tax exempt basis unless you have a reimbursement resolution. And so one of the things you may consider is part of adopting a CIP, approving moving forward with projects, is including reimbursement resolution language as part of approvals of funding projects, just to give yourselves flexibility to be able to issue tax exempt debt in the future if there's ever a need to. So I don't know, you want to?
You know, it just preserves your options. So things like, for example, the acquisition of right of way, you know, if you wanted to go back and reimburse yourself from GO bonds that eventually get approved by the voters and issued, we would have to put this declaration of intent to reimburse yourself on your records in order to be able to go back. You can actually go back 60 days prior to any expenditures, 60 days prior to that resolution, and say, and go capture that. The reason why that's important is particularly like when you, again, if we're authorized and we're going to issue, and you go to the local government commission and say, hey, we're ready to issue bonds. And oh, by the way, we've already spent $1 million in right-of-way acquisition that we have this good reimbursement resolution for, and we can reimburse ourselves for, then you can include those costs. And then when you issue the bonds, you can take that $1 million back into the general fund and, you know, use them for other projects or whatever. It's just it's a nice tool. So as soon as you have an expectation that you're thinking about issuing debt for these projects, we can go ahead and put that on the books, and it preserves the option. Doesn't commit you to issuing the bonds, and if it fails at referendum, it's just becomes sort of moot.
It's restricted then to direct hard costs rather than any soft costs.
No, well, actually, soft costs you just don't need a risk, or you don't need that declaration of intent for it. So you can actually reimburse yourself for engineering costs, design,
Okay.
without this declaration of intent. It's sort of a it's a federal tax code sort of.
So it is just directly for the hard costs.
Exactly, right. One thing I was going to mention, now we're talking about it, is, you know, transportation sets up well for GO bonds. You know, you all have done installment financings where you use the project as collateral. Well, you just don't have collateral, you know, for street projects, and that's why particularly these types of projects really are right for GO bonds and for that type of financing, because it's because of the flexibility.
So I sorry for jumping in. I know y'all have a lot on your plate. I just thought that might be important to mention and to think about, even for things like downtown park phase 1 and phase 2. As you're doing those projects with cash, if you do a reimbursement resolution, like we had originally planned to fund phase 2 with debt, now we're paying for it with cash. But if another project pops up down the line that is a road project that you want to do with debt, but we don't have any collateral, we could reimburse ourselves for the park and free up that money to fund that street project. So
there's a time
They're
limit.
borrowing against an asset.
yeah, so it keeps your flexibility. So if staff brings that before you, I just wanted you to have a little bit of background.
It's good info.
Okay, that is a whole lot to soak in. I know. But before we go any further, I want to say how proud we all should be right now for where we are, what we've been able to do over the last couple of years to be able to get ourselves in the position that we're in. Now, maybe I'm just speaking for myself. I hope not, but I'm very proud of what we've been able to do. Hard work of our staff, hard work of the board. We've come in 2 years. Just think about this, where we had to worry about spending minor dollars on things, being very mindful of, to being able to put ourselves in a position to make some big decisions. And we've seen how much benefit we've gotten just from adopting this first CIP plan. And we're just getting started. Positivity, it's just been awesome. So, as we heard earlier today, DOT is billions. What do you say, 12 billion? Over program. These projects that Matt brought up on the screen, we'll go back there. None of those have even started any prioritization process. And what did Brett say? 10 to 20 years? Is it possible we could get lucky? Maybe. Probably not. For big dollar projects like this, I mean, even, for example, you bring in a 100-acre piece of property. Big projects like this, a TIA probably isn't going to force that whole thing to happen. They probably just have to pay into whatever their mitigation of that is. So, we obviously can't widen NC 16. It's a $115 million project. That's beyond our abilities to do. But projects in the $4 million, $5 million, $7 million, stuff like that, we have the ability to knock these projects out. As Matt told you, we have the ability to get back. Now, you don't do this with the expectation of getting all that money back. I don't want you to expect that to happen because it won't. But developer here, developer there, portion of that mitigation, we can get some of that back through development agreements, and any little bit hits the bottom line. But it's trying to find solutions for these issues instead of waiting for somebody to come help us that probably can't, most certainly won't in most cases, just because they can't right now. NCDOT gas tax hasn't been raised since the 1990s. That's just as much a reason that they're in this position as growth, if not more. So it's planning. We talked about what's in the best interest of the town. If they can't do this, and they can't do it in 10 to 20 years, we have a way. So the question is, one, are you comfortable doing this? And number two is to what extent you are comfortable doing this. So that's a multifaceted question and a lot of things to soak in. And now, these are our thoughts too. You might have other thoughts that maybe there's a project that's important to you that you'd like to throw on the table. And this is the time that we can consider that now, because we can incorporate that in to that, could add to the 129, but that's okay. Or you can take away one of those and put in something else. We want to get feedback from you as to what you feel like is important to you if we do go forward with this. But I guess number one is the comfort level. So I know as far as board decision-making, it's the formal part of it would start in June, but realistically, we would need to start getting direction on moving forward with these things so we can prepare for that time that it actually gets to where the board has to make their decision officially. But we have to get that direction well in advance to be able to prepare for that moment when it comes. Time goes awfully fast now, so it's amazing how fast June will get here. So maybe this is a good time to let this soak in for a few minutes and take a quick break. Say a 10-minute break. We'll come back for some Q&A, additional if there is any of it. And we'll keep moving along.
Good idea. The presentation, guys. Thank you for that as well.
Okay. Let me get this action back straight. Okay, let's continue this conversation. So those are the projects that we had worked through. We thought we could get the best bang for the buck. One thing we will need to do is go ahead and have Kimley Horn get started. And we got to know what these projects actually are going to cost. Those are just ballparks. We could find out one could be double that price. We could find out one could be less than that price. So we won't know what those final numbers are until this spring if we move forward in this fashion. So, and this is just a start. So there's also a big list of other opportunities, and there might be some in your head too that are important to you that we could explore and that we could prioritize over any of these. That doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3, so on. So that's certainly part of a discussion right now. But of course, you know, at the top of the list is the comfort level of all this. So reading the room, I guess you could say, and a little bit of small talk about it. I think it could be good to consider, at least as a starting point, doing something within our means. Mitch has told us 15. So that would be one option. The other option would be, okay, we know right now what these projects might cost. We know we issue the bonds, especially if they're some years later, what that project might cost then. We want to have give ourselves any other flexibility without having to go out and do another bond process, I guess you could say. So those are really, at some point down the road, those are the two options I think that we really have. Yes, Sam?
So I'll be more than happy to just give you my thoughts. I guess I'll start the follow up. And so after listening to anything, I definitely support using the $130,000 to explore that to get some preliminary plans together so that we have something which will help also to help leverage if projects come into town that we actually have a plan that we can show this is what we're planning on doing. I also would support exploring the bonds because I hear so many of our citizens through like public input, or through conversations, or through surveys, how infrastructure needs to be improved. I think that's like one of their #1 priorities. And I think that if we wait for NCDOT, which we heard this morning, to be 10, 15, 20 years, and they're over-programmed and there's no money, that we kind of have to take on these things ourselves to help our own citizens and to help meet that need and to really to fulfill that. And so I think I also heard when Mitch said that we can, without increasing any sort of tax rate, go for a bond of $15 million. And I think that that would be the best way to move that way if a project or something comes in over, or we get a better number after we do this design concept and cost estimation, that we won't end up like the library just did. They had to scale back their project because they didn't have enough funds or costs went up. So I think by going through this and getting a little bit better idea of what the costs would be, and then having that flexibility of not having to take the entire amount, but I wouldn't want us to go for bond and then find out it wasn't enough. I'd rather have enough money and not use it all and save it and have a cushion, and then to have to scale back on one of these infrastructure improvements. That's just my thoughts.
Okay, one of the things that we need to do first, as Tracy said earlier, there might be some projects, as you said, might be some projects that aren't on this list.
Right.
And we need to hear those and start to prioritize, from there. In concept, yeah, the issues, at least from the standpoint of road improvements, we're probably not going to get much help in the near term or even sometimes in the far term because of the situation that DOT is in. So what is it that will best serve our town internally? We can't fix 16, you're right. Maybe there's, because of a project, we might get a little help on 16. But as far as DOT's major improvement, probably not likely. And even now it's 26, 27, 28. That's an if. And
Subject to change.
Subject to change. We saw that. And so I would want to hear if there's more input as to maybe some projects, then let's go from there. Myself, I wouldn't necessarily be afraid of taking on these challenges. Number one, to start them so we know where we are. And we can afford to start them. In the scope of things, we can afford to take a good look at it and be best prepared to make a decision rather than not. I'd rather be in that position. And again, the good part is we can afford to do so. So we should. So maybe if I can lay it over to Tracy right now, what were you thinking about a project?
No surprise, I'm sure, a massive sidewalk project. Most of our side streets that are still, state roads, DOT's never going to come put sidewalks in these streets. And I think that's something that we're just going to have to take on ourselves. And, sidewalks are part of an overall transportation plan to get people walking, bike riding to downtown, to the trails, the greenways. So we need connectivity within our sidewalk structure rather than, as much as we do the streets to get the traffic off the roads, as much as we can. And so I don't see how we're ever going to get assistance from anywhere else on that.
Yeah, and that's a good point. That really dovetails with getting the update to the pet plan. That's going to really put everything right in front of us, and hopefully the timing will be favorable to include that consideration in the bond. That's going to open up the broader conversation of what's available and really start to get us thinking, because at the end of that document, I've seen the draft and it's like, okay, here's all the things that can be done and how much they cost, and there's no funding source whatsoever. Just concepts and how you do it. And then Geo Bond is clearly one of them. And so it would be, based on your direction, what percentage of funds would you want that currently we're thinking in a transportation vehicular side of things? Where would you want to balance that out with having an annual amount that goes to really knocking some of those things off the sidewalk list and the trail list and those things? Absolutely.
When you talk massive plan, and I know what that means, all through the town, do we have any ideas on specific streets, corridors? Would we be thinking the major corridors rather than the interior streets? And I'm asking the question.
Well, I was just thinking, okay, so I happen to live off Pine Oak and people walk Pine Oak, but I think about how, Waxall Marvin now, we're doing sidewalks there. But how do the people on Pine Oak get to Waxall Marvin? How do they get to Providence when they finally do put the sidewalks in there? These side streets have to be able to get to the main sidewalks that get to downtown. And so it's those kind of, even we talked about Cuthbertson, that needs sidewalks, but those major side streets off of the main arteries.
Right. Yeah. And I think to Matt's point there, we have to decide what percentage, how much we want to allocate to that any given year or in total. rather than any other street improvements? Do we, let's say if we're using the number 15, we want to put the whole 15 to sidewalks, or do we need to do something?
I have no idea how much it costs it would be to do it.
Right, and
Well,
that's really why I
identify
think
it,
when we
right.
have that plan in front of us, it's gonna really start to get the juices flowing, so to speak,
Right.
to say, okay, one, where are our destinations? Where are facilities that we know are already developed and aren't gonna get sidewalk by the zoning? And where are they corridors that DOT is not gonna get to? Pine Oak is a good one. They're not gonna get to that. They're not gonna do anything to that road, period. And so if that gets them out to Waxhaw Marvin and that gets us to 16, 16's program theoretically in our lifetime, we should see the connectivity we so badly need there. But it would be a waste of money for us to put the resources to do sidewalk on 16.
Right.
So where can we get it so that it's there and ready when that does come in?
We
I
can
mean-
certainly do regular budgetary dollars to that, but we also can seek GO bond approval for that. You don't necessarily on a GO bond referendum, you don't have to say sidewalk on Pine Oak, sidewalk on Waxhaw Marvin, but you could say for sidewalks. And that does give us the flexibility as we finish up this plan to determine what those priorities are. And then you would have the monetary ability to fund some of that plan through whatever amount that we would go for or allocate for that particular portion of it. So say, you know, the head plan, say it prioritizes Pine Oak Road as one example. Waxall Marvin Road, maybe fill in that gap on the west side from where we don't have in front of Millbridge or Kensington, or maybe all three. Say that's project 1, 2, 3. Then we can, part of the GO bond process, we can allocate to completing those 3 sidewalk projects or any other sidewalk projects.
Well,
that are most
I think the
important to
first step though is to identify like where the need is for those, which goes back to probably the PED plan.
Yes.
But I think things maybe around schools like Kensington Elementary. I mean, it'd be good for if kids wanted to walk to school. There is no sidewalks or system for them to be able to walk to school, or even over by where we are over on Cuthbertson. If kids or people want to walk
challenge
back
there
and
will
forth.
be not all of it's in the town limits. So that's.
Well, I
the
know
challenge.
with the David Weekly, we'll have it on the north side, but then, you know, if there is some south side or at least a crossing or something like that to make some sort of connectivity so people can walk, or even is it not like Mill, but Howie Mine? I mean, that road, that sidewalk needs to be improved upon.
Right.
So
Well, it's already in there.
it
Well,
is,
we
but it's,
submitted and it didn't make it past the first round, right? And that's the thing, I think if we could earmark what percentage, let's say, we plan to fund it with GeoBond, because we need to bring a lot of dollars to bear and on a regular
Right.
basis. So if we can earmark what percentage of that overall money should be going and protected, that's sidewalk, so we can stay in that game instead of just piecemealing it. That's where we really start to come out of the ground and make progress and keep momentum up instead of just hitting it here and there, kind of almost really, it doesn't create a system, right? You just start dealing with symptoms.
but it's almost like we need a sidewalk plan where we rank them and kind of start programming them in like we have with some of these infrastructure things.
And the
I think
PED plan
sidewalks
does
is
that.
important. Right.
And to further that, I mean, just going on, I mean, you typically would put your head accesses where the neighborhoods are to start with. Yes, everybody needs them, but if I were going to spend, and I'm just putting this on the table, if we we're going to spend some money on sidewalks, I would take on the Cuthbertson Kensington corridor to take those 2 master plans and pull them or figures out in those areas over there. And then down Waxhaw Marvin. So all of those could connect, at least the Millbridge area could connect with the downtown.
Right.
And
No, and I think that's, for me, getting anybody in town to get downtown without getting in a car
Yes.
is outstanding.
Right.
And so how do we begin to build that out? And it is, what are the most dangerous places to walk? If in a neighborhood, most of the new neighborhoods already have that internal network. So we do have to take special consideration for the neighborhoods that didn't get them. And make sure as more traffic's coming through those neighborhoods, how do we keep them safe and get them downtown? For me, that's a number one. And then is Curitan its own commercial core as well? Do we want to see, how do we get pedestrians getting there safely to get goods and services and keep that vibe?
And not just to downtown, but to be able to walk to where the other parks are. Like, for me to get to the trail, I have to drive to the trail. I would like to be able to walk to that trail.
Sure.
So it's not just downtown.
Well, I mean, and so one of the things in the plan is how you get on a trail to get to the trail. And then right, and how awesome is that? You know, those are the kinds of things, and they're not easy because we haven't even developed the mindset that, you know, Charlotte and some of the other more progressive or further along communities are, where, okay, it's sidewalks because we've got a need, but trails serve the same need, but they're expensive and you have to have buy-in. I don't think just for my own desire, I'm going to be able to get the trails done. Everybody's got to agree. And then that's what a bond could certainly help us understand where is the overall goal for the constituents.
So are you asking us now to start to help you prioritize? Is that where we are?
Well, I'd like to hear so I'm hearing sidewalks. And so we've got this plan that is in its final stages. When will the draft be done?
We're going around first review comments, but I feel like they should be able to see it at this point.
Right.
Staff just sent in all of our comments, so they're getting ready to address those, but.
All right, let's get it to them.
All right,
So
let's
then
start
we
with
can
that.
start
So
making those decisions.
General sidewalks is one area that we want to look at. Okay, you might want to, if you can, blow that up a little bit so we can all see it. or maybe just
We'll have
put it
Matt
inside.
pinpoint out some of those to you. We can try, if that's possible. We heard that.
This is in, this is in the presentation, so I don't know how long.
What else is important to you? Tracy mentioned sidewalks, that obviously hooked up some additional. Is there another project in your mind, in your head, that we have not brought up yet?
I mean, I like the idea of Waxhaw Parkway West, which is on the list, as well as the Broom Street turn lane. I think those are two key things. And I think sidewalks.
I think those are also as important because Broom Street's a mess at almost any time of day. Get left turn lane. That's fixed. That will coincide with whatever the future may bring with DOT, whether we do a go around, whatever, we still need that. And plus, it's part of an overall plan that was approved years ago on what that downtown street section looks like. And so we should take a look at that again. I think it's a high priority. I think anything that we can do to bleed off the intersection 16 and 75, so leading to Waxall Parkway West, we need to get down there because DOT rail and that project has already taken us from Waxall Marvin over 75. And that is I think a 2 to 3 year plan to get that in operation. So
Waxall West fills the gap.
yeah, that's the gap. And so I would think that would be one of our priorities to do that. And it also provides, again, another ped access around town. We work that into it because you're going to have the Millbridge crowd, if you will, come down to that. And then they could also take a left turn and come into, we'll call it upper downtown, into that area. They don't have to go all the way around and come back in. So it creates more, not only just a vehicular transport area, but other ped bikes.
And food for thought, you know, we got the Gray Byram signal, but we didn't get Bonds Grove, right? And the reasoning for that was like, oh, well, the widening is going to come so recently, and now that's been pushed back, and it's likely going to get pushed back again. I think if we were able to know that what year it's really going to be programmed, then we could be in a position to say, let's do Bonds Grove too, instead of maybe one of the other on the list.
And we may, it's going to be interesting because I did have a little bit of that conversation yesterday about that with Marvin. And, you know, it's at the way edge corner of them, so it's not necessarily in their priority. But if it's important to us and we can work out some type of reimbursement, reciprocal reimbursement agreement with putting that in, That's really a cluster over there. And
It is, absolutely.
And it's really frustrating when people stop traffic and let other people cross.
Right.
You know, It
It's
just
just trying to be
closes the
kind, but
gap.
it's dangerous, it sets up
Yeah.
a dangerous
It sets
issue.
it up real dangerous.
Yeah, and again, it's a smaller cost. If we said, let's submit Kensington intersection for DA, because those trips aren't being generated right now, but there is an issue at Bonds Grove right now, then those are the kinds of discussions that I think are going to lead to us really pinpointing where do those dollars need to be when we want to have.
I think with the Bonds Grove, I think we need to work collaboratively with Marvin, because half the streets on their side too. And then, is there any way to do like what we did with Bonds Grove? Is there any sort of safety or spot grant or anything like that that we could get for that?
Yeah, and that's
particular
where it comes down to what is the programming for 16? Is there a cost benefit that it's so long out that it's a safety issue now and they're gonna spend money on it? Or are they saying, look, we're already broke, we're gonna wait for that to come around? That's what they did the first time.
I tried to seize the day with that just a few days ago, when we got, I guess, the scoring or whatever from that spot safety or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was. And so I got the email information, copied everybody on it, said, hey, what if we went at this like we did Gray Byron?
Yeah.
And so floated that out there. We'll see what happens with that. Maybe there's opportunity there, maybe there's not. But as Matt said, I mean, the cost of that is, I think it was around just over 1 million. So just as an example, so say you did, and say we're sticking within the ballparks, which we have to know for sure. Say you did Waxhaw Parkway West, and you see do the Brook Street turn lane, 5 million, 6.5 million. So you add Bonds Grove to that, you're at 7.5 million. And say you dedicate $2.5 million to sidewalks, $10 million bond package. And then that gives you the flexibility as the years go by, just like with the Waxall Library, costs go up. We know right now we have a capacity to do a third more of that. But as some said, you don't necessarily want to max yourself out. That's one way to look at it. So,
But you're prepared for it. It's like having, it's having that resource available to you, not that you have to call on.
It's like a line of credit. I mean, if you get a bond for 15, doesn't necessarily mean you have to use it all. You just use what you have and don't use the rest.
And that's right.
As opposed to, oh, we're needing 10 and all of a sudden it's coming back in at 12 and then we're scrambling to find the extra 2 million to pay for it. Or you have to, trim back on your project.
On what you're describing here on Kensington Phase 2, I think we probably need to see exactly what that means. And so can't really make a decision on that, but I think certainly, the consideration for sidewalks, certainly the consideration for Waxall West, and then certainly Broom Street, those are attainable to us. Those are doable to us. We can do, in fact, in some cases, we can do that out of cash if we chose to. But, we want to keep that cash reserve in a great spot that allows us to do other things. Any other pet projects? Go ahead.
No, I'm not, I don't have a pet project. I think Tracy's mention of the sidewalks. If I had to talk about a pet project, I'd like to see something though with the library. That's another discussion. So right now you're asking us, are we good with the 128,000 to look at some of these projects and just give us an idea of what it would cost long-term in the future? Okay, I don't have a problem with that, but from what it sounds like is we're already looking to spend $15 million that we're going to have to essentially, it's like taking out a credit card, whether we use it or not. Over $15 million is there. That's just going to make it that much easier for either us or any other future board to say, yeah, we're going to do all this. And I don't know that going into debt or raising taxes again is something we need to do right now. I'm good with us, maintaining a healthy reserve balance, but I think working just below where we're at, so we can pay things cash for right now, I think that's where we should stay. In the future, once we figure out, okay, how much this is actually going to cost us, and if we can maintain, again, a healthy, fiscally responsible posture, then yes, we can move on to talk about sidewalks or anything else. Yes, some of these things are very important and are more needs than wants. But I think that right now, as we're taking on, for the first time ever in a capital improvement program project plan, that we take it a step at a time. I don't know that going out ahead and spending $15 million that we're going to have to, fund through a bond, something we've never done before. I don't know that we're quite ready for that, or that we should look to do that at this point. I think that if the discussion was something else, a little bit more exigent, then I would say, okay, I might be more comfortable with that. But right now, I would rather get through town campus, this park, and any other small project that we can fit in under, staying under what we have in our pockets.
And just to kind of go off of that, sorry, Brenda, I was just gonna say, I think it'll be easier for us to sell this to the people if we can explain it like you're saying. As of right now, we would not have to raise any taxes at the 15 million. If we go in there and raise it up, say up to the 20 million, if we don't know that we're gonna have to raise it, but we may have to, that's when I think they're not gonna go for it as much, just based off of what we heard on the latest round of.
I think people are going to see it and say that's what they're going to do.
I think the issue is that because we can afford without touching the tax rate at all, 15 million. And I think the question becomes is, as you are on social media and you see things and we've had these public input sessions, what's one of the number one concerns citizens have? Sidewalks, walkability, infrastructure, fix the traffic, and how can we help to fix some of that and alleviate some of those traffic issues if we don't put the investment in the infrastructure by working on that? And how do we pay for that? So how do we help ourselves with helping with the infrastructure, but how do we pay for it? Because that's the question. And if we can do that by borrowing, not even borrowing, but issuing bond up to 15 million without even touching the tax rate.
Right.
So we don't even have to go back to the citizens and say, hey, we're going to increase your taxes to pay for that. We can go out and get a bond. And here's the other piece. This goes out to the voters. We just decide that that's what we want to do. And this goes on the ballot. The voters are going to vote for that to tell us whether they want us or not. So this discussion, whether we want to spend it or not, is moot unless the voters say yes, because it's on the ballot.
Right, but
So
I'm thinking
it's
we
the
can
ultimate
sell it better
transparency.
by saying, we know that we can afford this 15 million right
Correct.
now. That I think if we can, if that's what we can go out and say, I think
Right.
we'd be more likely to do that than to say, go out with the 20 million and then say,
Right.
we may have to then,
But I think if we go back to Mitch, he said we can go to 15 million.
Yeah.
And just know we're not gonna be able to get all these 5 things, but maybe we get the top 2, or maybe it's Waxhaw, Parkway and Brook Street and sidewalks. And that's all we can afford with that. And, or maybe one of these goes back and it's too cost prohibitive and we don't pay for that. But in the end, it's almost a win-win because it's the voters that will decide whether they want us to spend this money. Because we can spend up to 15 million without touching anyone's taxes. Doesn't mean we have to, or we could say we don't even want to go for 15 million. We can go for just 10 or 5 or whatever that number is. But it goes to the voters and they will decide. So it's not like we're spending money recklessly or not for whatever it is. We just go to them and say, here's a bond. It would be used for sidewalks and transportation. We wouldn't have to touch your taxes. And they vote on it and they tell us. So it's I don't know.
what were you gonna say, Brenda? Sorry.
Brenda, go ahead.
I'm back. I happen to agree with that statement. I was going to say that the voters and the citizens are going to decide this, not us. And based upon definitely what we've been seeing and hearing from them and all of the surveys that are coming back, these are the things that they are asking for. So if they're asking for these things, and we can put it on the ballot to show them, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. Do you still want this? And have them decide that. then it definitely is up to them, and we should give them that opportunity, since they've been asking for it, to be able to make that decision.
Jason, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm complicated.
Complicated or?
I mean, if I was asked right now to vote on it, I'd vote for bond. I need to get my head more around concepts of, you know, just because we have the ability to service it, should we? I don't know. I understand the importance of these projects. I also think that I also think I need to think more about it. I need to think more about, you know, are there other ways for us to think about the planning of these other projects that are also important, as Commissioner Westlook said, the sidewalks, which is important because it improves the walkability score in our neighborhoods, gets people to downtown. Maybe there's something that we missed. Floating bond right now, I wouldn't be in favor of. I'm not saying I couldn't be turned around, but just because we have the ability to service it, I don't know if it makes sense.
Mayor?
Well, typically, I would be real conservative on those things, but if I was a person who was going out for a car loan or something like that, and I had a guarantee of having my job forever, which is pretty much kind of the situation we're in as a municipality. Now, very little, and I know it can't, but very little can go wrong as far as our ability to generate revenue. We have a tax base, and we're continuing to build on that tax base now. So the more we get in either rooftops or retail, whatever, it's going to build that tax base. So from a risk analysis standpoint, we're in probably the best shape we're ever going to be in to be able to float a bond for that without having to raise money from taxes. We're in great shape. I'm not afraid of going out and doing these things. And it's not, as the others have said just recently here, it's not necessarily us making the decisions. We have heard from so many, sometimes I'm out on the street, we're all out on the street a lot. People are telling us what they want, and they're expecting us to deliver it. Now, the other part of that is going to be the marketing, if you will, marketing of that, making sure people, including our own, understand what this means. You know, floating a bond isn't burying us in debt. We're getting projects done. And once those are paid off, we go on to other ones, whatever those are. We can do it for almost any term that we set. If we wanted to be real aggressive, we could make it a 10-year deal, 15-year deal, whatever those are. We set the standards for that. So if we wanted to go on a rotation, to say, for sake of conversation, we had a $15 million capacity that was going to be static, and we decided we're going to put that in a 5-year note, pay it off in 5 years. We can keep on doing that. It's just, again, a revolving line of credit. We can do that and accomplish the goals to at least give us some relief in the areas that our voters are telling us that they want. Now, if they decide that they don't want to do that, then I'm going to say to them, don't complain about what isn't done, because this is what you've asked us to do. And we have put ourselves, by design, we've put ourselves in a position to be able to do some of these things, these projects. And I think it's important to make sure that it isn't a fear factor education. It's an education on here's how it works. We need to engage somebody like Mitch or Scott as well to come in and make sure people understand that. Because I'm hearing a little bit of that. There's some that don't fully understand it. And I want to make sure that they do. But again, it's not necessarily up to us. It's going to be, if the voters tell us this, would you vote against it? And I'm not putting down a spot, I'm just saying hypothetically. So if they all came to us and said, we want this, what is our responsibility in this next one?
So all of this, I mean, we heard from Mitch and Scott already that the bond holders have priority. So they get the first 2 cents. out of,
If we raise it.
Out of the 38.5.
okay, I assume we're gonna have to pay something back if we float a bond, right? Revenue, okay, and so that's gonna have to be paid out of what?
The money we already have coming in.
And where do we get that from?
The money we have coming in.
Taxes.
Right.
That's
Just
where
the
we're
taxes
already
we already
here.
come in now.
So to
That's
say
pretty
it doesn't
consistent.
come from it is short-sighted, right?
Well-
Because it does take away from it, regardless of if it's 2 cents or not.
Well, let's,
It takes away from our,
let's go back to here because we're already allocating it and it's on this thing that Mitch went over with us here. We are already allocating, and I have to find the page. $2.6 million a year that we will have to pay the loan,
The debt.
the debt. We'll have 2.6 million set aside out of our budget every year right now to pay the loan debt, the loan service, the loan payment. Correct? It's 2.6 million when we add all those together.
Yeah, from those revenues available to pay for capital and debt service. And I think what Mr. Hall is saying, and that's coming from the revenues that we are collecting, which is
tax dollars.
It's
which
already
is ad
here.
valorem,
Yes.
sales tax.
It's already here.
Fees,
You're right.
permits, et cetera.
So right
Correct.
now, our,
I think y'all are both saying,
the same thing. So right
Y'all
now, maybe Rosemary, our, what we collect year in our tax dollars is 13 million. Our budget's 13 million.
15 million.
15.
Yeah.
So out of that 15 million, the 2.6 gets paid off to our loan payment. Comes right off the top right now, because right now we're paying $500,000 for this building.
We're not having to look for extra revenue to do
It's
this.
already there.
So
And we're already allocating it.
We might as well spend it,
Well,
because we have it, we might as well spend it.
well, it's not sake of spending, it's
Well, That's what
providing,
you're saying, because we have it. might as well
It's
spend it.
providing what.
it's
people say they
providing for
want.
what, yeah, for what the citizens say they want. This is how we pay for that.
So
It's
if
not
that's,
because we have
if
this
you're
money to
saying that
spend.
we have that $2 million as a cushion to pay this back, is there something that can be written into this referendum to say, this will absolutely not cost or create an increase in taxes?
You can make that, I think, part of what you say. I mean, you don't
You
have
can
to.
shape it the way you want.
I need to come up to the microphone.
Yes, please, come on.
So
Hand
right
him a mic. Do we
so
have
right
another mic
here,
for him?
so right here in his cash flows, right now, we're putting almost $1.5 million aside right now for a general fund debt service. Starting this year, we're putting $1.5 million aside to pay for our debt service, our
And
loan
we're
payment.
further down the road with that 1.5 or whatever.
Well,
that
then
amount
we're
is.
also transferring almost 200,000
I get
to our
that.
savings.
So we're doing really good right now. Let's spend it.
Exactly. Right
No,
now,
it's
we're good.
providing and meeting the need. Don't try to put words in my mouth, Jason.
Don't
So
go shopping with her.
I'm not trying to.
I think the question was, can we put something in the referendum question that says we will not raise taxes? And the answer is no. The question itself, and
So there's no guarantee that
well,
this bond is not going to incur an increase in
Well,
taxes.
there's two parts to that, because we
Yeah.
talked about that earlier.
yeah, so Scott, the question that Scott had up here, I'm gonna see if I can find it. Okay, this is statutory, right? You have to, in the bond question, say certain things, and this is where I wish Scott was here, because I am not an attorney. But there are certain things that you have to say in the ballot question, one of which is making sure voters know that if you issue a GO bond to bondholders, that they are entitled to be repaid. And that if you don't have revenues within your current budget, you have to come up with additional tax revenues to pay. That's part of what has to be disclosed. So you
That's my
can't
point.
take that out.
Right.
But in your conversations with voters, if you choose to have them, you can tell them that through this GO bond plan, here's what we've done within our current budget and set aside such that we do not have the intention of raising taxes. We do not think there's a need to raise taxes to support this debt. Those are two different things. Legally, you have to have certain things on the ballot question. In your discussions as a board together or individually to Kiwanis or Rotary or whoever you're talking to, you can explain to them how that you have a plan set up that you don't intend to raise taxes to repay the debt. So does that help? I mean, I think there's two sides. There's a legal thing with what you have to say, and then there's your plan on what you plan to do. And you can communicate one of those. One of them has to be physically written in the question on the back.
And you
That
have
was
to-
my point.
Yeah,
That
and
you
you
can't
kind
do
of,
that.
to that, I mean, you have to kind of make some assumptions. The assumptions are your revenue stream will be constant. Okay, to make that, I mean, we can't go on and say, what if a meteor hits the town of Waxhaw? You'd never do anything, for one. If you can make some assumptions and quantify those assumptions that your revenue stream will be X, no matter what, then you're pretty comfortable in being able to make a statement, even though that has to be there. You're pretty comfortable in making a statement that we don't intend to raise taxes to pay for that.
Yes, sir. I mean, I think that's part of the planning process, right? I mean, and that's why we do this. What we do is to help y'all understand what that is. It's up to you to choose whether you want to spend it or not, or we're just trying to identify the dollars within your current budget that you have available to fund capital, whether that's pay-as-you-go capital or debt service, and then quantifying for you one option to use those dollars is a GO bond referendum.
One other thing to keep in mind, GO bond process is highly regulated. I don't know if that's the right word, with the LGC. So they are with you every step of the way through it. So just like with town campus, as we've approached them, I mean, if we couldn't afford to do it, they would tell us to take a long walk on a short pier. And they would do the same with, we initiated a GO bond process with them too. I would think they would do the same thing in looking at our situation. So that's another thing to keep in mind.
Add a little bit too. The timing is particularly opportune in that rates are low, and this political cycle is fairly, safe. That's not going to happen. It doesn't. Those don't align often. We're paying for decisions of previous administrations, previous boards. And they decided to open up the zoning, but not grow the town's capacity to deliver the infrastructure. We're trying to dig ourselves out of a hole while the hole gets deeper, because development is going to continue all around us. And we know we can't pay as you go these type of projects. We can't get a bank loan for a road project. We can get it for town hall. That's why we're making those decisions. And so, in 2006, the county knew that they were going to have to increase the capacity of this plant. 2008 hit, and it was like, oh, well, we're safe. And here we are today trying to solve a problem that they knew in 2006. So it's where do we want to kind of make the tough decisions, but this one appears to be as safe as you can possibly get this kind of decision. And again, we need to prove to the residents we're capable of providing, or the confidence is gone. We know DOT is not going to save anybody with these facilities, and it's incumbent upon us to know. And I don't know if you remember the traffic before COVID, but if it was going on right now, we probably wouldn't even be discussing it. We would just go on, because the traffic would be backed up right in front of us. Those are the things we're trying to take the lessons from the past and foresight and put together. But again, we're here to serve. So those decisions have to be agreed upon consensus and everybody be comfortable.
It's the ultimate transparency in my mind, to put something on a ballot referendum. And if you do it in an even year, like coming up this fall, you were going to get 10 or 12,000 people, whatever it was that showed that vote in a normal even year. So you're going to get 50% of your population that's going to tell you whether this is a direction that they want us to go, as opposed to doing it on an odd year where you get a very much smaller sample size of your population about what kind of direction they might want to go with this. So I have, here and there a little bit just thrown out to neighbors in Millbridge to the WBA. What do you think about this? Every time I mention it to people, they're like, yes, yes. Small sample sizes, but one thing we've also talked about too, I mean, transportation bonds on a whole usually are pretty successful. People see here, I think, and understand what our traffic issues are. And I think all in all, I think people would be willing to do what it takes to make their life more convenient.
I think that we should just, I think we need to let the voters decide. I think we need to put this on the ballot and let them tell us if they would want us to get a bond to do the infrastructure improvements that they've said that they've wanted over time and time again. I mean, how many surveys and public input sessions have we had? Have you heard that when you're out talking to citizens, that they talk about traffic and infrastructure? To me, it just makes the most sense. They're going to decide if they don't want us to go into get debt or to take a bond. They're going to tell us no by how they vote. I think it's incumbent upon us as their elected officials who are elected by the citizens to allow them to go back and hear what the people, what they want.
And what comes up a lot of times at rezonings when people come and they're out here and you've got a room full of people and they're all against it and they say, well, why don't you focus on fixing the infrastructure first before you approve this? Well, you hear it over and over again, and this is one opportunity that we can seize to, we can't solve everything. We know that. And that's nowhere near how many things really probably need to get done over the next 10 years. But you just look at how far we've come in 2 years. Look at what we're doing right now. We know from what DOT has told us, those projects, I just do not foresee them ever getting done in a reasonable amount of time. It is very hard to see them ever getting done. And the DOT just can't, they can't do them.
Let's focus on a couple of things at a time. Number one, I think we're going to need to ourselves be educated so we can go back and articulate, talk with anybody who we have to. Number two, I think we're going to have to start to float these ideas because a lot of people, I know when I do projects or whatever, you ask people what they want, they're going to tell you what they want.
Right.
Then you hand them the bill, they go, oh no, I don't want to pay for it. So do you want it or not? And we have the ability without putting us in jeopardy. We're not going to go bankrupt literally, figuratively and literally, but we're not going to go bankrupt doing this stuff. We have to rely on the consistency of our revenue stream, whatever that's going to be. And we're going to have to also take some consideration, not to plan on it, but we're going to have an increased revenue stream, either in property values or new businesses coming in.
Right.
So that's our safe harbor gap right there, that build above what we're talking about today.
We're going to sell any sales of assets.
And again, we're still back at the sale of asset. You know, we probably got, you know, several $1 million sitting out there yet.
And just we've got more slides on that, but just to give you a example, well, let's just skip over that.
Well, let's do this. I think we all agree. Brenda, go ahead.
I just say one thing, in listening to the full discussion here, that in everything that we're discussing and everything that we've been asked to do and all that still needs to be done, there's always the question of transparency that seems to come up with what we're doing, be it in this, am I still here? My computer? Okay, I'm going to have to switch computers again. But there's always the issue of transparency. This is the ultimate act, I think, in transparency. We are being completely transparent with what needs to be done. We will have to be educated more, maybe for some, as to how it's going to be done, how it can be effective. But also that transparency turns over to the fact that we now have to take responsibility for ourselves, as opposed to relying upon DOT or CRTPO or Union County, because right now the funding is not there. The money is not there. our credit rating is the best that it has ever been, that gives us the capacity to be able to even put this on the ballot, to ask the question, would you like it done? They've said they wanted it done. It's been in surveys. You talk to them. When you walk downtown, people want that connectability. They want sidewalks. They want these things. They want to know how we're going to fix the roads. They want to know when we're getting traffic lights. They want to know all these things. But how are we going to pay for that? So even if you look at what we have coming in and our revenue stream and the ability to continue, we are in the best position that we've ever been. We have not been in this position in the past. We are in this position now. So if you use some foresight and forethought to see what the possibility is and how the outcome can be, then it's going to be the best thing moving forward for the citizens who live here in this town. And then you give them that ability to be able to put it in their hands and say, do you want it done? We can do it this way. Do you want it done?
Sorry, Brenda, were you done? Yep. I'm gonna throw something heavy on you here. So we were talking with the county earlier with Brian Matthews, and we were giving him a little bit of a hard time about the county not planning, about not having that foresight. Let's don't do the same thing.
I didn't want to use that point, but I was thinking it in my head. I totally agree.
I couldn't wait to say that.
Yeah, well, interest rates are great, as Rosemary just said right now.
That's one of the things that we're thinking about, the revenue coming in. And I think you also need to take into consideration that we are at historically never seen before interest rates, and they're on their way up. So the costs of materials are going up, interest rates are going up, and you know, they are cyclical. I remember when I was first married, my house interest rate was 13%. And then they went down. So, but it's going to be a long time before we see them this low again. And that's just one of the other parts of trying to make a decision whether you're going to incur debt or not, is all kinds of different things, not just how are we going to pay it back, but construction costs, interest rates. But you need to take in that full picture when you make your determination.
We have other tools in our toolbox.
Everything is, labor, material, everything is going up. Okay, so if we wait again, what the opportunity that we have now will not be the same opportunity next year or the year after or the year after. It's going to change, and it may cost us more, and we may not even be in the same position. Who knows? But we are right now, which is better than we've ever been. So if we use that with what we have and then give it to the voters and let them decide, I mean, then it'll be their decision, yes or no.
We still have other tools in our toolbox too. So 34 acres. I believe that that's an anchor on us. I think if we sold that property for whatever amount we sold it for, get more flexibility. So say town campus, $17.5 million. Whatever you sell 34 acres for, that can come off of your bottom line of that. You're borrowing less money. That gives you more flexibility for GO bonds or just less to borrow to begin with. So that's one example. We have other.
And we do have interest, I want to add to that as well. We do have interest on that property, more than one, several, and at good numbers, at least in preliminary discussions. Everybody else's hesitancy so far, can't talk, has been with respect to what they've been led to believe about sewer capacity. Now, that may be eased a little bit or not, but it will be solved one way, shape, or form over the period of time, and that project is not gonna happen overnight. That's a 2-3 year go right there. So maybe, quite frankly, that the sewer situation will be resolved, and we should continue on what we decided to do last year, is to dispose of asset that we have no use for. And again, that cash influx back into us will offset anything else we're gonna do. We can apply it anywhere. We have the flexibility to apply it to the downtown park, to the town campus, or to roadway improvements, whatever we want to do. Sitting there, it's doing zero. It's a non-performing asset for us. So we need to keep moving on that one. That was my 2 cents.
All right, so we'll come back to this, but let's add some more components to this just for the overall decision-making part of this. Town campus, construction estimate, $17.7 million. Again, that includes the construction and soft costs. We already went through that process with it. Okay. So the pure construction costs $16.3 million. The soft costs are 1.4. That makes up the total of 17.7. So you have a list here of 16 different features, I guess you could say, or items that would be the alternate bid. I met with ADW last week, Matt and I did. We decided to put 5 items into the base bid. So the blinds, which are the sunshades, and I'll show the video here in a few minutes, just to kind of depict some of those things and what they look like versus some things that would not. The 6 there is the sunshades that are over the windows. Number 7 is replace white brick with precast. That's trim that gives you a better product that lasts longer and has less water infiltration. Alt 10 is a ballistic window in the lobby, basically bulletproof glass to protect our staff in there. 15 is adding heavy-duty paving in the parking aisles. So that's reinforcing the pavement in the areas between the parking spaces throughout. And then adding the parking lot lighting into the base bid. That shouldn't be an alternate bid. That needs to be in the base bid. So those all total $257,000, which is what got it moved up to 17.7. So now you have 11 other alternates with a total estimate of 1.7, almost $1.8 million. Now, the nice thing about alt bids is you can bid it this way. You can see what those prices are. You'll say the project comes in at 1.5 or 15 million. Wish it was 1.5, but $15 million. Then you have $1.5 million of alt projects to bring the entire project cost, not including soft cost, up to like 16 million. You can make the decision, each piece of one of those, to put into the construction. Or you can say, well, this is adding up, it's costing too much, we can leave that off. And you don't have to choose all 11. You can choose 1, 2, 5, all 11, depending on how the costs come in. But the question I wanted to ask you is, these are the choices that your management team made with ADW. Is there something on here that you feel like is just a must have to put in the base bid? So I'll explain what each of these are, and then some of these I think you can see pretty well in the video. And you have a question?
Yeah, I do. So question I have, so if we wanted to add one of these items at a later date, would there be like a change fee? So if we got a base bid contract and said we wanted to add the patio roof, would there be a change fee into that, or?
Yeah, that would be a change order, yes.
And so would we have to pay an additional cost if we made that, and on top of what it costs to do it?
Yes.
And do you know what that is?
Well,
That would
are
be
you
the
asking, if we're paying an additional fee to make the change?
Well, so when I built my house and, I went to pick out my options and let's say I said, oh, I forgot I wanted to add, this light or the ceiling fan fixture over here. Then I'd have to pay an additional $150 to make a change and the cost of the item. Which is a change fee.
Yes, the answer is it'll always cost more.
Well, just not only the item, but to make the change.
Yes,
penalty.
the design,
Yeah.
the design fees and
Right.
everything like that.
There's some soft cost involved in making the change because it may affect something else. So.
No, I understand.
At the time of selection of the bid? You're talking about having these as add-alls to the bid,
I think you're
right?
asking like after the fact, like if you're.
Well, yes, let's say
If we do it now, there's no.
Correct,
that cost
correct.
us.
But what I'm saying is there's an item here that, we don't want to add, but then in an afterthought, we say, oh, we do want to add this afterwards.
It's always gonna cost you.
It's gonna cost more.
Well, that's what I'm trying to determine, that if there's something on here, it'd be better to pay up front now as opposed to,
Well, all of it is.
I understand, but something like a patio roof would be better to be built when they do the structure than to add it on at a later date. See what I'm saying?
It depends if it's freestanding, yes, but there's a lot of those considerations.
Correct.
So the one thing to keep in mind, which is why I think it's a good idea probably to keep most of these as alternates. The more you put into that base bid and say the bid comes back what the estimate is. So, that takes back a little bit your 15 million capacity that you have.
Right.
So, well, right out of the gate over here, I'm looking at, the renovation of the pump building, we talked about that, that's $331,000 right there, that's a big number.
It's a big
And
number.
that's something that can be done later, at a later date.
Yes.
That's one that I would pull out of there. In theory, I'm looking at all these as well, some of these are easier done at the onset of the construction or during the construction process than later. You can't go in and easily put in, we'll call it a house, you can't put in a full jacuzzi tub on a 5x7 bathroom after the fact. You'd have to remodel. So we take into consideration some of those things and some of the things that are offsite, adding, the PV solar system or something. And that's, how much does that save us? And are there any state, say reimbursements for a system like that? So we looked at that. But you look at those two big line items there, you got 492 for wood paneling in the chambers. That's an add you could do later, my thought. Not easily all the time, but it's a remodel versus what do you get in the base bid? So those two items are $831,000. That's a
And I've
big
got a
number.
visual on the wood paneling too. So
Okay.
we got to get an idea of that versus just drywall like
Right,
this.
drywall, paint, color, and things like that. So you got $800,000 there. That's a big consideration. If I was looking at it, if you really break it down, and you break it down to where we are right now as far as the town hall in the location we're renting for 10, 11 grand a month, you look at the direct cost up there of the town hall building, it's 7.5 million. And too many times we make assumptions that town hall is going to cost us $17 million, and that's not the case. That's the entire site development.
Point, yes.
And it's another obligation, another look, it's another two other parts of our organization. So it's not just a town hall renovation. So I wouldn't even be afraid at the 17.8 there now, putting in just under $2 million, $1.8 million into that base bid. But maybe, $1.8 million, maybe it's $1 million. And we take out the pump building and we look at what we really want the interior chambers to look like. So those are two ginormous line items.
Well, those aren't in there.
That's what I'm saying.
They're all bids.
I'm speaking of the 17, so.
Well, those aren't in the 17. Those aren't factored in the 17.
Well, I believe that they are because we're at 16 here. Are we 16.3 up here?
That's the construction cost without
Right.
these.
The only items down below that are in there are the ones that are shaded.
What I'm saying is that the 16,370 and the 17,9, that's those two numbers, correct?
No, Those are 6, 10, 15, those are the only ones that are shaded.
Well, so the estimate for the base bid for the construction is 16.3 million. So the estimate for all these alt bills added up, yes, is 1.79.
So we're back at just under 18 million.
Well,
Around
soft
8.
costs though are still 1.4, furniture. So that's what gets you to your 17.7
Right.
without the 1.7 million.
So you're
if-
saying, so I just want to make sure I understand. So with all 16 items added back in, it's almost 1.8.
Yes,
So the base bid plus just the couple ones that you selected is 16.3.
base bid 16.3. 11, the 11 that's left is $1.79 million. But the reason they are alts is you can bid them. And then you can see what the cost is versus what the overall cost is. And you can choose whether you want to do them or not. So alt 1 is the 3-bay open air structure. That's an alt bid. So I'll show you what that looks like on the screen when we do the video momentarily.
I was just
Solar
working backwards
system.
from the 17. So almost 18, 17, 7. I was working backwards from that, so.
So right now, we're really at 16.3 unless we want to add anything else from that list below.
Not including
Well,
soft costs.
Not including soft costs, but it does include those 6 items.
It does, yes. Those that we put into the base bid.
And so
to
the
make it
soft
seven.
costs are another 1.4, you said.
I feel like those are important enough to put into the base bid.
The soft costs.
Well, the base
No,
construction.
soft costs are
Right,
different.
no, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have the 3-bay open air structure. We do have a solar system on the public PSPR that can help with energy costs. Manufactured stone base at the PSPR building and dumpsters would match the stone base of the town hall. That's what that is. Right now, they don't match this. They have a different masonry. But if you wanted them to match town hall, then that would be what all 3 and all 4 is. Mulch concrete blocks are those just large U-shaped blocks that you put in to store mulch in, gravel, other things like that. That's that cost. A screen wall at the generator, you'll see what that looks like on the video. A roof on the patio that would be outside the break room. You have a area where a couple of tables, you could put a roof on there. Folding partition at the chamber. So remember when we talked about the ability maybe to close that off for some type of event or something like that. So the estimated cost for that's almost $90,000. The pump building, as we talked about, so that's turning that into a bathroom. Wood paneling. Now this is the one that surprised me. I would have guessed in a million years it would cost that much to do that, but apparently that's the estimate. $492,000 to do wood paneling all through the lower level atrium, lobby, and in the chambers. Add gravel paving in the grass area. So that's, we have a project limit now at the back of the site. That would be to go ahead and put gravel back there to do all of the area that we could fill in back to the floodplain.
And that's for storage, or is that for
Storage.
current operational?
No, it would be for additional storage, additional space to spread out. It's kind of along the lines of, well, I mean, there's no better time to do it than now, because it'll just cost us more to get back there and probably do that at some.
But does it need to be done right now? I mean, are we going to have to use that storage area immediately?
I don't think so.
Okay.
They might disagree.
Yeah, I bet,
Yeah.
and I understand that.
So let's do this, so I can point out the differences.
So I have a question. Is some of these items that we can do like in-house, like the mulch concrete block, is that something that we can do in-house, like that they could build on their own once they get a location for it?
Well, maybe, they're pretty high. I mean, that's a lot of concrete work.
I'm thinking like cinder blocks.
Yes. Yes.
I mean,
Well, let's go back to this as well. So I'm gonna guess that those 5 items are the input from all of staff.
Yes.
And that's what you'd like. I don't have a problem with those 5 items. And if that's what you guys want, and you feel it's the best use of it, then I don't have a problem with that. So we increase it, it's already in there, so we're at 16,370. That's the soft cost, so we're at the hard cost,
Yes.
16,370 with that add, and that's what you guys want.
And now, keep in mind, you still bid these.
Yeah.
And if the prices come in, good, you do them.
They may or may not adjust, you just can, right now in this environment, you can't really control that unless like the ballistic window went to 400,000. And it's now 50, so you just have to figure that out. But if you've come down to it and the input from the staff is, these are the things we'd like to have added. And here's the number that we believe would be a true number, like everything is. And you already have it in that 16,370. I don't see a problem. My point, I'm not gonna debate it.
Well, I guess the question is any of these other things, you want to take them all bid and put them in the basement?
We did talk about the 3-bay open air structure on the end of Parks and Rec.
I think that's the one we probably need to debate.
Yeah, we probably do.
Yeah. But let me show the video and that'll give you some more context.
I like the idea of the patio.
It doesn't exist.
Well, and then the thing is, if it's gonna be connected, well, does it need to be a structural thing? Done at one time.
It's waves and all that kind of stuff.
Well, the engineering to have it, design it right from the beginning.
Well, it's just on the outside of the building, not on the rooftop, we're talking about having it covered over.
Look at us.
the concrete. We're not talking slip.
What's on the solars?
I'm sorry,
The solar that's on there. I mean,
and that's only on one building.
so it's
It's only on Parks and Rec building.
Oh,
So,
okay.
you know, how much, what is our utility bill gonna be, and how much is the offset for spending the $102,000? And then if we do that, do we get some type of credit from the state or utility company that'll offset that 102?
Because I would like to see us do green stuff as possible.
Sometimes, you know, it's like the cost of the Tesla, it's like it saves a bunch of money for 85,000.
Yeah. I know.
Let me tell you how many cars I can cycle for 85,000.
That's a good way to put it.
Sorry, I realize I have nerves, but just from my perspective, I mean, what y'all are asking for is you're just getting bids, right? I mean, like, it's on the ad alternate list, you're gonna know what it is. So I think the only question is, do you want some of this in the base bid, which is
Basically, do you want to do it now?
non-negotiable, right? If you leave it on the ad alternate list, it doesn't mean you're not doing it, it means you have a
Right.
choice to do it later.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You're up.
All right, I'm trying to speak up loud here so I can catch my voice, but I'm gonna keep the music on it muted so we don't hear that
Expand the
portion.
screen. You get it full screen?
Let's see.
There you got it. Right there. Hold his hand there. It's important. There we go.
Just a tad late, but so here's one of them. Here is the patio roof, which would not be there if
It's in the
we
old
didn't
bid.
do that. Yeah, that's in the alternate.
How
So
big is that?
you can see
Very
it
big,
will.
isn't it?
It doesn't look at on the scale here.
I was thinking that.
Ginormous.
Well, you know what, right there. how it is.
Here's the screen wall for the generators. The base bid is just landscape. So we could get the alternate bid to see what that cost would be to put a masonry on. They're really expensive for a wall.
Yeah.
So closer here momentarily. So notice the stone base at the bottom there. Like the PD.
Is that railing going to be there?
It's not, I told them that we're gonna have to do away with that. So they heard that.
Is it gonna be that much of a slope?
It drops down. It will drop down some. Drops down 8-9 feet. I think they'll be able to get the grade where you don't have to put the rail there. So here's a better shot of the screen wall there versus the landscaping. And then when we go in here to the public services, Parks and Rec building, you can see what the base is there. See how it's a little different than the base of Town Hall.
Yeah, but that's okay, because it's.
That's okay, it's a very different looking building. Right.
Yeah.
So.
It's gonna have its own identity too.
Both of those are still in the old bid, right? Yes. Otherwise, it's the finished material, the siding or whatever that is all the way down. Yes. Town Hall, will be brick all the way down. Town Hall is brick, yes, with the stone base. Here, there's the base. Here's the base. So without that, you get to that wall there. So that gives them that extra space there for additional weather. Yeah, I know, snowplow. Snowplow.
Well, it did snow at the end there, so Christmas tree at the end.
Well, I would think also on some of these, obviously, as you had just alluded to, you're gonna have to have some more discussion with all the rest of your staff on whether or not they need to lobby. I mean, there's certainly a few trade-offs in there on, say, the extension of the gravel area versus twice that cost to do this canopy, but is this canopy more important than future use of crushed gravel? I can easily truck in crushed gravel after the fact. You can see here, those are the sunshades there above the windows. So let me stop while you're on that screen. So we're talking about the wainscoting on the building there. And that is in the bulk bid. What about the vertical around the entry? Is that in the base bid? That's in the base bid. Okay, so it's only that change. So when I changed this, from white brick to precast.
So you're saying the stone at the bottom of the brick on the town hall will not be there?
It's no, this is all here as a base bid. So the wainscoting is the alternate wainscoting. Right there, along the base of the building. All that 2 or 3 feet around the base of the building will be red brick instead of like the condition we have outside this building. Oh, no, actually, that's base bid. That's base bid. That's what I was asking before. Yeah, so the difference between this and you saw the base at PSPR, the alternate will be matching this base at PSPR.
Yeah, no.
Don't need to do that. It's two very distinctively. So this building keeps in the base bid, it keeps the wainscoting on the base. Yes. Right. I thought you were pulling out both of them. No. Bolts on both. Okay, that's fine.
No, because I think you need that distinction in this building.
Well, it does kind of tie the two buildings together. Well, this building and that building, they look somewhat similar, the brick and wainscoting.
So when you talk about precast on that band on the second story near the roof there, is that precast concrete?
Concrete, yes.
See,
Or
here's where we
cement.
need the snowplow.
Yes, this is where we need our snowplow.
Is the Christmas tree included in the base bid?
No.
Whose job is it gonna be to go get that?
Yours.
We can go to the mountains and
We'll give
get
you a
it
name.
now.
Right, that's
Maybe we
right.
should get,
It
maybe
should
we
be
should have
a-
the municipality donate it to us.
That should be a yearly
Maybe we
thing
can go to Washington.
for us.
Yeah,
for all.
So back to
You
the
can decorate a
presentation.
Christmas tree together.
yeah, there we go. The town tree.
Where we can show the wood paneling.
Yeah, do you have an interior one?
Yeah, like, I really,
I mean, it's impressive, that's $500,000.
I know, but it
And
adds,
it's not a-
it adds a certain thing, but for
$500,000,
$500,000,
that's what I'm
it's
saying.
just, can you do it after for something?
$500,000 that's what back to the seventies.
Yeah. Oh, you can color it. So you want to spend the afternoon that way? Oh, that's what I'm saying, yeah. I like the lines.
Ron will bring over his
The
little
basement,
finishing
basement
gun.
series, you said.
Oh, and all I could think of was you sitting in the face of it. Don't bottom top of any other job.
Absolutely. It'd be like that 70s show.
Yeah, I just can't.
There it is. You got it, that's it.
I've been enough of those.
You have.
Right, the shag rug.
Green, avocado green carpet.
Oh, boy.
No, I told you gold.
What's missing from this picture? The vinyl.
The vinyl covers. I
The covers
remember
on the
that.
furniture.
Covers on the
Yeah,
sofa, that's what's missing. You know, it's been there.
Yeah.
All right, so we're
Okay.
talking about the two
So-
corners.
This is an example of the wood paneling. This is from the town of Garner. And so you see the council chambers that they have, it's about 2/3 to 3/4 of the way up the wall. This is their lobby where the wood paneling is 2/3 or so, 3/4 of the way up the wall. And you see the one on the lower left, the same. Now, the one on the lower right is their upstairs, but that's what our downstairs would look like without that wood paneling. That's just drywall like this.
To be honest, I like the drywall. I thought I was gonna like the wood, but seeing it up there, I don't like it. And for 400, whatever
Yeah, for
thousand,
500.
I don't need less.
I think you have consensus.
Well, that
All
was
right,
easy.
well, I'll tell them just to throw that one out altogether.
I don't like the look. I don't like the color.
It does look pretty sharp. It's in person. I mean, it's a good looking facility.
Yeah, it does, and then you look on that little screen over there, and it's warm, I get it. But $500,000 warm?
That's what the estimate says. That one caught my eye for sure.
Yeah.
Which is why I told them to put it in the alt bid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice, but for $500,000, it just doesn't seem that nice. And
Costs are gonna creep up on us anyway. And so I would say that's something that if it was such a hot topic item, some colorization could be added to it if necessary. But I think when you have a fresh look, brand new building, you're gonna be pretty happy. I mean, look where we are in that building over there. And we're gonna complain
Big
about just
difference.
drywall?
Yep.
You know,
Well, plus,
boy, we
plus if
want it all, don't we?
plus here's the other thing. If we're gonna be putting artwork in there too, I mean, that's gonna,
Nail up the drywall or nail up the wood.
well, we're talking about putting some artwork in there, right? And some historically and making that hallway, you know.
Statues.
Yeah. That's what they do. Think quicker. We're a tough crowd. So Jeff, what do you want from us today?
So it sounds like that you're okay with what we have in the alt bid. And obviously, I think it's a clear, easy strike for the wood paneling. I'll just remove that from consideration altogether.
I would like to see to do the pre-bay, the open bay for them. I think that that's something that they need. Now would be the time to do it instead of trying to add that on. I mean, I know it's a little bit of a cost, but I think.
All right, congratulations, Dina.
Don't let her miss out on that, Lori.
Put the 3 bay in the basement.
But just ask
Commission, if I could advocate.
So we're gonna go to 16.6 something.
16.6 and base bid doing that.
I assume you take us to 16.
Yeah, take it to 16.7. 16.7.
Round it up to 16.
What about the latte machine?
As opposed to $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 projects, which are almost always gonna come in high, my gut tells me, I regret saying this, but my gut tells me is that we're gonna be
Okay.
okay. Yeah. You get into these numbers, I think we're gonna be okay. So we'll put the three.
We'll be going back to Mitch and saying, Mitch, find us an extra million or two.
Yeah. I'll put the 3 bay open air structure. I'll have them put that in the base bid, and then we'll keep the rest minus the wood paneling in the alt bid.
Well, why don't we look at that and decide if we're gonna take anything off that list and just stay with the base bid.
Okay.
We'll make the selections. Are we ready to make those choices now? Or do we need to look at it, maybe do it in the next 2x2 or something like that? And take all those off consideration because we're watching our budget and say if we wanted to stay, say for sake of conversation, we wanted to stay at that 16.7 number where we are now. Is that the number, is that gonna be good? Do we need all these others at all?
We can do that.
Everybody good with that? Next 2x2?
Yeah.
Decide which ones we're either gonna scratch all of them or not.
But if I'm understanding though, even if it's in the alt bid, we're just getting a bid for it, right? It's not like we're saying.
We're not committing to
We're
it.
not committing
Yes.
to it, so I don't think
Well,
we
I'm
need to
not saying-
cross anything off the alt bid right now, right?
Well, yeah, I think the choice is, do you want it, whatever that line item is or not? 'Cause no matter what the bid is, you're gonna have to pay for it. Okay, so.
Well, but if one came in significantly
But that's
less.
the alt bid. You're not required to pay for the alt bid.
You want to count those.
So the way you do the bid is you're gonna bid out, in the bid package, you're gonna have, they're gonna bid on the
Base
base,
bid.
the construction, all that. So they're gonna put all the numbers together, and then as part of the bid, the architect is gonna put together the bidding for the alt projects. They're gonna be separate from that.
Right.
And they're gonna fill in those dollar amounts for each of those, and then at the bottom, there will be a total project cost. And so when you get that bid and you look at what that total project cost is, then you can decide whether you want to just go ahead and do that total project cost.
Well, we already
Or,
kind of know what those estimates are
yes,
based on this right now. So let's just make an assumption that's not gonna change a whole bunch.
But you don't want to have like 12 all bids. Because they still have to worry about material availability. They want to know as close as possible, what do you really want to do? Don't throw everything at it. Because it just makes their bid so hard.
Yeah, that's my point. You don't go through the process of making them bid out stuff that you're never gonna put in.
Okay.
You know,
Yes.
so let's decide what we really want. We're down to the short strokes on it now. We can make decisions together on what we can absolutely take off that, if not all of them, take off that alt bid side, except for the 5 items, now 6 items that we just put on. And 5 of them were already included. So we're adding 1 more. So if all the rest of those items are on alt bid, we don't want them, don't run them through the process.
that would make it easier to bid.
Yes.
Yes.
Can you pull that, can you pull that list back up and then we can maybe eliminate, make that list even shorter?
You're pretty great there, aren't you?
Decisive, yes, that-
Intense and decisive.
Yes.
All right, let's talk about it.
So what I hear, the stone base is not,
You want to start at the top?
well, we got the 3 bay open structure, but I was
Okay,
just,
let's talk about the solar system.
yeah.
I think the whole system could be scratched because there could be incentives down the road if you want to add it.
Yeah, we might get some tax credits or something to add it, state funded something, unless that's in it. But, and that's only for the Parks and Rec and Public Service Building.
Well, that's the only roof that could accommodate.
Right. All right, so. Next.
All right, so 3 and 4 is the stone base. Sounds like you don't have a preference for that.
No,
Concrete block, sounds like you don't have a preference for that.
done later.
Screen wall of the generator, you saw what that would look like on the video versus the base bid, which is just landscape.
Well, let's,
I know, but it's gonna be-
I'd like to see the landscape
Yeah,
concept
that's
first
maybe
before I
that's
can make that decision, because if they're gonna put 2 trees there, you know, that's one thing. I think a screen wall is important to the integrity of that building itself, but the landscape could do the same thing if it's done right.
I think they could put whatever landscape we want to.
For a lot less.
Yes,
Scratch it.
okay. Patio roof.
That's really small.
I know.
You tell me patio, and I'm thinking something a little bit bigger.
Well, it's a fairly small cost, $35,000.
I do too. Well, I think our staff would appreciate if they want to go out and have something to eat up there.
And especially if it's raining or something like that.
Yeah, but how big is it? How big is the patio? Just from the picture, the animation, it didn't seem very big.
It's not, I think it fits 2 small tables. I don't remember the square footage off the top of my head.
It looks a little bigger than this. To me, it looks like maybe 15 by 25 or something like that.
Is it like the patio at Wendy's?
We don't have a set of plans in the.
We
Is it
don't
like
have
the
a set of
patio at
plans.
Wendy's?
Matt, do you have a set of plans by chance?
No, we don't have it's a huge document too. It takes a long
All right, put
time
that on hold.
to pull up. Folding partition at the chamber.
I was gonna say, is there any way to make it bigger?
Make what bigger?
The patio, the cover. You're talking about a patio cover, so you can expand
So you're
it.
talking about the patio?
The patio itself, and obviously by default, the patio cover.
Sure. I mean, we're probably getting close to the end of when you can make that kind of call, but yes.
Yeah, I'm not talking like it's huge, but I'm just thinking, if we're gonna have staff there, you're only considering maybe 1 or 2 want to have lunch, but what if you want to have something else a little bit bigger that might few more of the staff? So it just makes sense to have it a little bit bigger. That's all.
Take a look. On the hold, take a look.
I like that factor.
Yeah.
Folding partition at the chamber.
And what's
Or in the
that
chamber.
for?
So
The
it
base
would-
would have kept the folding wall.
So inside the chambers, you could close off the dais portion for some kind of workshop, for some kind of activity. The reason why I placed it in the alt bid is because if you really think about it, if you're gonna have a workshop, something like that, I would think 99 out of 100 times they would want to have access to the audio visual, which would be behind the dais. Now, I mean, there could be a reason why you might want to partition it off and just have some tables there for something, but I don't think that's going to be very common. But I left it in alt bid because it was brought up through all the discussion here by a board member or 2 about having that ability to do that. Now,
I think in the
personal
discussion, we
opinion-
looked at the placement of what is gonna be behind that screen. So obviously that partition, so if there is a screen behind that, an audio visual, that's a whole nother discussion. I was thinking that it was all forward of that. So all of our audio visual will be forward of that.
it'll be behind you. So if I'm the dais here and you're gonna have your desks, you're gonna have your own computer screens that you're going to be watching built into the dais. And then what the public will see will be, well, kind of like this and screens behind you. Right?
Well, I guess the curiosity is, again, my thought process on it was not in consideration of having a big screen behind us. That would be just for the dais, and we have screens for visuals, maybe in 2 other locations flanking it, ahead of that partition.
Almost like a stage.
Right.
Right. That was my thought in consideration of that. The whole reason for the partition is to protect the dais, period, from anybody going up there messing with the equipment, laptops, microphones, all that kind of stuff. Close it off and have it completely sealed. And if, I'll ask it this way, what good would a big screen behind us do us?
it doesn't do you any good. It gives the public the ability to see
Right.
what you're.
So could we bring, is there a place to bring screens this size or whatever forward of that, flanking both sides? So if they wanted to see something, public, they could, and they could then again use it if it's not a dais event. Is that, go ahead.
So the problem with that is that, let's look at this, for instance. You've got dais, you've got a wall, and the screens are hugging the wall. That's optimal. Right now, we have 2 screens, I believe, one on each corner, because of the width, and it's on the wall. If you were to move it out, now you're suspending out in the middle of nowhere. There's more electrical, more mechanical, and we actually have in the budget one coming out here for special occasions, movie night, whatever you want to call it, whatever event might be there. There is one, and honestly, it's pretty expensive, but we figured we had to have one. So if you wanted to, I don't know how far out we had planned that one coming out, you could put a partition up. It's just, you guys got to come up with the cost if you think that's what you want to do. But to move those out and have 2 or now 3 suspended, it's going to be costly.
So
And those soft costs are going to increase that we've already given it.
So here's a question. Is it a screen like this that comes down?
Those 2, are those retractable? I don't remember them being retractable. The 2 that we have on the back
Here, we're not gonna be retractable.
Okay.
The one that's gonna drop from the ceiling and then drop again is actually a retractable.
But that screen was ahead of this partition, correct?
This one out here was, yes.
Yes.
So again, for uses, for moving it whenever, this drop down will be the one that will be used.
That's correct.
That one would only be used in presentation.
Correct.
And it only would be benefiting not us.
Correct.
Okay, so what does the public need to see? How much do they need to see for us to put the screen back there versus pulling 2 TVs like that one there ahead of that?
I mean, and that was the other question. Instead of sort of like this with a projector, couldn't you just do it with like a LCD big panel type?
That's what I'm saying, even like that. So say 2 of those behind you there, 2 of those that would be flanked on, I don't remember what the configuration looks like in there. 2 of those ahead of where the partition is.
You got to keep in mind how big the room is.
I know, that's what I'm thinking.
The
I
seating.
can't, yes.
Yeah, when you're looking at something, well, if you had one of the presentations up here, you saw, here's relatively easy to see,
Right.
but if that's in front of the dais, you've got people all the way back there, you're not gonna get the detail. And that's one of the reasons why, we have not 1, but 2 screens.
I think the thought will have to be considered is, do we want it sealed off? There was thought process behind it being sealed off.
Well, there was, but I think, I kind of thought that too, but after speaking with Jeff, that if somebody wanted to use it, let's say you were doing some sort of we're having people in and we're doing a workshop or something, and that you needed to have.
That's the pull down.
Yeah, but you could still use the ones back there as well.
So can I ask a question? Sealing that off from a security standpoint, what is that gonna get you? You don't want anybody touching your keyboard, you don't want them sitting in your chair, you don't want them messing with your microphone. There isn't gonna be too much electronics out in the open for anybody to steal. I get the partition and you want your stuff protected, but what are you protecting? And is that expense worth the few items that are back there that if somebody actually breaks like one of these microphones, all right, $100 for getting one. So you justify that if you want it, hey, but.
And that was the question is, what was going to be behind there that we would want to protect? So if somebody gets in there and messes with it, what does it do to your day?
We would keep a close eye on it, obviously, but from a destructive standpoint or vandalism, it's not going to be the end of the world if something happens there.
Well, and
we may have to get you in a chair, but.
And then the other piece, there's like a wall, so it's not like you're gonna be able to go from here to right to there. I mean, it's gonna be a raised, the dais is raised, it's not, there's a wall, and then we can get it, we kind of sealed that off.
And
so
you will have that
don't have
lower
to-
protection, to get in and out of there. And then, of course, you'll be able to go out into a different conference room in another direction as well.
Correct, without having to step out.
Yes.
So there is that built-in social security, because I think one of the reasons why I wanted it too is if we wanted to rent that space out for a community or event or something like that, or somebody, like we did our Christmas party there for the seniors or something, and to be able to have it protected or have it be able to walled off so that you can have it more of a function space instead of looking at that. But
I think $89
yeah,
is a lot
for that, yeah, but for that type of price, I don't think it'd be worth it.
No one.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as long as you're good with, we were talking first, sensitive equipment. That was the whole idea behind it.
There won't be that much out that we have to worry. You're gonna have wiring hidden underneath. So for the most part, most of the stuff will be secure. But like here, you've got microphones, and there's all kinds of people that, almost all kinds, this is a police department. But
Yeah,
there
you're in the
are
police
times
department, who's
where-
gonna break in?
It's true. There are times though that this room gets used for other things, the Explorers and whatever else that they have here. And for the most part, everything is okay. And we'll still keep an eye on, obviously, our town hall. There's security badges,
Cameras.
you know, things. It's not like people could just go in there. And so we'll have accountability.
Well, if you're good with protection of equipment, that was the whole idea behind that thought process, is protection of equipment. If you're good with that, then we should be okay.
And if we open that up for events and things like that outside of our use for it, then we're gonna have to have somebody there.
Right.
And so.
Yeah.
That's right. You did point it out right there. I saw that.
You can and cannot do if you rent something from us.
Right. Okay. All right,
So
that's
I
easy.
think we already made the decision on 12 and 13.
Right, we did.
With the pump building and the wood paneling. And so the last one would be adding additional gravel. And my gut would tell me, since we've reduced so many others, let's go ahead and put that one in there and get them started from a good starting point.
That's $100,000 to put gravel in there and fencing in the back.
Yep.
It's up to you guys.
That just seems like a lot.
A lot of money.
It's a lot, but you won't have to go back there and do it.
And that
later.
gets speed, I don't mind keeping it on the list and have it bidded out. I don't know if I put that in the base bid, but
Okay, we can still do that all.
All right, so now we've narrowed it down. We've taken some of the pressure off of bidders.
I think almost all of it. So, 3 Bay is base bid, solar system strike, stone base is strike, concrete box is strike, screen wall generator strike, patio roof, I'm gonna ask them about expanding that some, and the patio in general. Holding partition strike, pump building strike. So
Paneling strike.
now we could keep whatever expansion we do to the patio area, that could be an all bid.
yeah.
And we could do, so really that leaves us with 2 alt bids then, which is great, actually. It's a patio, expansion, and then adding gravel.
Yeah.
I think that's easy. That makes the bid a lot easier.
I agree.
Okay.
Brenda, you good with that?
Yeah, we forget you're back there.
Gotta unmute yourself.
I thought for the screen wall, or the concrete, that we were going to ask what type of trees or what were they gonna put up, just to get an idea of what it would look like. Isn't that what was said?
It was a little bit cheaper than concrete.
That's, Brenda's correct. She's right. So we'll look into that and get a look at that and see what that would look like. Of course,
And
we
then
can-
once you got that, then you were gonna decide if that was gonna be okay, or if you did need to look into the wall. Was that my understanding?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So that we might still keep that wall into the alt bid. So at the most, then 3 items would be, which is a very good bid. Okay. No need for 2x2 discussion. Very good.
Boy, we're effective.
You are. Okay, we'll try to go through these
next few pretty quick. So we're starting to work on the second disbursement of ARP, which, as we understand, we'll receive that sometime this summer or fall. So what we'd look to do with this disbursement would be another broadband project, and that's getting our fiber optic from here at the PD and running it to town campus and ultimately to Town Creek Park and to Nesbitt Park as well. It'd be doing additional downtown enhancements. This would be outside of the tap, just more decorative, maybe shade options, things like that. So a biggie here, though, would be West North Main Street. And that's basically re-looking at that project that we had until this moment. We had it as a CIP project. But some things have changed, as I mentioned before, with the ARP money, because we are a municipality that's receiving less than $10 million. We don't have to stay in those strict buckets. We can actually allocate some of that money to general governmental services and infrastructure projects. That was one of the biggest critiques and questions, I think, that were coming in to the U.S. Treasury as to, why can't we use this money for things like that? And to their credit, they have responded to that. So the reason I've suggested that we move that into there is we actually have a pretty far along plan for that area right now. Now, I know we can expand on that, we could retract on that, and I think that's a discussion that we'll need to have as the spring and summer come along, and this gets closer to happening. Because I know there's some ideas out there, like more pedestrian type opportunities, things like that. But that is, I think, a very good candidate, because we could, with the engineering that we've done on that so far, and anything else that we might want to add to that, we could probably get that one going fairly quick fashion. So that's why I proposed to put that in the second disbursement of ARP, along with some other equipment needs. Street sweeper, vacuum truck, sidewalk sweeper, which is a pretty neat piece of equipment. These are all things that, the vacuum trucks get worked hard, and they need replacing, probably more than we do. Street sweeper is something that I think we need to get in the business of doing, and the sidewalk sweeper as well. The last big one there, and I mentioned way earlier today, pictures of our 12-mile greenway here, and this is in front of in the Prescott area. Dina took a lot of pictures. We have extensive damage to those trails, and we basically need to redo a good chunk of them in that area, as well as Town Creek Park. And we could allocate ARP dollars to take care of those areas that sorely, you look at that, that's one of the reasons why we showed you this picture. That's one of the worst of it, but there's a lot of areas that look like that, not much better. And I'm sure some of you walked on it and probably understand that. It's expensive work to do. It's always hard to find and dedicate the resources to do these kind of things, but this gives us a great opportunity to utilize some funds to be able to just allocate it and get it done.
Is a lot of this damage to that from flooding?
Dina?
It's probably a combination of a lot of things. The trail wasn't put in properly, the infrastructure under it properly. This area floods the most. This is right at the Waxall Marvin Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And going into the Prescott community right across Town Creek. This one is underwater the most, and then we're also getting all the storm water from Prescott that comes through there right across it. And we've got some pipe improvement too that would happen with this project as well. And this is part of the grant that we were talking about. So it's one of those things we've been blessed not to have any accidents at this point in this area. And this is a huge piece of our Carolina Thread Trail. All those connectivity pieces that we've been talking about, keeping people and cars not beside each other. This is an enjoyable walk right beside the creek that'll get you from one destination and to our future destinations.
Commissioner Hall and I were talking sometime in the early day today, talking about Concrete Park. And of course, we know that floods to a certain level. We're talking about, have we ever explored the opportunity to raise that site?
Unfortunately, and Matt's probably gonna back me up on this, is in the floodplain, floodway area, like both of them are there. That's like, for example, where I put the shelter in the playground is the only place I could have put.
Right, that didn't flood.
Well, it's out of the
Right, that's
zoning
much.
area. So it's doing the best I can with what I have to work with.
Are we restricted for any fill there?
We would have to do a flood study and model it, and then we would look at it. And so that's more time and money without knowing whether they let you do it or not. That's the risk. But it's certainly something we could consider.
I mean, how much money do we spend fixing that thing every year or any of these others because of the water encroachment versus if we got the opportunity to find some dirt, put it in there?
I mean, talking several feet across the whole thing. Stable. And
It's not, I'm just.
I mean, when you do anything, it's just about how much time and money do we want.
Well, another thing too is we've been like, get the reserve maintenance. We haven't honestly been maintaining them the way they should have been maintained because we just, department's not that old. Fixing all the infrastructure. This is one of our infrastructure pieces that I'm asking to be fixed.
Lack of funds. We didn't have the budgetary abilities to do that until.
And then it gets worse. If we're on regular maintenance with this.
So when the
that'd be
new
different.
section goes in, I've got a plan for that and we have a maintenance plan from that point on, but it's been Band-Aids.
Well, and the base material too. So concrete versus AC covers, AC just deteriorates in the water. Concrete obviously doesn't last forever, but lasts longer. All right, thanks.
So this is still developing. And of course, this is something that we'll make a budgetary decision on when it comes out this summer, fall. But that's to let you know what we're developing with the second disbursement of ARP. But you also know, what different things were in there as part of the first disbursement. If there's something that you want us to take a look at or to consider, let us know.
Are there any other trails that would benefit from the ARP funds that don't require so much maintenance or aren't subject to Mother Nature?
Another Dina question.
Out of your corner.
I was trying to stay out of sight, so it seemed wiggling. So say the question again.
Is there any other trail, whether existing or not, that would benefit from ARP funds that wouldn't require so much maintenance and would give us more, bang for our dollar? It won't exactly. If this keeps getting flooded just year after year, is there some other trail, again, existing or not, that could benefit from those funds and establish a new trail that would last?
Better location.
Better location, another trail that we want to extend to this and at some point figure out a way to keep this from getting washed out every year.
So where this one's located at, fortunately with our grant that we just had for 12 Mile Creek, they got cleaned out. So 3 weeks ago, we had 3 inches of rain. The water did come out of the bank, but it stayed right there. It didn't get on the trail. And so prevention wise, we're trying to figure out every other way to keep the water off. So I'm talking with the Catawba Creek Masters. I'm not saying that correctly. different ways for plantings. I'm talking with Theo and Orion about different ways to cultivate that area so we can keep the bank from eroding, then helps out with that water coming out of the bank. This trail, after we get it, the foundation done properly, the maintenance on it's gonna be at a minimum, and we then be able to keep up with it. There is a whole corridor from South Carolina all the way to Wesley Chapel that we're trying to make those connections. So I have plenty of projects around just on that corridor alone to keep us busy for a minute. Then we're talking about with the PED plan, we have other corridors that are not on the red trail, but really substantial to the town that would connect us in from the middle. And so everybody can feed out and then reach downtown as well. So up and down. So with the PED plan, we'll get in front of you. It's really vital that we kind of list those out and y'all tell us where you feel, we've kind of ranked them too, where they're.
You said you've already ranked them?
Yeah.
What's your number one?
So mine is connecting from South Carolina to Wesley Chapel is my first. And then my second would be, we've actually called it Wells Greenway. It is. It is the spine actually from, it takes you all the way from Quillen through that natural area where we've been talking about for a very long time. Takes you from there all the way downtown.
Well, I'm honored.
Yeah.
Have a name, Greenway.
So those are my two, that would solve so many connections and help people and cars not to be around each other.
So does Wells Trail sustain damage from flooding?
It will have its own challenges. It is on the water sewer easement, and we've got some positive, movement on that. We'd only have to we would put a rock base down because we can't do pavement on the sewer easement. But Orion and I just went on a field trip last week to Belmont and actually saw a proper rock-based trail put in, and I'm getting information on that to have a cross section. Again, working with planning and engineering on having these things in place, so when development comes in, we can get them to give us some funds to put in these amenities.
It's a smaller creek, so to your question, yes, it's less.
Yes, it will be less.
Right.
It's a feeder. It's like a feeder on the shore.
But I would hesitate to.
Oh, Wells.
Yes, that too, but I would hesitate to take something away from somewhere where people are used to it being.
Sure, I understand.
And to that question, there's an alternate, but it's, again, then you're talking about starting from scratch. And really, it's counting our property, I have no control over it. So we'd be pulling off what's already on the thread trail. And so,
And this specific area is what we got the grant for, so we kind of need to move forward on that.
But, as I understand, we'll have a fresh new plan to make some new prioritizations, and then have to find more resources to figure out how to pay for those.
Like a bond?
Yes. So, and back to selling property, and I guess
Those are
price
gone.
shifted. Those are gone. We've sold those. Jekyll and Hyde opening later this year, and no activity on the piece that was sold to Lorenzo Construction on Old Waxhaw Monroe Road, but that's there. Those are gone. So here's things to consider as a hybrid of utilizing and selling, or somewhere in between. So the piece of property here on the left is a piece that we were given by the county Some years ago, it is deed restricted. It's across the street from the sewer treatment plant. It's deed restricted to park and open space. So we have no ability really to sell it. And there's not a lot of great usable land for that purpose anyway. So if we would want to utilize this land at some point in the future, as it looks like that's really the only choice that we have with this one, is either let it be how it is now, or ideas would be a trailhead. It is 18 acres, so you can make, the terrain is pretty significant, but you could make something out of it there. You could tie in a trail into Curitan, for example, ultimately Quelling.
Wells Trail.
Yeah, that could be part of Wells Trail. There you go. Disc golf could fit that terrain. There might be enough room for a dog park. In this section right here, it doesn't fall too bad because that southern bulb there, there could be space there. You know, things you have to look at though, get somebody to lay it out, because you have to consider, you know, site planning for parking, things like that takes up a lot of space. But there are opportunities to do something with that piece. So the piece on the right side is just east of the treatment plant. And yes, it would be lovely if the county would buy that from us. But last conversations we had with our county manager, Mark Watson, he'd said that they're not interested. So take that to heart then for the moment. And other options that we could do, we could utilize it. We've talked about the idea of moving our mulch and compost operation to the back part of that property. Can always put additional storage back there for our own purposes. If somebody walked in tomorrow and wanted to buy the whole property, great. I mean, I think that would be fantastic, but that's not happening right now. I do think there could be some opportunity to utilize some of that property for our own needs and then sell the remainder of it. So that could be one consideration.
Go back to that one, that portions of that, you've got that first bullet point there, not bullet point, but portion is deed restricted, and it's the property that the county granted to us to accommodate the then designed soccer fields.
Yeah, and I did forget to.
If you draw that straight line from that left bottom corner straight up to the street, the property to the west of that is deed restricted. So the real parcel that we bought is basically from that point where he's at right now to the street at the corner.
And so and Brenda can't see the line I'm doing, but there's these three little bulbs. First two are smaller, and then the one on the southwestern is a bigger bulb. So those 3.5 acres is what they told were given to us by the county when this was the YMCA project, and when that was going to be fields back there. So the part that we bought from, I guess it was GS Carolina.
There's actually Wells in foreclosure.
Wells, see,
You
that's,
again.
and see, that's the family I wish I was part of.
Wells Fargo.
So with that, that's not floodplain, right? So the soccer fields would actually be better.
Yes.
There than that's it.
This down here is floodplain, about,
Okay.
I don't know, the bottom quarter of it, something like that is
And there
floodplain.
are a whole bunch of storm drain easements and other easements crisscrossing that property like crazy.
Yes.
It's almost really, we're looking at the appraisal to make sure that he did that appraisal right and considered those easements, because that devalues the property.
I think it would be more of a challenge to sell that property as opposed to the 34 acres. I think if we ramped up our efforts to sell that, then I think we could get there. This, as I mentioned before, I think is an anchor on us right now. And it's the best non-utilized asset that we have. It can help our bottom line in borrowing, or it could go to some other prioritized project or something in between. It would allow us just that much more flexibility if we could relieve ourselves of this property between now and this summer, ideally, before we had to ask for our loan.
And to be clear on that too, and it's not that we haven't had the effort. There's significant interest in that property. It is residentially zoned. There's significant interest on it. It's just that it's the question that's looming on how much sewer is available to me. There's a lot of interest on it.
And the Highway 75 piece where we have our current mulch compost operation. People are interested in that property. It's got value. People want to group it with the museum property. It's right there in the middle of things. I think that that's a good opportunity. My gut would tell me that if we put that out there, that it could get sold pretty quickly. Now, of course, we'd have to move a whole operation. There's permitting that has to be done with that. We'd actually have to pay Kinley Horn to draw up the plans to send to NCDEQ to get that permitted. So that's several $1,000s to do, and time and review. You have to have that operation permitted. We could do that if we decided to move that up to the other site. And then you just leave that stuff there for whoever else purchases it and wants to deal with it.
If you could also describe, there's a little bit of backstory to that property in conjunction with what was brought before us in discussion on an exchange. And that exchange, I'll let you backfill them.
Yeah, so of course, there was the opportunity that was brought to us for a piece of property that was east. However, you did see earlier today some of the different alternatives for the Waxhaw Parkway East. One of those alternatives goes right through that property. So that gives me pause about at this time doing that at the moment the way it is until we would know more information about how that would actually look before we can make that decision. So could there be an opportunity to do that? Yes. But
Jeff, can you, and I think we got this property appraised, didn't we?
yes,
What did the appraisal come back at?
780,000. If I remember right.
We paid $350 something for it,
335.
$335 for it, and we use it to store leaves.
Could you ever see using that land for park for that section of town or anything else?
You can always turn anything into a park. I don't think so. I think our next park needs as far as land will be on the east side of our town, where our employment center areas are. That is the underserved area. And really that's an opportunity where we can hopefully get some more active type, larger acreage there. Because we're offering employment, we're offering density there so that people could realistically maybe give us more land to utilize that for that purpose.
Not in a floodplain.
That's not in.
I know.
Yes.
Well, and the other part of this piece is you may remember the suitor on that also had the property of the museum tied into it. So part of this cooperative effort was to try to facilitate saving the museum. I know.
So one other thing to keep in mind. The Waste Pro contract expires June 30th, 2023. So we are going to have to make a decision pretty soon about whether we want to go out to bid for these services. We would need to do an RFP for it, which we need to start that process around the holidays and then get those bids in roughly now, February or so, to be able to start budget planning. What's that going to cost us to put it into the next budget cycle? That would be for trash, recycling, yard waste, if we want to do something more or less bulk, all those things you would put into your RFP. And from my last experience doing this, that I get completely overwhelmed by garbage people that want our business. So it's, you know, it's,
And I'm gonna say, you know, I think we want to know Waste Pro's position on this to not cause us to go up from where it be.
yes.
And given that, and if they, and I'm sure they do, and as you just stated, you've got a lot of active interest in other providers wanting that contract. So I would say that we would explore Waste Pro's position on it and see what they're gonna do.
I think that's a great approach.
I mean, I'm all for putting out an RFP, just to see what's available.
Maybe, I'm gonna say it's not gonna be different. I want, if Waste Pro, say for the sake of conversation, Waste Pro came back and says, hey, we'll reduce it by 50%, you know, which is highly unlikely. Yeah.
And I think it's worth it to approach them about that.
Right.
I think there are things though that we have to express to them that we're not happy about.
Right.
And I think that's the biggest thing, because I mean, I can speak for like my neighborhood where things have been missed and they don't get picked up and we use the one or abandon it, they don't pick anything else in the trash can, or, I mean, there's been a lot of issues, I think, with some of that, especially, and I can see a big difference in service when they got sold. You know, when we RFP, I think is who we had before to this.
If everything stayed as it was and Waste Pro's like, well, this is what we can do, what we're doing now, then I would think we'd want to take it out for RFP.
Okay.
That, if you ask me right now.
That's the question.
Well, and for me, it's about a level of service.
That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's not so much, well, don't get me wrong, cost is a factor, but it's just not just the cost, but it's the level of service, and I feel like it's dropped when the got sold to them. It's not the same.
So in closing, and maybe what we'll do, I'll go over these. It's after 5 o'clock, so why don't we let this stew over overnight? And then we'll come back and revisit this tomorrow with the other things that we need to talk about. So.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, proposed funding strategy, some of these things we'll need to talk about a little bit more, but fund our fiscal year 23 CIP as presented or amended. Sounds like, based on what I've heard, that you're pretty happy with the way that the CIP is presented for this upcoming year. Start design for large-scale transportation projects. We've got Waxall Parkway West, Room Street Turn Lane, the roundabout at Waxall Marvin Pine Oak, Kensington Drive. Now, based on what I've heard, is you might have some interest in maybe one or two different things. Sounds like Waxall Parkway West, Room Street are definites. So we don't necessarily want to spend $129,000 if we're not as interested maybe in the other projects. That's something to consider.
We just decide what those are.
We just decide what those are, and then we relay that to Kinley Horn. We make the budget appropriation at our upcoming meeting. Proceed forward with Downtown Park Phase 2.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, can't we just keep them all in there, because even if we could use it for like a developer project or.
You could,
Because
you're
I'm thinking,
right.
like the
Pine Oak, definitely.
yeah, the Waxhaw Marvin Pine Oak, I mean, there's been several accidents just recently there, and, so I think that still needs to be. in
You're right.
consideration.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that. I mean, we could add to the 129. We have the budgetary capacity to do that. So we can.
My only concern of those ones that were presented was the Kensington Drive, because I mean, I know we just improved that intersection, and I get that we need to do it again, but it just. I don't see that.
Improved it and expanded it during the improvement.
Correct.
Yeah.
So like, for me, unless we're talking maybe pedestrian or sidewalks, I just think that can be, there's other priorities than that.
Pedestrian was a component of that.
Right.
Maybe that's the part that we pull.
Yeah, that's what I could see, as opposed to having to
try to widen things yet again, because some improvements will be made once they do the bridge. And then what we have to do in terms of the town campus. So I just,
As Matt said, there, you know, you can put it on the 10-year DA plan or something like that, so.
yeah, but in terms of sidewalks or or, you know, suspension bridge, right? Even that I could say. That I would see, or even like going to sidewalks that would connect the whole way down to downtown. you know.
Okay, so we'll proceed forward with Waxhaw Parkway West, Broom Street, turn lane, the roundabout, and then just the head portion of Kensington Drive. Proceed forward with Downtown Park Phase 2, ACASH. I've shown you how we can do that, so we can make the preparations to go ahead and get that ready for bid. Prepared to borrow for town campus. Over that and the cost. Determine comfort level with proceeding forward with preparations for general obligation bond referendum. So I guess the thing to consider here is how much more discussion we need to have. How many other people might we want to hear from that are out there that can help us in that decision making, and do it rather quickly, because as I said, we have to make preparations if you want to do it for 2022. Now, you don't have to do it for 2022. It can be another year. I think the even year is the best opportunity. You get the most voters, and it doesn't become a political issue in your own municipal elections.
Let the citizens decide.
Ramp up efforts to sell. Now, my thought was to, you know, we want to consider getting a broker for that. And I think you could sell it quicker that way, even without. The problem with that is that you wouldn't get the value as much as some that have concerns about the sewer.
Well, let me go back and Brock was just talking on that. Again, I don't, you know, when we talk about ramp up efforts, it's not that we've been sitting on it, not doing anything. The interested parties just cannot move forward. None of them can. So whether we have a broker or not, there's still the issue of sewer on that property. And when that gets resolved, we can do that ourselves.
We hope the county is going to do that. Consider moving mulch compost site to Kensington Drive. So that'd be a consideration to make that property that we have down there off of 75, the ability to sell that one and get in some additional revenue that can help our bottom line. Determine whether to request bids for trash service by fall 22. So that's just, you know, something to have in your mind now that we'll have to make a decision for later this year. Questions, thoughts, ready to stew overnight?
Lot to stew, a lot of fun, good discussions.
Yeah.
All the way around. Good
That's
discussion.
Jason.
Okay, go. Ready?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, so we only missed one presentation. Sorry, Dina.
What happened that, we'll have to talk about the $25 fee, right? We didn't talk about
Oh, yes,
Can we
I
have
forgot
that
about
tomorrow
that.
then?
We can either squeeze that in real quick now, or
How quickly can we squeeze it in?
it's up to you. It's only 3 slides, but we can. I'll pull it up.
We did. We made
Yes.
lots of decisions while you were gone.
Spend all the week.
All the
We did.
decisions. And went shopping.
Even named the thread trail.
That was Jeff, yeah.
It's going excited right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is just to give you a quick rundown of the $25 vehicle registration fee. So the how and the why. Fees collected annually on all vehicles within town limits that are obviously registered as part of your annual vehicle registration. So if you have a car, you have to put that sticker on the back of it that's got the year and the date as part of that process. So this fee funds the town's small transportation project fund. That's right now about $400,000 a year. And you have 4 items in your current budget that are being built through those funds. One of them that's about to be finished up right now with the bridge steps, and then a few others that are coming along. McDonald Street is another example of one that is in this year's budget. But the bottom line is that this fee is imperative to our CIP. Without it, you have to find another way to fund those projects, to utilize that resource. It's the ideal way to collect revenue for its intended purpose because it's very transparent what it is for.
And this, remind everybody when this was put in place.
So this was put in place not too many years ago. It was 4 years ago. If I remember, it was before my time here, but it was a couple of years prior.
Yeah, you guys are on the board.
It was a couple of years prior to that. So I think we're now in our 4th or 5th year of collecting money and now starting to implement and show people, getting things in the ground that money is being spent on. For example, here are the projects here. So McDonald Street, part of the TAP grant is being paid through the small transportation funds. Sunbonnet Lane is a small transportation fund project. The pedestrian steps. And this is what we have queued up in next year's budget is Broad Street would be through that fund. And then the ones that we have over the remaining years of the 5-year work on North Church Street, South Providence Street parking, Caldwell Street, Price Street extension. And then I have one down there called Enhanced Street Maintenance. So we've got, I think it's 66 miles of streets that we maintain now. We've got a nice Powell bill budget now, but Austin, Millbridge, all these big subdivisions that we're accepting streets, at some point, we're going to need more resources to maintain those assets that we have. I think we're going to need more money outside of what we get with the power. So I think we have to be mindful, and I think this is one resource to do this, that we can allocate some money through our CIP planning that we can supplement with the Powell bill, able to resurface. We have joints or something like that that have failed on a pipe, cause a road to collapse, just head walls, things like that, that you may need to do to keep up with road maintenance over time. So that is what those funds are. That's just a reminder. Question comes up from time to time. But these are projects that are coming out of the ground now, and they quite frankly would not without that.
So this presentation basically is to remind and let people know what this money goes to.
Absolutely.
And so just to be clear, this vehicle fund or vehicle fee that we collect, we cannot use it for anything other than just for these transportation type issues.
That's correct.
So we can't use this and let's say, I don't know, buy something for the police department with it.
That's correct.
Or we can't use that as an operating cost or anything like that. It has to be specifically for that intention for transportation.
That's correct.
And it's roughly about $500,000 a year if we round it up.
400,000, but as time goes on, I mean, a few years ago, it was just less than 100,000. I think year before that, it was about 350. Now it's up to 400,000.
It's July of 2018.
July 2018.
Legislation.
Great. So that's the FYI.
All right.
Okay. So we're at 5:20. And we've had a very good day. Big picture thinking, big envisioning, thoughts to take home with us to pick back up. We'll pick back up, I think what we'll do first thing in the morning, since we have two more partner organizations, we'll let them do their presentations first, Chris Pate and Lee Jensen, and then we'll pick up with Dina's, probably after Lee leaves. He's got one item that will overlap Lisa's ETJ discussion. And then we can pick back up with Dina and then the rest. We do need to fit Jenny in there early tomorrow instead of at the end because she has some family obligations in the afternoon. Okay. So,
I'm already here. I'm not going anywhere.
okay.
Great
Well,
day.
Thank you, everybody. Hopefully we're able to provide you a lot of information to help with decision.
Thanks, Jeff and staff.
And thanks everybody for putting all this together. Again, all the information is a lot of work. We've been orchestrating it for a long time, so we want to say thank you to all of you. A lot of information, a lot of big. So,
We start the planning for this in late October, early November. It takes a while. All right, we're good. Thank you, everybody.
We are
We'll reconvene
adjourned.
at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Not 7:30, right?
That's true. Yes, 7:30 for breakfast.
Early risers.
I know, I've got another omelet.
Maybe I'll come back.
Yeah, we missed out.